Chapter 27-28. That figure is an ancestor of the Feather Clan. No, not an ancestor of the Harpies, but a guardian of the Harpies. Yu Huagan's face was full of shock. In the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, although the shadow holding the scepter was blurry, Yu Huagan was able to see it clearly. Because in the ancestral hall of the Yu family, there was a portrait that looked exactly like the person in the shadow. Yu clan, if it wasn't for your Yu clan, how would my wolf clan end up like this? Luo Binsi roared angrily, as if he hated the winged race as well. Yu Huagan was stunned. He had no idea what Luo Binsi was talking about. In the past, if your Yu clan was willing to submit to my Ice Emperor Wolf clan, how could my Ice Emperor Wolf clan be annihilated? Furthermore, you even complained about us in front of the Snow Empress, causing our wolf tribe to be exterminated by the Snow Empress. Shouldn't you bear the responsibility for this? You were once under the Snow Empress. Yu Huagan finally remembered the person his family worshipped, the Snow Emperor who once dominated the world. Everyone in the northern cold divine region was moved by him. He was one of the most revered Emperor realm experts in the immemorial era. You Harpies are the Snow Empress slaves and dogs. That year, the Snow Emperor was defeated in a battle and disappeared without a trace. It should have been the best opportunity for my wolf clan to rise in the divine continent. My wolf clan would definitely become one of the strongest clans in the ancient era. It's a pity that I didn't manage to steal the Snow Emperor's cold ice throne. Otherwise, your Yu clan would be nothing. Didn't the Snow Empress still die after being severely injured and on the brink of death? The Harpies are one of the 3 imperial guardian tribes, but haven't they also declined? You don't even have a hierarch expert. The glory of our ancestors has been eaten by you. The Snow Empress isn't fit to be the leader of our wolf clan. Protecting the royal family is just a joke. He's a lunatic, destroying our wolf clan. He's inhumane. Luo Binsi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Leng Leng said. Ice throne. Jiang Chen frowned. He thought to himself, could it be that the ice throne in my hand is what they are talking about? Snow Empress. Could it be the destructive ice god? The Snow Empress has always been a formidable figure. How can you tarnish her name? The 9 generations of the winged race will not allow anyone to tarnish the Snow Empress name. If you didn't betray the Snow Empress, why would the Snow Empress destroy your wolf clan? Everything has its cause and effect. This is retribution. Although Yu Huagan was at a disadvantage, he was not afraid at all. What a joke. What a joke. The Harpies have protected the Snow Empress for generations. Why have you declined? The era of the Snow Monarch has passed. There is no Snow Monarch in this world. My wolf clan will rule the entire Liao Bay and rule the northern cold divine region. Luo Binsi completely ignored Jiang Chen and Yu Huagan. He was just like a high and mighty emperor. Jiang Chen activated the broken Eastern Emperor Bell and stabilized the universe. Under the divine golden bell, he finally stabilized his body. At the very least, he wasn't completely devoured. Lowly Yu clan, you dare to compare yourself to my Ice Emperor's wolf clan, die. Luo Binsi threw out a palm strike and Yu Huagan was blown away. His face was pale and he was on the verge of death. Mister, I'm sorry. It's my Yu clan that harmed you. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. If Yu Huagan died, he would be ashamed to face Yu Jingxian. However, he couldn't break through the altar or break the formation. I have a sword that can cut through the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Heavenly Dragon Sword, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This was his biggest hope. I'll use all my strength. Heavenly Dragon Sword Spirit, break. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The heavenly dragon sword buzzed and a dragon roar sounded. The heavenly dragon sword was enveloped by a terrifying dragon soul. The sword turned into a ray of light and pierced through the sky. Once the sword spirit was unleashed, who could fight against it? The sword spirit was a dragon soul. However, the sword spirit was not from the dragon clan nor the ancestral dragon emperor. It was an independent weapon spirit. The sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword had yet to awaken. After breaking through the shackles, the sword spirit became what it was today. The dragon roared and the sword chime resounded. The heavenly dragon sword was like a comet. The wind blades from the 16 divine burying flags were instantly cut apart by the heavenly dragon sword. Meanwhile, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar lost control at this moment. Luo Binsi spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. He was the one who controlled the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, but it was cut apart by Jiang Chen's sword. The backlash and damage he suffered was unimaginable. Jiang Chen looked at the heavenly dragon sword in surprise. It did not disappoint him. However, this sword had exhausted all of his strength. The sword spirit was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Jiang Chen managed to break through the ancient dragon sacrificial altar, but both of them were heavily injured. Both of them had lost their previous aura and aura of a hero. Ha ha ha, the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor, there's nowhere to hide. To think that there's such a demonic beast in this world. A hearty laughter reverberated throughout the square. Not only Luo Binsi, even Jiang Chen stopped moving. A man with countless rings on his body walked out from the square. His skin was dark and his face was filled with arrogance. His eyes were shining with an unconcealable splendor, as if he had found a huge treasure. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The man's appearance was somewhat puzzling. The large and small necklaces in his hands were extremely eye-catching. Jiang Chen and Luo Binsi's gaze landed on this strange man. "Who are you?" Luo Binsi asked. He was also heavily injured. The sudden appearance of this fella gave him a huge shock. "It doesn't matter who I am." It's obvious that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You didn't even notice it. I have to say, the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor is so stupid. No wonder they were annihilated. Ha ha ha, I'm Yu Tianfeng. One has the myriad chi physique, the other has the divine origin essence physique. To think that I've gained so much from this trip. You're making me nervous. Yu Tianfeng said with a smile. Looks like another one that wants to take advantage of the situation. Wearing a body full of treasures, it's quite eye-catching. One should not flaunt one's wealth, but he's revealing everything. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. This fella doesn't look like someone that's easy to deal with. Moreover, he did not even notice his appearance. This shows how terrifying this fella is in terms of concealment. The wolf clan of the Ice Emperor, the 9-generation Yu clan, the 3 great royal guardian clans. How could my imperial beast clan miss out? You guys are merely the demonic beasts under the Snow Emperor. Now, you guys finally know your place. My imperial beast clan is the true leader of the demonic beasts. Chapter 27-29. Imperial Beast Clan. Not only Yu Huagan, even Luo Binsi was shocked. Even the Imperial Beast Clan had interfered. It seemed like the situation was getting out of control. The Imperial Beast Clan, the 9 Generations Feather Clan and the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan were known as the 3 royal guardian clans of the northern cold divine region in the ancient era. Not many people knew about them, but the Snow Emperor's name was well known. These 3 clans were the final protectors of the Snow Emperor in the ancient era. However, as the Snow Emperor disappeared, the 3 clans that were already dissatisfied with each other fell apart. The Imperial Beast Clan left Liao Bei, that's why the Ice Emperor's Wolf Clan stole the Cold Ice Throne and the 9-generation Yu Clan defended it with their lives. The Imperial Beast Clan was one of the most mysterious clans. They were different from the Ice Emperor's wolf clan and the Yu clan. They were not demonic beasts but humans. The Yu clan had already retracted their demon form and intermarried with humans. The current Yu clan was the result of the fusion between humans and Yu clan. Only the Ice Emperor's wolf clan could be considered as a true demonic beast bloodline. The Imperial Beast clan left Liao Bei a long time ago. Could it be that you want to make a comeback? Luo Binci sneered as he looked at Yu Tianfeng. This fellow was not weak, even he had to be careful. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Liao Bei is the homeland of my Imperial Beast clan, how can it be called a comeback? The one who wants to make a comeback and rule over Liao Bei should be your wolf clan, right? There was only one bloodline left. It seemed like the destruction of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was imminent. Yu Tianfeng's smile became even brighter. At this moment, he was the final victor. The Imperial Beast clan is the strongest among the three clans. Unifying Liao Bei is a piece of cake now. The Yu clan is declining and your wolf clan only has one person left. What ability do you have to show off? You want to regain your former glory with your own strength. You're just daydreaming. Even the ancient dragon sacrificial altar that you're so proud of has been destroyed by someone. What a pity. Yu Tianfeng curled his lips and said. His sour tone made Luo Binci even angrier. You would have already done it if you're not afraid of the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. You're still making sarcastic remarks, shameless. Luo Binci said coldly. His slender fingers were trembling non-stop, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. You're right. I really admire this little brother. A half-step divine king has broken the ancient dragon sacrificial altar with a single strike. Even a hierarch expert might not be able to escape from it. You're indeed the myriad chi body. However, you're all at the end of your rope now. It's time for me to show up. You're right. Yu Tianfeng was the fisherman who reaped the benefits. No one had expected this scene. The Imperial Beasts clan had already disappeared from their memories. No one had expected that the clan that had disappeared for millions of years would reappear at this moment, including Yu Huagan. He had no idea about it at all. The Yu clan had declined from generation to generation. Therefore, many things were lost. Many legendary stories were buried in the coffins by the experts of the clans. Otherwise, the clans were weak. The more they knew, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. In the end, Yu Huagan only knew that his clan used to worship the portrait of the Snow Emperor. What a good show. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We've fought until now, but all our efforts have been for you. Jiang Qin smiled. You can't say that. It's all luck. Who told you to be so stupid? Yu Tianfeng said confidently, treating Jiang Qin and the others like ants. It's hard to imagine. The myriad chi body and the divine yuan essence body. I'll refine both of you at the same time. It'll be the greatest breakthrough in history. I'll definitely reach the Emperor realm within 100 years. There are fewer and fewer Emperor realm experts in the world now. Not many people know that once I reach the Emperor realm, I'll be able to roam freely in the northern cold divine region. The central region divine land will be under my feet. Yu Tianfeng's eyes were sharp. Who would have thought that he would have such an opportunity? It was a great fortune. Don't forget, Yu Tianfeng. I still have 2,000 divine king beasts. It's too early to be happy. Luo Binci waved his hand. Even though his strength had yet to recover, as long as these 2,000 divine king beasts could buy him some time, he wouldn't be afraid of Yu Tianfeng anymore. In an instant, thousands of divine king realm puppet demonic beasts rushed towards Yu Tianfeng in an almost one-sided manner. The beasts were unstoppable. Even though Yu Tianfeng was confident in his strength, he didn't dare to face them head-on. Damned fella. As expected of a centipede. Even the Ice Emperor's wolf clan that had gone extinct millions of years ago still has this capability. Yu Tianfeng was shocked, but he did not dare to be negligent. Facing the incomparable beast tide, his expression was incomparably solemn. Even a half-step hierarch expert might not be able to survive under my hundreds and thousands of beasts. Luo Binsi said confidently. However, Jiang Qin saw the confidence in Yu Tianfeng's eyes. Yu Tianfeng seemed to have a plan in mind. Beasts' puppets. Aren't they still beasts? Don't forget why my Imperial Beast Clan is called the Imperial Beast Clan. It's because my Imperial Beast Clan has the peerless divine ability to control countless demonic beasts in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I want to see how many demonic beasts can withstand my Imperial Beast collar. Yu Tianfeng laughed, but he didn't dare to be careless, because there were too many beasts. Even if he was a member of the Imperial Beast Clan, even if he had countless beast collars, he still needed to release them step by step. Yu Tianfeng held hundreds of beast collars in his hand. His silhouette flashed 9 times, constantly appearing in the midst of those beasts. He didn't dare to underestimate them. If he made any mistakes, he would be attacked from behind. Imperial beast collars, control all beasts. None dare to disobey. Yu Tianfeng saw hundreds of demonic beasts being trapped the moment he let go of the hundreds of Imperial beast collars. Each Imperial beast collar had trapped 3 to 5 demonic beasts, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Only 1/5 of the demonic beasts were trapped, and there was still an endless stream of attacks. Yu Tianfeng's expression became extremely grave. Adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet. Yu Tianfeng attacked again, retreating as he fought. Chapter 27:30. Thousands of demonic beasts were kept into the Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet by Yu Tianfeng. At this moment, there were only a few hundred demonic beasts left on the plaza. Yu Tianfeng continuously unleashed the terrifying Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet. Each time the bracelet smashed down, tens of demonic beasts would be smashed into pieces. This Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet is probably a terrifying origin divine tool. Jiang Qin was shocked. This fella is truly terrifying. No wonder he's the descendant of the Imperial Beast Clan. He's not any weaker than the Wolf Clan of the Ice Emperor. The Yu Clan should be the most declined. Yu Huagan couldn't help but sigh. He's too weak compared to them. He's a disgrace to the 9 generations of Yu Clan. You guys deserve to die under my Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet. Even Hierarch Realm demonic beasts wouldn't dare to fight against me. Yu Tianfeng said confidently. If it was a Hierarch Realm expert, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, as a descendant of the Imperial Beast Clan, he was well versed in the art of taming beasts. Plus, the Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet was a divine tool that perfectly countered the demonic beasts. 2,000 demonic beasts were either killed or trapped by Yu Tianfeng. Luo Binsi was dumbfounded. He never expected the ending to be so dramatic. Could it be that his god wolf clan was so weak? It was the same in Jiang Chen's hands and now it was the same in Yu Tianfeng's hands. Luo Binsi's pride was crushed. Is the Ice Emperor's wolf clan going to fall like this? Tofu with brine, everything has its counter. It couldn't be said that Luo Binsi's beast puppet wasn't strong enough, because Yu Tianfeng was the perfect counter to it. The Imperial Beast Clan cultivated beast taming techniques. All beasts would be weakened in front of them. Hand over the Heart of Frost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yu Tianfeng looked at Luo Binsi coldly and shouted. Heart of Frost. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. He didn't expect the Ice Emperor's wolf clan to be so secretive. The Heart of Frost should be related to the Snow Emperor. I don't know what you're talking about. Luo Binsi said coldly. You don't know what I'm talking about? Ha ha ha, what a joke. You stole the Snow Empress' two greatest treasures. Who doesn't know about the Ice Throne and the Heart of Frost? Otherwise, why would the Snow Empress be so furious? Do you think I'm a fool? Without the Heart of Frost, you wouldn't be able to live to this day even if your old ancestor was extremely powerful and the ancient dragon sacrificial altar absorbed the dragon energy from the earth veins. You're not even a hierarch yet. You must be dreaming. Therefore, the Heart of Frost must be here. Yu Tianfeng said confidently. He believed that the Frost Heart was in Luo Binxi's hands. The Heart of Frost is the Snow Empress' supreme treasure. Why is it in my hands? The Ice Throne has already been snatched back by the Snow Empress. Don't slander me. Even if I have to fight to the end today, I won't be framed by you. Robin said resolutely. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'd like to see how long you can last. I must get the Heart of Frost. As for you, you can slowly refine it and help me achieve the Great Tao. That's the best choice. Yu Tianfeng took a step forward. His thunderous rage caused the clouds to surge. Luo Binxi looked like he was facing a great enemy. The battle between the two of them was about to start. The battle between Yu Tianfeng and Robins was quite intense. However, Jiang Qin looked at the 16 divine burying flags. The 16 divine burying flags were not like his own. They were all primordial divine tool-level treasures. If he were to use them to form a formation, it would be a great killing weapon. Moreover, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar was a place where the earth veins converged. The 16 divine burying flags had truly transformed. The 16 divine burying flags were what Jiang Qin wanted the most. The Heart of Frost. Do you know what it is? Jiang Qin looked at Yu Huagan and asked. Yu Huagan shook his head. He was frustrated. He never thought that the 9 generations of Yu clan, the royal guardian clan of the Snow Emperor, would know nothing about it. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan that was exterminated and the Imperial Beast clan that had left the stage of Liao Bei a long time ago were all true experts. On the contrary, he felt that his clan was not a true great clan. If that's the case, then I'll take out these divine burying flags first. Jiang Qin thought. While Yu Tianfeng and Robins were fighting, he did not panic at all. He took out the divine burying flags one by one and kept them in his pouch. The entire ancient dragon sacrificial altar was shaking. However, Jiang Qin did not care. He kept the 16 divine burying flags. He had gained quite a lot. Mister, you want to keep those broken flags? There are more than a dozen of them in our Yu clan's treasury. However, they are all in a corner. No one has touched them since I can remember. If it wasn't for the ancestors, I would have thrown them away long ago. Mister, if you like them, you can choose any of them if you can leave this place. Yu Huagan's words almost made Jiang Qin cough out a mouthful of blood. What? There are more than a dozen of them in your house. And you want to throw them away like trash? What a waste. However, Yu Huagan did not know how terrifying the divine burying flags were. He could not unleash their true power. It was reasonable for him to treat them like weapons. To think that I've become a trash collector. Jiang Qin rubbed his nose and shook his head with a bitter smile. At this moment, Yu Tianfeng and Luo Binxi were evenly matched. Neither of them had the absolute strength to suppress the other. But at this moment, neither of them dared to be careless. Jiang Qin was ready to reap the benefits from the fight. Since they like to fight, then let them fight. Jiang Qin was ready to reap the benefits from the fight. Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet. Ice Wolf Physique. The Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet hit Robin's body. Horrifying ice crystals kept falling. Robins was forced to take a few steps back with a pale face. I've said it before. Not even a hierarch realm demonic beast dares to act recklessly in front of me. You're not my match. The diamond imperial beast bracelet is your nemesis. Yu Tianfeng said and once again approached Robbins. Robbins used all his strength but was still cautious. Yu Tianfeng had the upper hand. Every time the diamond imperial beast bracelet hit him, his body would tremble. Ice Emperor's domain. Luo Binxi's blue eyes suddenly flashed. The entire plaza was instantly frozen. A terrifying chill swept out from the Ice Emperor's domain. At this moment, Dongpa Tianqi was frozen to death in the Ice Emperor's domain. Chapter 2731. Ice Emperor's domain. So this is the Ice Emperor's wolf clan's true ability, not bad. Yu Tianfeng sneered as the Ice Emperor's domain spread out, surrounding him. Luo Binxi's aura was also powerful. The Ice Emperor's domain was extremely cold, it could freeze one's blood, suffocating one. Donghua Tianqi was the best example. Accept the Ice Emperor's domain's restriction. Luo Binxi shouted angrily. An extremely cold aura rose from the square, like an ice dragon, and spread across the square. That's more like it. Yu Tianfeng's expression was cold as he continuously retreated. In the Ice Emperor's domain, even the flow of blood in his body had slowed down, and it almost froze. No matter how much you attack me, I will break it with one move. Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet, kill him. Yu Tianfeng threw out the adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet. The bracelet shone brightly as it collided with the ice dragon. The ice dragon was completely crushed by the bracelet. Layer by layer, the ice dragon collapsed. However, the adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet's attack didn't stop there. It continued to press on towards Luo Binxi. A strange and terrifying power that surpassed all beasts forced Luo Binxi to retreat twice. Yu Tianfeng stood proudly as the Ice Emperor's domain was broken by him. Luo Binxi was heavily injured, his face was pale and his blue hair was messy. What else do you have now? Ha ha ha. You can't kill me, I'm the only descendant of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Luo Binxi retreated subconsciously, he knew that he had nowhere else to go. Oh. Why don't you give me a reason? Tell me. Yu Tianfeng looked at Luo Binxi with interest and chuckled. We can join hands and defeat the Yu clan. At that time, you'll be able to rule Liao Bei. I'm sorry, I don't have such ambition. A mere Liao Bei is nothing in my eyes. What I want is the endless divine origin essence in your body. I'm sure you've already eaten countless supreme-grade divine origin stones in the dragon vein underground. Yu Tianfeng shook his head and sighed, but this was the perfect work of art in front of him. Although I have eaten quite a number of supreme-grade divine origin stones, the most precious thing underground is still the frost heart. You should know better than me that if you refine me, you will never be able to obtain the frost heart. Luo Binxi said hysterically. His eyes were extremely cold. He wanted to kill Yu Tianfeng, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape death. This was the only way. How about this? I'll give you a way out. Compared to the Heart of Frost, you are indeed inferior. Yu Tianfeng said after a moment of silence. It's a deal. Luo Binxi retreated slowly, looking at Yu Tianfeng cautiously. The Heart of Frost is under the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Luo Binxi said as his eyes flickered. For his life, for the inheritance of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan, he would not yield. Yu Tianfeng's eyes brightened. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar had already begun to crack inch by inch, while Jiang Chen silently observed from the side. The Heart of Frost is mine. Back then, the Snow Emperor's strongest move, 10,000 miles of ice, was casted by the Heart of Frost. Yu Tianfeng said excitedly, his eyes blazing as he stared at the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. With a single palm strike, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar shattered into pieces. However, a ray of blue light shot through the air, instantly sending Yu Tianfeng flying. Yu Tianfeng's face was pale. Although he was prepared for this attack, he was still heavily injured. Emperor Realm. Soul. Yu Tianfeng sucked in a cold breath. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, staring at the blue figure in front of him. An Emperor Realm expert soul. Sure enough, it was terrifyingly powerful. It was completely different from the soul of the Emperor Realm expert he had seen in the tomb of the God of Sin. Why are the Emperor Realm expert souls in the divine tomb so weak? Why did these souls not enter the divine tomb? Countless questions arose in Jiang Chen's mind, but he still could not find the answer. At least, he did not have the ability to uncover the truth. What kind of world was the divine tomb? Why did his father not go through the divine tomb when he entered the divine world? A series of questions made him even more curious about the Emperor Realm expert's soul. However, even if it was only a remnant soul, the Emperor Realm expert's soul was still suffocating. Even if it did not have the strength of a hierarch realm expert, it was not far from it. How dare you come and disturb the cultivation place of my wolf clan? The Imperial Beast clan is really generous. Although the Emperor Realm expert's soul had lost its former glory, its terrifying soul energy was still extremely strong. Its appearance made Jiang Qin and Yu Tianfeng feel as if they were facing a great enemy. A white robe, cold eyes, looking down on all living beings. This was the Emperor Realm expert's soul. Senior, is not as good as Samsara. Respect, respect. Yu Tianfeng gritted his teeth as his face turned pale. He kept retreating. Oh. You know about Samsara. Ha ha ha. What a joke. I have the heart of frost. It's not difficult for me to escape from Samsara. There are immemorial experts who can be reborn from a dead end. How can I, Luo Jing, not have the hope of being reborn from a 30,000-li dragon vein? My wolf clan will not fall just like that. Luo Jing looked at the heavens with disdain. His eyes were as sharp as swords. His aura was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although he was just a soul, his aura was enough to make countless people worship him. Ancestor, Luo Binsi said excitedly with a solemn expression. Luo Jing looked at him and nodded silently. After all, he was the only descendant of the Wolf clan. I did not know that the Wolf clan's great emperor is here. I have offended you, please forgive me. Yu Tianfeng said in a low voice. Now that the Ice Wolf great emperor was here, although he was only a soul, no one could compare to him. The soul of a great emperor was the strongest existence, at least in this underground dragon vein. Do you think that you can leave peacefully with just one sentence? Luo Jing Lengleng said. His aura shrouded Yu Tianfeng. Yu Tianfeng's expression changed. Jiang Chen did not expect that there would be an Emperor Realm soul here. It was shocking. However, the wolf race's great monarch's gaze was focused on him. Without a doubt, it was the myriad chi that attracted his attention. The body of the myriad chi is really surprising. The heart of frost can finally be used. With the help of the myriad chi to reforge my body, this is really exciting. Chapter 2732. Jiang Chen's eyes were as cold as ice. No wonder he was from the wolf clan of the Ice Emperor. Just like Luo Binsi, he wanted to refine me. However, the Emperor Realm's soul was much more terrifying this time. It was not the Emperor Realm's soul in the Divine Tomb. The Emperor Realm's soul in the Divine Tomb seemed to have been weakened and the aura of the Emperor Realm was no longer there. The Imperial Beast clan will die for sure. Therefore, you can only stay here and be my slave for the rest of my clan. Luo Jing looked at Yu Tianfeng and said as if he did not put Yu Tianfeng in his eyes. Even if I die, I will not surrender. How can the Imperial Beast clan be slaves for eternity under such a lowly and inferior clan like you? Humph. So what if it's the soul of an Emperor Realm expert? My Imperial Beast clan specializes in suppressing the demonic beast clan. Yu Tianfeng said solemnly because he didn't know whether he could survive or not. No one knew how terrifying the soul of an Emperor Realm expert was. However, the dreadfulness of an Emperor Realm expert was the supreme existence of the heavens and earth. One could roughly understand how powerful an Emperor Realm expert was by looking at it from a single glance. Luo Jing's strength, confidence and overbearingness made Yu Tianfeng feel uneasy. This was the dignity of an expert. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Hee. In the past, even the ancestors of your Imperial Beast clan did not dare to be so arrogant in front of me. The new generation excels the old. Each wave is stronger than the previous one. However, it's a pity that you have met me. Luo Jing said faintly. If Yu Tianfeng was not a member of the Imperial Beast clan, he would not even bother to talk to him. Wait till I regain my position as an emperor and come back to life. I will definitely destroy the Imperial Beast clan. Luo Jing's words made Yu Tianfeng's body tremble and his facial expression changed. The Emperor realm was an unreachable existence, at least for now. The most powerful expert in the Imperial Beast clan was only at the Hierarch realm. If it was someone else who said this, Yu Tianfeng might laugh it off or even snort in disdain. However, the person in front of him was once a king. The ancient dragon sacrificial altar gathered the dragon chi of the earth veins and the heart of frost to form an emperor every 10,000 years. Yu Tianfeng glanced at Jiang Chen eagerly. That guy's fate might be the one that could put him at the bottom. However, Yu Tianfeng had no choice but to be a warrior who would die in battle. Diamond Imperial Beast Bracelet, activate. Yu Tianfeng took the lead and attacked Luo Jing's soul. You really have the courage to attack me, hee. Luo Jing smiled indifferently. He threw out a palm and it collided with the adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet. They were in a stalemate. Yu Tianfeng had used all his strength but Luo Jing was still smiling calmly. He was not worried at all. I still can't defeat him. Jiang Chen sighed. He had already guessed the result. No matter how powerful Yu Tianfeng was, he was only a late divine king. No matter how powerful he was, it was useless in front of a real king. Get lost. Luo Jing said indifferently. He pushed the bracelet with great force and Yu Tianfeng was sent flying. Even the adamantine Imperial Beast Bracelet was sent flying and it fell on Yu Tianfeng's body. Puff, Yu Tianfeng spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He was extremely sad. He had never expected that he would be defeated here. As the most outstanding genius of the Imperial Beast clan and the vanguard of the Liao Bei region, he was defeated by the ancestor of the Wolf clan. Although Yu Tianfeng was unwilling to accept it, he could not change the outcome. However, Yu Tianfeng was unwilling to accept it. This was his only chance. If he could not defeat Luo Jing, his fate would end here. I don't believe that I will fight you to the death. Yu Tianfeng shouted with all his might. Imperial Beast Heavenly Voice. Yu Tianfeng stared at Luo Jing without blinking. The heavenly beast roar was deafening and the sound waves spread over 1,000 miles. No demonic beast could escape from him. The dreadful sound wave made Jiang Chen frown. He protected Yu Huagan and retreated continuously. Although Jiang Chen was in the human dragon form, he was not afraid of the Imperial Beast Heavenly Sound Suppression. However, the sound wave attack alone was enough to kill Yu Huagan in a split second. Edited by Lifer and Fingerfox. Such a powerful sound wave attack. Even an ordinary half-step hierarch might not be able to withstand it. Yu Huagan's face fell and he gasped. Jiang Chen had protected him more than once. Yu Huagan admired and was grateful to Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen, he would not be able to make it to where he was today. He would not even know that the 9 generations of Yu clan was the guardian clan of the legendary Emperor Snow Emperor. Yu Huagan was shocked by what he saw. Needless to say, Yu Tianfeng was very powerful. As a prodigy of the Imperial Beast clan, his strength was undeniable. Even Luo Binxi's face turned pale. He covered his ears, trying to resist the Imperial Beast sound with difficulty. The Imperial Beast sound's effect on demonic beasts was not just a little bit stronger. You are just a fool. Luo Jing shouted angrily. The Imperial Beast heavenly voice could oppress Luo Jing, especially when he was in his soul form. However, even though Luo Jing was only a soul form, he was still very powerful. He was an Emperor realm expert who could move mountains and fill up seas. He was invincible. Even though his wings were broken, he was still a dragon among humans and a king among beasts. How dare you compete with the brilliance of the moon? Even though you have 72 transformations, you will not be able to escape death under my ancestors' divine power. Luo Binxi sneered and said. His lips were twisted. However, Luo Jing's attack was like a mountain. In an instant, he suppressed Yu Tianfeng. The power of his palm was invincible. Yu Tianfeng's Imperial Beast heavenly voice collapsed instantly and Luo Binxi was on the verge of death. Yu Tianfeng was defeated in the end. There was no suspense in the battle. Yu Tianfeng looked up to the sky and sighed. It was a pity that all his efforts were in vain under the pressure of the Emperor Realm's soul. In the future, I will kill everyone in the Imperial Beast clan. Luo Jing waved his hand and Yu Tianfeng's soul was crushed. Yu Tianfeng's eyes were empty and he fell down slowly. Ancestors' divine might is unrivaled, unstoppable. Luo Binxi said loudly. He was in awe of Luo Jing. However, it was a pity that he could not get the myriad chi body. Otherwise, he would be able to reach the Emperor realm in the future. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Don't worry. I will give you a strand of the myriad chi. The future of the Wolf clan depends on your luck. You are the only descendant of the Wolf clan after all. In the past, your father and I sacrificed our life and death energy to set up the ancient dragon sacrificial altar to save your life. From that moment onwards, you have shouldered the glorious mission of the Wolf clan. The glory of the royal family cannot be violated. Luo Jing said faintly. Yes, ancestor. Chapter 2733. Young man, you should be honored to be refined by me. Oh. Really? How could he kill someone so righteously? Even when he did something unreasonable, he still felt that he was an existence that couldn't be offended. How could an Emperor realm expert be so shameless? What a joke. Hee hee. Jiang Qin shook his head and looked at Luo Jing without any respect. To him, so what if Luo Jing was an Emperor realm expert? He was just a remnant soul. What right did he have to show off in front of him? Could it be that Luo Jing wanted to eat him and Luo Jing had to wash his neck and wait for his death? An Emperor realm expert was worthy of respect. However, Luo Jing was just a spirit. His golden body had been destroyed but his spirit was still alive. He did not want to enter the divine tomb because he had his own means. However, in Jiang Chen's point of view, this was not a reason for him to surrender. Since Luo Jing wanted to refine Jiang Chen, he would become Jiang Chen's enemy. You overestimate yourself. There are so many people who want to be refined by our ancestors. However, none of them are qualified to be refined by us. Who do you think you are? I can destroy you at any time. Luo Binxi looked at Jiang Chen in disdain. Jiang Chen was supposed to be mine. However, Yu Tianfeng came out of nowhere and messed up all his plans. Ha! You are flattering me. Why don't you ask our ancestors if they want to refine you first? You are also a divine origin essence. You might not be weaker than me. Jiang Chen snorted. He did not even bother to look at him. This kind of trash was not qualified to fight with him. There's no point in talking too much. Ancestor, let's kill him now. It's not worth pitying a guy like him. Luo Binsi said fiercely. Luo Jing did not speak but looked at Jiang Qin. Lang Lang said, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid of you?" Jiang Qin asked. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Luo Jing was a little surprised. This guy was really daring. Yu Tianfeng was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Yu Huagan was so scared that he did not dare to make a sound. However, Luo Jing stared at Luo Jing and did not give in. "Why did I die? Don't you think it's too early to say that before you refine me?" Jiang Chen said confidently. "I really don't know what made you so confident in front of the soul of an Emperor realm expert. There are many people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but you're the dumbest one I've ever seen." Luo Jing smiled. He put away his previous coldness and anger. Such a person was indeed interesting. At least to him, he was not afraid of such a person. In fact, it was rare to see such a person. If he was in the Emperor realm, Luo Jing would be as respectful as a deity. "You said it yourself, it's just the soul of an Emperor realm expert. It's not like I haven't defeated the soul of an Emperor realm expert before," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes were burning and he was not afraid at all. Luo Jing's pupils contracted and he said in a deep voice, "You said you defeated the soul of a great emperor. What is there to be surprised about? Is the soul of an Emperor realm expert really that dangerous?" Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said casually. On one hand, it was to relieve his stress. On the other hand, it was a feint so that Luo Binsi would not be so unscrupulous. Then, he would have a chance. Bullshit. Do you think that an Emperor realm expert is a carrot that can be found everywhere? Luo Binsi said angrily. Luo Jing looked at him and the latter smiled embarrassedly. He then stepped back and did not dare to say another word. Yu Huagan was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. Even the soul of an Emperor realm expert was defeated by Jiang Chen. Yu Huagan found it hard to believe. However, Jiang Chen had created too many legends, too many unimaginable things, it was hard to believe. 10 million divine souls have entered the tomb of the god of sin. Why didn't you enter the tomb of the god of sin? After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Luo Jing's expression changed and he squinted his eyes. He could not believe how Jiang Chen knew all these. There was a reason why he did not enter the divine tomb. The dragon vein and the heart of frost had helped him to survive and not enter the divine tomb. You came from the immortal world. What did you see in the divine tomb? Luo Jing was nervous. Since ancient times, people would enter the tomb of the god of sin after they died. There were countless souls in the tomb of the god of sin for millions of years. They would enter the tomb of the god of sin and be reincarnated. This was human nature. No one knew how terrifying the tomb of the god of sin was. However, Luo Jing had wandered into the tomb of the god of sin and escaped from the control of the tomb of the god of sin with the heart of frost. If one did not want to enter the divine tomb, he would have to be extremely powerful or be in a strange space to avoid the suction force of the divine tomb. However, even an Emperor realm expert had to enter the divine tomb. It was a rule that had never changed. It could be said that it was the only rule in the world. Some people who came from the immortal world could enter the divine tomb. However, people from the divine world could not enter the divine tomb. Even an Emperor realm expert could not see through everything in the world. An Emperor realm's soul was broken by me. If you don't believe me, come at me. I, Jiang Chen, will fight you to the end. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice with a cold expression. However, he knew that this battle was going to be difficult. The Emperor realm's soul in the divine tomb was incomparable to the current Emperor realm's soul. Since you are not willing to tell me, I will make you kneel in front of me. Luo Jing looked at Jiang Chen with murderous intention. Most importantly, this guy knew about the divine tomb and he seemed to have defeated the Emperor Realm's soul in the divine tomb. Luo Jing did not dare to belittle him. However, Luo Jing still wanted to let Jiang Qin know who the real king was. Brat, just wait for your death. How can an ordinary person like you fight against the might of our ancestor? Luo Binci was ready to laugh at Jiang Qin. This guy really thought that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He dared to fight against his ancestor. He would not even know how he would die later. Mister, please be careful. Yu Huagan warned in a low voice. He wasn't afraid of death, but Jiang Qin didn't deserve to die. If it wasn't for his Yu family, Jiang Qin wouldn't have fallen into this predicament. Yu Huagan only felt guilty towards Jiang Qin now. Today's fight will not end until one of us dies. Jiang Qin and Luo Jing looked into each other's eyes and immediately casted the ancient soaring dragon technique. The soul of an Emperor Realm expert was incomparable. Jiang Qin was confident that he could kill Luo Binci. However, he had no idea how powerful the opponent was when facing an Emperor Realm expert. The ancient soaring dragon technique and the heavenly dragon sword had multiplied Jiang Qin's strength. When he swung his sword, thunderbolts swept across all directions. Even Luo Binci's face fell. He could not stop Jiang Qin's sword. This guy seemed to be the weakest, but he was terrifying. Not bad. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Chapter 2734. Luo Jing retreated as he fought. However, it was not because he was forced to retreat. He was calculating Jiang Qin's means. Compared to Luo Jing, Jiang Qin was obviously inferior in terms of experience and means. After all, he was once an Emperor Realm expert. How could he be ordinary? Being able to become an Emperor Realm expert was enough to prove how powerful he was. Jiang Qin knew that if his heavenly dragon sword did not awaken its sword soul, it would not be able to cause any harm to Luo Jing. Both of them retreated and advanced. Both of them were fighting fiercely and neither of them was willing to relax. How many years has it been since I last fought to my heart's content? Luo Jing's eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Qin had aroused his fighting spirit. Every time he attacked, Luo Jing was calm and composed. He was suppressing Jiang Qin more and more. Jiang Qin was also cautious. This Emperor Realm expert was not the same Emperor Realm expert who was suppressed in the Divine Tomb. Fighting Soul Storm, I want to be the best. Luo Jing covered the sky with his hand and the storm swept across. Sand and stones were flying everywhere. What was more terrifying was his fighting soul storm. It was a storm that swept across the soul. Although Jiang Qin's soul power had already surpassed the hierarch realm, he still could not resist Luo Jing's terrifying means. The fighting soul storm flashed across his mind. Jiang Qin's soul felt like it was tightly shackled. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. So powerful. Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes and shouted angrily. He retreated. The soul shackle had made him lose the ability to attack. He was completely on the defensive. Although his soul power was strong, it was useless in front of an Emperor Realm expert. That was Jiang Qin's failure. His soul power was suppressed by Luo Jing and he could not use it. He had to be careful with every step he took. Great Yu Soul Forming Light, suppress. Jiang Qin took out the Great Yu Soul Forming Light. Thousands of souls were roaring crazily and it made Luo Jing tremble slightly. A terrifying soul power swept out from the Great Yu Soul Forming Light. Jiang Qin did not expect that the Great Yu Soul Forming Light would force Luo Jing to retreat. Jiang Qin had regained his freedom. Great Soul Derivation Skill. Jiang Qin took the initiative to attack again. The Great Soul Derivation technique covered the sky and the earth. Luo Jing took his time and attacked Jiang Qin fiercely. Most importantly, their souls seemed to be entangled with each other. The great soul derivation technique could not refine Luo Jing's soul, and Jiang Qin was severely injured instead. The great Yu soul-forming light in his hand was also oppressing Luo Jing with its imposing manner. Luo Jing and Jiang Qin were evenly matched in this short period of time. My soul power is still too weak compared to an Emperor Realm expert. Jiang Qin shook his head slightly. He gritted his teeth and kept retreating. He was at a disadvantage now. Although he managed to suppress Luo Jing, his soul power was not comparable to Luo Jing's. Although Jiang Qin was arrogant, he was not ignorant. The soul power of an Emperor Realm expert was terrifying. Divine Golden Bell, God's sealing prohibition. Jiang Qin had no other choice but to suppress Luo Jing with the help of the great Yu soul-forming light. However, the Divine Golden Bell was too weak. In other words, if the Divine Golden Bell was cast by the real Eastern Emperor Bell, it could even suppress an Emperor Realm expert to death, let alone an Emperor Realm soul. Unfortunately, the broken Eastern Emperor Bell could not suppress Luo Jing even after Jiang Qin had cast the Divine Golden Bell. Luo Jing was furious and his soul power covered the sky. Jiang Qin felt extremely pressured. If the ancestral Dragon Emperor was here, he might be able to fight against Luo Jing. However, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Qin held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand and decided to fight with his life on the line. At this moment, he did not expect the great Yu soul-forming light to not disappoint him. The great Yu soul-forming light was filled with resentment and it managed to stop Luo Jing's attack. Jiang Qin and Luo Jing retreated. Luo Jing's face turned gloomy. Jiang Qin had such a strange divine tool. There's such a strange divine tool in this world. It can stop my Emperor Realm's soul attack. It's just a broken godly spiritual tool. Luo Jing said angrily. He was really angry now. It seems like the great Yu soul-forming light is not as simple as it looks. Jiang Qin was still in fear. He did not have high hopes for the great Yu soul-forming light. However, the great Yu soul-forming light managed to stop Luo Jing's attack. No matter how terrifying the soul storm was, it seemed to be easily resolved. If I can put this guy's soul into the great Yu soul-forming light, I'm afraid the great Yu soul-forming light will change. Jiang Qin could not help but fantasize. However, the Emperor Realm's soul was too powerful. Jiang Qin was prepared to run away any time. If he could not defeat the great Yu soul-forming light, he would definitely not stay here and wait for his death. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was broken, it could help him teleport. It was like he had another life. At the crucial moment, Jiang Qin could escape. Of course, this was his last resort. Jiang Qin did not dare to use it casually. He only had one chance and he would not use it unless he had no other choice. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. After I refine you, the myriad qi will help me to be reborn. Luo Jing stared at Jiang Qin covetously. His heart was burning with passion. Jiang Qin was like a cooked duck to him. He could not wait to eat Jiang Qin. Heart of Frost, Dark Ice Sword. Luo Jing clenched both of his hands and a water blue crystal appeared in his hands. The moment the Heart of Frost appeared, the whole underground square became like an ice cave and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Both Yu Huagan and Luo Binxi's faces turned pale without a trace of blood on them. Jiang Qin kept retreating. He squinted his eyes and stared at the Heart of Frost. The square was filled with extreme coldness. Jiang Qin felt that his blood was going to freeze. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation. Jiang Qin protected Yu Huagan in the formation. Unfortunately, Yu Huagan was still in great difficulty. He was shivering in the cold and the divine origin energy in his body was completely frozen. He was no different from an ordinary person. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn. If it wasn't for the 5 elemental true fire, he would have been completely frozen. Even so, the five-elemental true fire was still being suppressed by the heart of frost. The heat of the flame was gradually evaporating, but the fear of extreme coldness still shrouded Jiang Chen's heart. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the thickness of the layer of ice had already risen to more than a meter. Furthermore, this was not ordinary ice, but the profound ice released by the frost heart. The degree of coldness was so cold that even the five-elemental true fire would find it difficult to resist. What a great heart of frost! Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. The dark ice sword was getting bigger and bigger in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. The power of extreme coldness was spreading and it reduced Jiang Chen's strength. The power of frost swept across the sky. Jiang Chen was blocked by Luo Jing. Chapter 2735. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. The Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was formed and Jiang Chen resisted the mysterious ice sword. With the protection of the divine golden bell, the mysterious ice sword was gradually neutralized. However, Jiang Chen was completely frozen. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt that the world was collapsing. He knew that Luo Jing was going to kill him. Jiang Chen was frozen by the mysterious ice sword. Although the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor and the Divine Golden Bell were protecting him, the extremely cold power of the ice frost still managed to penetrate through Jiang Chen's protection. In Jiang Chen's body, a blazing flame suddenly burst out. The five-elemental true fire was like an erupting volcano and it broke through the ice frost. At that moment, he was ready to leave. If he continued like this, he would definitely be frozen into a popsicle. Jiang Chen did not know how powerful Luo Jing was. However, the heart of frost made him feel helpless. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. No one can escape from me, Luo Jing said proudly. Looking at Jiang Chen's predicament, he became more confident. His life and death could be decided in an instant. However, at that moment, the ice throne in his body started to tremble. Jiang Chen instinctively took out the ice throne. At that moment, Luo Jing was shocked. When he saw the ice throne in Jiang Chen's hand, his wrist trembled slightly. Ice throne. It's the ice throne. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really on my side. I didn't expect you to have the icy throne. It's true that there's nowhere to hide. When the icy throne and the heart of frost fuse into one, it becomes the cold river peak. One peak can fill the ocean, and the heart can freeze the Big Dipper. The cold river peak was the Snow Empress' most powerful trump card back then. Luo Jing said excitedly. It seemed like he had already regarded the ice throne as his possession. The Snow Emperor must be referring to the destructive ice god. This frost throne is actually one with the heart of frost. Jiang Chen took in a cold breath. The cold ice throne in his hand started to tremble at this moment. Jiang Chen knew that the ice throne was not an ordinary item. However, he did not know how to activate the ice throne. Kiddo Jiang Chen, you are really lucky to be able to come to the depths of the earth vein today. We are destined to be together. Ha ha ha. Tell me, what is your wish? I might be able to fulfill it for you. With the cold ice throne and the myriad chi body, I, Luo Jing, might be able to become a venerable emperor in the future. Jiang Chen did not expect Luo Jing to be so excited. However, the fusion of the cold ice throne and the heart of frost must be one of the most terrifying divine weapons in the world. Is the Snow Empress really that powerful? The destructive ice god must be him. Jiang Chen stared at Luo Jing. At this moment, Luo Jing did not rush towards Jiang Chen immediately. He was too happy and excited. He had been conquered by the heart of frost for thousands of years. He was able to survive the calamity of the divine tomb because of it. Now, when he wanted to be reborn, the myriad chi body came to him. He wanted to break through and fight against the divine world again. He was really lucky to have the ice throne. You know about the destructive ice god. it seems like you have a powerful background. However, the ice throne cannot save you. In the future, I will surpass the Snow Emperor. Luo Jing's eyes were shining brightly. It was as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. Jiang Qin was shocked. He did not know how powerful the destructive ice god was in the past. However, judging from Luo Jing's reaction, he knew that the destructive ice god was a famous person in the land of the 9 prefectures. He must be at the top of the pyramid. Is this the summoning of the Heart of Frost? Jiang Qin could not understand why the ice throne would appear out of nowhere. It should be because of the existence of the Heart of Frost. There must be a great attraction between the two. You have no idea how terrifying the ice throne is. Luo Jing sighed. However, at this moment, he was even more certain that he would become an unparalleled person like the Snow Emperor. Ice throne, merge with it. The Heart of Frost can't wait any longer. Luo Jing held the Heart of Frost with one hand and used his other hand to grab the ice throne in Jiang Qin's hand. Jiang Qin retreated continuously and wanted to protect the ice throne. However, he failed. The merging of the ice throne and the Heart of Frost was too terrifying. Jiang Qin could see that the two of them were like brothers. No matter how strong he was, he could not stop the ice throne. The ice throne and the Heart of Frost continued to merge with each other. Cold light shone. However, at the same time, it was more like they were helping each other. The ice throne and the Heart of Frost revolved around each other. As expected, they completely merged together. The diamond-shaped Heart of Frost was embedded in the ice throne. The cold light emitted from both of them was so dazzling that Jiang Qin had to close his eyes and dodge it. The cold river stone has finally succeeded. The ice throne and the Heart of Frost are the most terrifying weapons in the world. The cold river stone. Ha ha ha. Luo Jing's excitement was beyond words. At this moment, even the heavens and the earth seemed to be trembling in fear. The cold river stone in Luo Jing's hand became like a mountain. It was more than 10 feet long. He held the mountain in his hand and it seemed like he could pull it up. How can the word terrifying be used to describe the cold river stone? Jiang Qin murmured. The cold river stone was simply a weapon that could destroy the heavens and the earth. He finally knew that his heavenly dragon sword was not the most terrifying divine sword in the world. At least, the cold river stone was not any weaker than his heavenly dragon sword. Moreover, the extremely cold energy emitted from the cold river stone could even oppress one's state of mind and make it hard for one to breathe. This was a truly powerful weapon. Even a divine emperor might not be a match for me now. With the cold river stone in my hand, even if I am just a soul, I can still sweep across the world. Luo Jing said faintly. He regained his excitement and looked at Jiang Qin again. Jiang Qin did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like he had become the one who was giving warmth to Luo Jing. Even his ice throne was taken away by Luo Jing. Now, it's finally your turn. Cold river stone, cold mountain quake. Luo Jing casually threw the cold river stone in his hand towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression changed and he quickly entered the Zulong Tower. At that moment, Jiang Qin disappeared without a trace. However, the terrifying cold river stone had even suppressed the Zulong Tower. Chapter 2736. Kacha, Kacha, the Zulong Tower was shaking and making cracking sounds. However, the Zulong Tower could repair itself. Otherwise, the cold river stone would have crushed the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Jiang Qin felt that something was wrong in the myriad chi cauldron. The ice man jumped out of the myriad chi cauldron and broke through the Zulong Tower. The moment the ice man appeared, Luo Jing's face darkened and he fixed his eyes on the ice man. At this moment, Jiang Qin did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. The ice man opened his eyes. Jiang Qin had never seen him open his eyes before. Is he still alive? Jiang Qin was shocked. It was the same for Luo Jing. The unusual aura seemed to be emitted from his body. It's the aura of the barbarian land. Luo Jing subconsciously took a step back. When the man in the ice opened his eyes, Luo Jing's heart became extremely solemn. The ice man moved his palms slightly and the ice on his body disappeared. There was no water vapor or ice breaking. It was as if he suddenly appeared in the void and did not belong to this time and space. The man in the ice took a glance at Luo Jing and it seemed that he did not care about him at all. His gaze was as if he had traveled through the past and lived as long as the heavens and the earth. His gaze was as bright as the sun and the moon. It was not very powerful, but it was more powerful than countless mountains. Jiang Qin did not expect that the ice man was still alive, and he was so overbearing. He knew that in the eyes of the ice man, he was like a grain of sand in the ocean. He did not have any strength to fight back in front of the ice man. However, Jiang Qin knew that the ice man would not hurt him. If it was not for the ice man's help, he would have died and the divine tomb would have been his final destination. But who was this person in the ice? With such great power, could it be that he was the destructive ice god? However, Jiang Qin denied this thought. If it was the destructive ice god, it was impossible for Luo Jing not to know him. Who are you? Luo Jing took a deep breath, and in the end, he was unable to restrain himself and shouted in a low voice. He had also voiced out Jiang Qin's doubts. However, this guy had always been in his myriad chi cauldron. This was the first time he had opened his eyes, dispelled the frost, and appeared in front of Jiang Qin in a shapeless form between heaven and earth. The man in the ice looked lonely as he looked at his surroundings. He stared at the cold river stone in Luo Jing's hand and sighed. Feng Chen He, the cold river peak, does not enter the palace walls, but stands alone on the mountain. Bitterness, sorrow, helplessness. What era is this? The man in the ice said helplessly, his face was filled with sorrow and disappointment. You are deliberately mystifying. Who are you? Luo Jing shouted angrily. Now that he had the cold river stone in his hand, he could even fight against a divine emperor expert. Why would he be afraid of this man in ice? Even though he knew that the man in the ice was extraordinary, he was still determined to protect his dignity and glory. He could not allow anyone to trample on the soul of an emperor realm expert. Luo Jing did not expect the man in the ice to be so arrogant. Undeniably, he felt that the man in the ice was extraordinary. However, as an emperor realm expert, Luo Jing had never been treated like this before. Someone dared to ignore his existence. This was intolerable. The man in the ice frowned, but he did not look at Luo Jing. His eyes fell on the cold river stone. The feeling of being ignored was quite depressing, especially for Luo Jing, who was an emperor realm expert. Who could ignore him? Even the Snow Emperor in the past could not. I am going to kill you. Luo Jing snorted coldly. He held the cold river stone in his hand and took a step forward. The heaven and earth shook as he dashed towards the man in the ice. The man in the ice flicked his finger and Luo Jing's soul body started to distort and it even started to break apart. It is the power of the wilderness. Luo Jing's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, his spiritual soul started to break apart. He regretted that he should have run away from the earth vein. As for him, he had completely vanished from the world of mortals. Jiang Qin was shocked to see this. Even though he was used to such a scene and he was mentally prepared, he did not expect the ending to be so simple. The man in the ice flicked his finger and turned into ashes. The soul of an emperor realm expert turned into ashes at this moment. Everyone was dumbstruck. He was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end, so strong that they couldn't even muster the slightest will to resist. Jiang Qin did not expect this and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. The man in the ice was so powerful that it was ridiculous. Was this the power of an Emperor realm expert? Jiang Qin couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He couldn't believe that even an Emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to unleash such terrifying power with just a finger. According to Luo Jing, he was able to fight against a divine emperor with the cold river stone in his hand. However, could an Emperor realm expert really destroy a divine emperor with just a finger? Jiang Qin did not know the answer. However, he knew that he must become as powerful as the man in the ice. He must become an unparalleled expert even if he had to go through thousands of mountains and rivers. Jiang Qin's eyes were blazing as he looked at the man in the ice. The man in the ice looked back at Jiang Qin. When their eyes met, Jiang Qin felt like he was struck by lightning, because the power of the man in the ice had reached a certain realm. However, Jiang Qin wasn't weak either. Their eyes met for thousands of years, but in the end, the man in the ice gave Jiang Qin a meaningful glance and turned away quietly. Luo Binci was dumbfounded. He did not expect that his ancestor, whom he was so proud of, would be turned into ashes with just a finger. Isn't this too strange? However, it was a fact. He saw his ancestor being killed by the man in the ice with just a finger. Not even ashes were left behind. Luo Binci initially thought that the rise of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was inevitable. However, at this moment, all of his dreams had turned into a bubble. All of his pursuits had turned into an illusion. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan might really perish. The finger of the man in the ice seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens, leaving a huge shadow in Luo Binci's heart. He knew that his ancestor did not even have the slightest chance to retaliate in front of him. As for him, he was as weak as an ant. Yu Huagan finally saw what it meant to be a monarch, what it meant to be unparalleled and unparalleled. Chapter 2737. The man in the ice left quietly, but it left a great shock to Jiang Qin. What kind of existence was this man? Why was he trapped in the ice for so many years? In other words, he was willing to be trapped in the ice. At least, no one knew about it until now. Strong as the heavens, invincible. This was the attitude that a true expert should have. Jiang Qin's heart shivered, but he was still full of ambition. If it wasn't for this man in the ice, perhaps he would still be a frog in the well. At this moment, Jiang Qin had countless guesses in his mind. Perhaps, even an Emperor realm expert might not be able to stand at the peak of this world. The moment before him was like a fleeting cloud, like a dream, but Jiang Qin could feel that it was real. The cold river stone fell on the ancient dragon sacrificial altar. Currently, the ancient dragon sacrificial altar was already destroyed, but the cold river stone still attracted Jiang Qin's attention. The man in the ice did not take the cold river stone away, it seemed like he left it for Jiang Qin. At the same time, Luo Binci also looked at the cold river stone. At that moment, his eyes met with Jiang Qin's, revealing a greedy look. Although Luo Binci was shocked by the ice man's terrifying strength, he was not afraid of Jiang Qin. That was why he became even more excited after the ice man left. This cold river stone, I must have it. Luo Binci said. Even his ancestor loved this cold river stone, calling it the treasure of the Snow Emperor. One could see how terrifying it was. Just now, it suppressed Jiang Qin. The heart of frost fused with the ice throne, it was the most terrifying divine weapon in the world. Brat, you'd better not go against me. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial. Luo Binci looked at Jiang Qin with a gentle look. Both of them moved at the same time, but Jiang Qin's great void technique was more powerful, completely suppressing Luo Binci. Even though Luo Binci was prepared, he still could not snatch the cold river stone from Jiang Qin's hands. Your ancestor has already been annihilated. What right do you have to strut around? Jiang Qin said disdainfully. Luo Binci was still arrogant, his face was filled with anger. The cold river stone doesn't belong to you. It's the treasure of my Ice Emperor's wolf clan. Hand it over to me and you'll still have a chance to live. Otherwise, I will not let you leave this place. Reckless fellow. Jiang Chen's eyes were also incomparably cold. Even though he wasn't a match for an emperor expert soul, a mere orphan from the Ice Emperor's wolf clan was nothing in his eyes. Azure Wolf Strike. Luo Binxi's roar was like thunder as he used all of his strength to strike at Jiang Chen. Then, the cold river stone would be his. I have a sword that can slash the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Jiang Chen's arrogance soared to the heavens as the heavenly dragon sword's soul was unsheathed. Sword shadows overlapped one another, unstoppable. Luo Binxi's pupils shrunk as his expression changed drastically. Before the Azure Wolf Strike could be unleashed, Jiang Chen had already slashed it down. At this moment, Luo Binxi finally realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was. To be able to challenge his ancestor, this fellow was truly extraordinary. However, when he realized this, his aura had already faded away. No. I cannot die. I am the only descendant of the Ice Emperor's wolf clan, Luo Binxi murmured as he slowly fell to the ground, turning into a palm-sized crystal. Jiang Chen's lips curved upwards. The Ice Emperor's wolf clan, from this moment onwards, vanished from this world. The crystal the size of a palm appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. This should be the divine origin essence. I've seen it in the ancient books of my family. It appeared once in the Lone Dragon County, which caused more than 10 divine Emperor realm experts to fight to their death. There were many casualties and it was recorded in history. One could imagine how terrifying the divine origin essence was. In the past, there was an Emperor realm expert who refined an entire dragon vein and only obtained half an inch of divine origin essence. This thing was rare even for an Emperor realm expert. To think that this fella from the Ice Emperor's wolf clan actually devoured the entire supreme grade divine origin stone of the dragon vein. This divine origin essence should be around 4 inches in size. Yu Huagan took a deep breath as his expression became solemn. He had no regrets in his life as he was able to see the divine origin essence. However, he did not covet it at all. Although the dragon vein belonged to the 3 great clans, the clan lords of the 2 great clans had turned into dust. The dragon vein would definitely belong to the Yu clan in the future. Even though there were no more supreme grade divine origin stones, those divine origin stone veins were still an astronomical figure. Moreover, Jiang Chen had saved him several times. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Yu Huagan would have died many times. How could he not know? Yu Huagan had always been a grateful person. Jiang Chen risked his life to explore the Yu clan's secret. Now that he had a narrow escape, the divine origin essence should belong to Jiang Chen. Not bad. This is a rare item. It's enough for me to cultivate to the hierarch realm. Jiang Chen smiled as he was extremely happy. The divine origin essence and the cold river stone were both good items. They were treasures that could shake the world. However, the Ice Emperor's departure had made Jiang Chen worried. Who was that person? The cold river stone is indeed a good item. With the cold river stone in my hand, even a hierarch realm expert would not be able to suppress me. Jiang Chen thought in his mind. However, when he tried to activate the cold river stone, he found that it didn't move at all. This is awkward. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. This cold river stone seems to have appeared before in my inherited memory. It's too powerful. With your current strength, you can't activate it. I guess we can only talk about it in the future. Maybe you can only use it after reaching the hierarch realm. The fire Qilin's voice appeared in Jiang Chen's mind with a hint of mockery. You fella, you can just say that I'm not strong enough. Motherfucker. Jiang Chen was fuming with anger. He had a treasure in his hand but he could not control it. That kind of feeling was extremely depressing. However, Jiang Chen was relieved in the end. The cold river stone was a god emperor's treasure in the past. It was reasonable that he could not use it. To activate the cold river stone, it was not something an ordinary person could do. However, the divine primordial essence was beneficial to Jiang Qin. He would be able to reach the hierarch realm with flying speed. I should go too. Jiang Qin must rush back to the Linhe boundary to save his father. After that, he must go to the Qilian boundary as someone was waiting for him there. Jiang Qin slashed down with his sword, creating a path for himself. The heavenly dragon sword roared and broke the stars. Jiang Qin brought Yu Huagan out of the underground dragon vein. Mister, are you really in a hurry to leave? My Yu clan has yet to thank you. Yu Huagan wanted to ask Jiang Qin to stay, but Jiang Qin had already made up his mind to leave. No need. Tell Yu Jingxian that I don't blame her. Jiang Qin said with a smile and shook his head. He looked at the mine on the ridge and sighed, then he stepped into the sky and left. Ha! Yu Huagan looked up, but at that moment, Jiang Qin had already disappeared into the clouds. Chapter 2738. Yu Huagan was about to return to the Yu clan because it was his time to rise. Now that the patriarchs of the two great clans were dead, he could seize this opportunity to unify the entire Liaobei region. But at that moment, he saw the harpies digging at the entrance of the mine. It's Jingfan and the others. Yu Huagan steadied himself and quickly walked towards them. At this moment, Yu Jingfan and the others also noticed their father. Father. You're out. Yu Jingfan said in disbelief. Father. Yu Jingxian jumped into her father's embrace. The word father was as heavy as a mountain. He was her protector for her whole life. After her mother passed away, her father became the only support for her siblings. Yu Jingxian could not imagine what she would do if her father passed away. Most importantly, her father had gone through a life and death situation. Life was impermanence. She did not want to bear this kind of pressure anymore. Father. Bai Yuma's eyes turned red. Yu Huagan's heart was filled with warmth as he hugged his two daughters. He did not know how long it had been since he hugged them like this. This warmth could not be replaced by anything. Oh, right. Father, where's Mr.? Bai Yuma asked hastily. Jiang Qin was nowhere to be found and the two masters were nowhere to be found. Could it be that they were trapped in the mine? Bai Yuma's heart tightened as she thought about it. Dongpe Tianqi and Feng Luojiang are dead. Yu Huagan said solemnly. What about Mr.? Where is he now? Bai Yuma said worriedly. At this moment, Yu Huagan couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that his two infatuated daughters were feeling sad for Mr. Jiang Qin. However, Mr. Jiang Qin was like a high and mighty god that they could only dream of. If it was before, Yu Huagan would not have believed it. Jiang Qin was at most a half-step divine king and had the ability to save people. However, the battle under the earth vein had made him understand what it meant to be a frog in a well. Jiang Qin's strength was something that not even his great clan dared to compete with. Mr. is not injured and has left safely. Yu Huagan said solemnly. Sir, are you going to leave without a word? Bai Yuma murmured. She looked a little disappointed. The flame in her heart seemed to be extinguished at this moment. Sir, are you going to leave just like that? Bai Yuma was unwilling to accept it. Did he not expect anything in return after doing so much for her? Bai Yuma wanted to ask Master, but she knew that it would only make her more painful and sad. Since she had decided to leave, she should not forget about her future. Bai Yuma knew that it was impossible for her to be with Master. He wanted me to talk to you, Xiao Xian. He said he doesn't blame you. Yu Huagan whispered. Yu Jingxian was startled and Bai Yuma frowned as well. What's his name? Yu Jingxian looked at her father in surprise and asked subconsciously. She had 10,000 explanations in her mind, but she didn't dare to believe the most ridiculous one. His name is Jiang Qin. Boom! Yu Jingxian's face turned pale and her body was trembling. Her lips were trembling and it was heart-wrenching. She had never thought, never dared to think, that the familiar person was actually Jiang Qin. From the moment she saw him, she felt a familiar aura from him, but she didn't dare to guess too much. But at this moment, the name her father told her, that omnipotent and successful Mister was actually him. Everything seemed to be too dramatic. Yu Jingxian was still in a state of confusion and didn't know what to do. However, who could understand the pain in her heart at this moment? Yu Jingxian felt like she was in a dream. No one could understand the heart-wrenching pain. When she woke up, her tears were still wet and she was leaning against the railing. Her tears fell like rain. She had already forgotten herself and knelt on the ground. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Only Yu Jingfan looked at Yu Jingxian silently. However, even he did not know the reason behind it. Yu Jingxian clutched her chest tightly, especially when Jiang Qin said, "I don't blame you." It pierced deep into her heart. No one could imagine how much she had suffered during this period of time, how much she blamed herself and how much her heart was torn apart. Who was she going to tell? Yu Jingxian did not expect that Jiang Qin was still alive. She was overjoyed. She did not expect that Jiang Qin would appear in the Yu family and help the Yu family overcome the crisis. He even saved her father. She pushed him into the abyss for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Who was she? Yu Jingxian sneered. She laughed at herself for being too naive and not knowing how to cherish this feeling. The moment Jiang Qin entered the Yu family, he had already forgotten about the enmity between the two of them. Especially when they were in the bamboo courtyard, the conversation between them was still vivid in his mind. Yu Jingxian could not forget Jiang Chen's words and his proud figure. He descended like a god to save her father and the Yu family. However, he left quietly. It had nothing to do with romance, but his sincerity. However, even if Jiang Qin did not blame her, could she really let it go? At least, no one could be so relieved. She was a human, not a god. She could not change anything, nor could she forget everything. It was like a brand in her heart that could not be erased. Was it love, hatred, parting, or sadness? Yu Jingxian could not tell. However, she would never be able to repay Jiang Chen's kindness. Even if she died 9 times, she would never be able to repay him. Jiang Qin, how can I, Yu Jingxian, be a human in this life? I wanted to die to repay your kindness and follow you. However, you miraculously came back alive and came like a god. I was caught unprepared and lost my love for you. Jiang Qin, I hate you, I hate you. Yu Jingxian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her eyes became blurry. That heart-tearing, lung-splitting roar caused everyone to sigh in shock and regret. Bai Yumao looked at her sister in front of her. Although she was sad, she felt more sympathy and pity for her sister. She could feel Yu Jingxian's pain of wanting to love but not being able to. She wanted to hate but not being able to. She wanted to die but not being able to. Yu Jingxian turned and left. Yu Jingfan and Bai Yumao wanted to chase after her but they were stopped by Yu Huagan. He murmured, "Without love, how can there be hatred? Since ancient times, love has only resulted in hatred. This hatred will never end." A teardrop pierced through the night sky and disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a temporary beauty. The night was dark. Yu Jingxian could not find the feeling of love. She could not find a shoulder to lean on. She was alone, drowning in pain. The broken fate had completely shattered her feelings. The feeling of letting go, the lowly. When she gradually woke up, right and wrong were reversed. The sad tears, the bitter taste, the feelings that she had struggled with for countless days and nights collapsed in a blink of an eye. Looking at the teardrop falling from the sky, covering the radiance of the moonlight. Looking at the stars quietly withering, blooming dazzlingly but briefly, disappearing into the vast sea of stars. At that moment, Yu Jingxian's heart was in pain. She endured the reproach of love. Chapter 2739. Jiang Chen looked back at the divine continent. He could not help but sigh at how many things had happened in the past. The matter of the Yu clan had come to an end. Some people were destined to be buried in his memories. It was not that Jiang Chen was heartless, but some things should be kept in his heart. On his shoulders, there was a more important responsibility and mission, and his stubborn heart as an expert. Jiang Chen was worried about his father. He rushed back to the Linhe boundary and went straight to the profound Feng sect. What a protective formation. I never thought that a puny sect without even a single god king would be able to cast down such a terrifying formation. It really is enviable. Humph, Jian Chen sneered. An old man with white hair and beard said faintly. His face was filled with wrinkles, but his aura was incomparably domineering, striking fear into the hearts of others. He was Dan Yingqing of the Divine Pills sect. His cultivation base was profound, and he had not appeared in the world for 3,000 years. He was currently in seclusion. However, his sect was destroyed, and even an expert like him could not sit still. It's surprising that the three of us couldn't break the sect guarding formation. Another skinny old man smiled and shook his head. He was Li Shiyan of the Ghost Eye sect. Just like Dan Yingqing, he was also a peerless expert who had not come out for thousands of years. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who had swept across the Linhe boundary and killed the three great sects, the people of the Linhe boundary, they might have stayed in seclusion until their deaths. Both of you, if I, Xianyuan Wuqiong, don't kill that bastard, I'm not a man. The red-faced elder shouted in a deep voice. The Clear Stream sect has suffered a great loss this time. The foundation of the sect has been destroyed. Old man Xianyuan, we have to work together against the enemy. Li Shiyan said with a smile. His eyes were filled with resentment. Jiang Chen had destroyed the foundation of the three sects and killed dozens of Divine King realm experts. He was looking down on the entire Linhe boundary. Even the Reverend's clone of the 9 boundaries could not mediate the situation. It seemed like Jiang Chen was a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He was going to make the entire Linhe boundary his enemy. Humph. I will make the Clear Stream sect pay with their blood. There's no need for the profound Feng sect to exist anymore. Xianyuan Wuqiong waved his hand. The entire profound Feng sect was in danger. The wind was howling and everyone was in danger. Although Jiang Chen had set up the sect-protecting grand formation, some of them still couldn't believe that Jiang Chen would be able to stop all the experts that came from all directions. At least, these 3 experts had yet to break the formation, but their chi was too terrifying, countless times more terrifying than Jiang Chen. Their sect master looked extremely tiny in front of these 3 experts. Seniors, how did my Clear Stream sect offend the 3 of you? Xian Qingming said with a solemn expression. Although he had reached the late heavenly god realm, he was nothing in front of the 3 half-step hierarch realm experts. He did not even have the right to speak. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen who caused the entire Linhe boundary to fall into a murderous atmosphere, Xian Qingming would never have the chance to talk to them. Strength was always the rule of the divine world. Those with strength would naturally have the right to speak. The 3 of them could shake the entire Linhe boundary. At this moment, Xian Qingming felt like he was facing a great enemy. Although Jiang Chen had said that the sect-protecting formation could withstand the attack of a hierarch realm expert, he was still anxious when the 3 hierarchs appeared in the profound Feng sect. Not only that, the entire sect was in a state of panic. A half-step hierarch was still a hierarch realm expert. A true hierarch realm expert was not allowed to be invaded. Don't tell me that these 3 experts are going to forcefully break through my sect's mountain gate. What should we do now? We're on the verge of death. Senior brother Jiang Qin has brought us great hope. However, fear and shock are still following us. Sigh. I wonder when senior brother Jiang Qin will come back. These 3 fellas seem to be determined to fight to the death. Can this sect protecting formation really protect us? I'm not sure. However, I'm afraid that even the sect lord doesn't know what to do now. Everyone's heart tightened as they looked at the 3 insurmountable mountains. The 100,000 disciples of the profound Feng sect looked solemn, filled with anticipation and fear. Jiang Chen was able to rise up in the Linhe boundary. However, they were not Jiang Qin. That legend was a miracle that belonged to one person. I am the supreme elder of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Wuqiong. Speak, where is Jiang Qin? Xianyuan Wuqiong looked at Xian Qingming coldly. Leng Leng said as if he did not put anything in his eyes. The entire profound Feng sect was in an uproar. The supreme elder of the Clear Stream sect was here to take revenge. Jiang Chen had annihilated the entire Clear Stream sect. Who would be able to remain calm after witnessing such a thing? Xian Qingming took a deep breath and said in a serious tone. I'm really sorry. Seniors, Jiang Chen is not in our sect. Not here. Hee. So be it. No matter where he is, even if he's at the ends of the earth, I'll tear him into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. Xianyuan Wuqiong said domineeringly. His aura was like a ferocious tiger, causing Xian Qingming to feel suffocated. Although they had yet to break through the sect's protective formation, the pressure of a half-step hierarch realm expert was real. Even Xian Qingming could not help but take 2 steps back. However, I heard that Jiang Chen's father is here. Hand over his father and I might spare your life. The supreme elder of the Ghost Eye sect, Li Zhiyin, said with a smile, but it was filled with a strange and sinister aura. Jiang Chen's father is not in our profound Feng sect. Seniors, please move to another place and look for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Xian Qingming said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Then open the sect's protective formation. I'll go to the profound Feng sect and take a look. Xianyuan Wuqiong said. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through Xian Qingming's body. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Xian Qingming said. Hee. Looks like even if Jiang Qin isn't in the profound Feng sect, his father must be here. Jiang Qin smiled and said. Dan Yingqing sneered. Although our profound Feng sect is not as big as your sect, we are still a sect. How can we allow outsiders to desecrate us? Where would the dignity of profound Feng sect be? If seniors really want to make things difficult for our profound Feng sect, I swear that I'll accompany you till the end. Xian Qingming said coldly. He was not courteous even when facing the 3 reverends. At this moment, he did not know if Jiang Chen's protective formation was effective. However, he must do it. Jiang Chen had left his father in the profound Feng sect. It was the greatest trust Xian Qingming had for him. If anything happened to Jiang Qin, how could Xian Qingming explain it to Jiang Qin? Chapter 2740. Good. You've got guts. Profound Feng sect has really opened my eyes. Let's see what you've got to be so arrogant. I, Xianyuan Wuqiong, can destroy the heavens and earth with a wave of my hand. I can destroy your profound Feng sect with a flick of my finger. Xianyuan Wuqiong harumphed coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing Xian Qingming's palms to sweat. He had already decided to kill everyone here before he arrived at profound Feng sect. Old man Xianyuan, looks like we have to fight. Some people don't seem to put us in their eyes. It's just a sect protecting grand formation. Do they really think that they're powerful enough to challenge a reverend? Hilarious, hilarious. Ha ha ha. Li Shiyan shook his head and laughed. His aura was unstoppable. Everyone, retreat into the inner sect. No one is allowed to step out of the inner sect no matter what. Xian Qingming shouted in anger. He knew that these three fellas were about to fight. Although Jiang Zhenhai had lost his sight and his ability to move, he still had his hearing. Although Jiang Chen had yet to return, he had caused a lot of trouble for the profound Feng sect, causing them to be bullied and humiliated. Jiang Zhenhai felt extremely guilty. Ryue, if there's really no other way, I, Jiang Zhenhai, will not drag profound Feng sect down. Send me out. Jiang Zhenhai said. The sound outside the sect was so loud that it could pierce through the 9 heavens. Profound Feng sect could not withstand it. Brother Zhen, don't think too much. Do you think that they'll let us go if sect Lord Xian sends us out? The profound Feng sect will still suffer from this disaster and we will lose our lives. We can only hope that Jiang Chen comes back as soon as possible so that we can be saved. Even if I die, I will die with you. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Lin Ryue hugged Jiang Zhenhai tightly and said. Jiang Zhenhai sighed in his heart. At this moment, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Jiang Chen would come back soon. I don't believe that this sect-protecting formation can stop me. Xianyuan Wuqiong said proudly with a cold expression. A destructive aura emanated from his finger, forcing Xian Qingming to retreat. Not to mention a half-step hierarch, he was not even a match for a divine king expert. Jiang Chen had already become a true expert. If he could overcome this tribulation, he would definitely become a giant dragon that soars through the 9 heavens and look down upon all living beings. At least by then, Jiang Chen would be able to come and go as he pleases in the Lone Dragon County and those big domains. Who knows, he might even be able to dominate the Lone Dragon County in the future. Azure Dragon out of water. Xianyuan Wuqiong struck out with his palm. A terrifying aura filled the entire profound Feng sect, causing sand and stones to fly and trees to be uprooted. The power of his palm hit the sect-protecting grand formation. No one had expected that it would turn into a ripple and spread out. In the end, the force of the attack was completely dispersed. Xianyuan Wuqiong fell down like a meteor into the water, disappearing without a trace. This is too terrifying. Xian Qingming was shocked by Xianyuan Wuqiong's strength. On the other hand, he was shocked by Jiang Chen's technique. Even a half-step hierarch could not break the sect-protecting formation set up by a half-step divine king. How powerful was that? Xian Qingming asked himself. Even if he was given another 500 years, he would not be able to do it so perfectly. Great! You're indeed capable. It's my first time seeing such a terrifying sect-protecting formation. Even the sect-protecting formation of my clear-stream sect was not as terrifying as this. Xianyuan Wuqiong said with a laugh. However, everyone could sense the anger in his voice. Dan Yingqing and Li Shiyan were also shocked. Jiang Chen was not even a divine king, yet he could set up such a terrifying sect-protecting formation. They were still doubtful when he killed the experts of the 10 great sects and slaughtered the entire Clearstream sect. Now, it seems like this Jiang Chen was quite capable. Even the old antiques like them had misjudged him. Xian Qingming heaved a sigh of relief. His expression became extremely solemn. He managed to block the first attack, but there were 3 half-step hierarch realm experts on the other side. That kind of power was unparalleled, shocking the heavens and earth. I wonder if the sect-protecting formation can block the next attack. Xian Qingming was doubtful, but he was firm. Since Jiang Chen said that it could block the attack of a hierarch expert, then it must be powerful. I'm also itching to try it out. Is this sect-protecting formation really that terrifying? Dan Yingqing said with a smile. His eyes turned into a ray of light and instantly soared into the sky. The reason why they secluded themselves was because they did not have much time left and their talents were exhausted. If they could break through to the hierarch realm before they died, they might be able to fight for another few tens of thousands of years. However, they were already at the end of their lifespan. Hence, they secluded themselves. This time, Jiang Chen had caused such a huge commotion, causing the entire Linhe boundary to be in a state of panic. Their actions meant that they had to fight with their lives on the line. No matter if they won or lost, they would die in a few decades or even 100 years. Dan Yingqing formed a seal with both hands. The golden light in his hands turned into streaks of radiance that filled the air. He also rushed into the clouds, exuding the aura of an immortal. His aura was like that of a tiger that devoured everything within 10,000 miles. Starlight Revolution. Break it. Dan Yingqing wore a solemn expression as he waited for his attack to explode. However, the outcome was the same as Xianyuan Wuqiong. He was like a rock that had sunk into the ocean. The great sect-protecting formation trembled slightly before it calmed down. Starlight shone brightly in the sky, but it had lost its offensive power. At this moment, Dan Yingqing's expression did not look good. However, the calmest person was Li Xian. He did not want to waste his energy anymore. Both Xianyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing had failed. He did not expect this outcome, but he had to accept it. However, he would not continue to attack the sect-protecting formation mindlessly. The only thing he could do now was to combine their strength to break the sect-protecting formation. The two of you, I think we should discuss and fight together. This sect-protecting formation seems to be harder to deal with than we imagined. Hee. Li Xian smiled with his eyes narrowed. The other two also silently nodded their heads. Although they were unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. If the three of them did not join hands to break the array, it would be impossible for the array to be broken. All right. Chapter 2741. Xian Qingming looked at the three reverends with a solemn expression. Although one of them could not break the formation alone, it would be a different story if the three of them worked together. It would be bullshit to say that he was not worried. Profound Feng's sect was his foundation and the lives of his disciples were in danger. How could Xian Qingming not be worried? At this moment, the three of them stared straight at the protective formation before them, ready to fight at any moment. Everyone, don't hold back. We must win this battle. If we can't even break this formation, then we'll lose face. Li Xian said faintly. The meaning behind his words could not be more obvious. If any of the three of them were to hide anything, it might be difficult to break the sect-protecting formation. They could break the formation in one go. All right. All right. Xianyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing nodded silently with a solemn expression. They did not have much time to waste here. Every battle would not only consume their physical strength but also their lives. After the three of them were ready, they looked at each other and attacked the formation with all their might. 10,000 zhang sunlight. Heavenly ghost dance. Xianyuan art, heaven shaking opening. The three of them unleashed their strongest techniques. Success or failure depended on this. The glory of their lives depended on this. Whether or not they could break through the sect-protecting formation would depend on this. Xian Qingming kept retreating. The people of Profound Feng's sect were extremely solemn. Deep fear appeared in everyone's heart. The sky changed color and the earth trembled as if it was the end of the world. The terrifying attacks landed on the formation and produced cracking sounds. Xian Qingming's expression changed. Is the formation going to break? Does the heavens want our Profound Feng sect to perish? Xian Qingming murmured. Although the formation was terrifying, the combined attack of 3 half-step hierarch realm experts caused the formation to tremble, as if it could break at any time. Ha ha ha. This formation is just a so-so. It won't take long for it to break. Li Zhiyan said with a laugh. The attacks of the 3 continued to spread, and the great sect-protecting formation was becoming more and more unstable, as if it could collapse at any time. It would be too embarrassing if the 3 of us reverends couldn't defeat him. In Linhe boundary, there's no one who could make us bow down. Xianyuan Wuqiong shook his head and said. His face was calm but his heart was filled with shock. To think that a small sect like Profound Feng's sect could cause such a huge commotion. It was unbelievable. However, no matter how great the shock was, it was time to end it. In less than 15 minutes, this formation will naturally break. Dan Ningqing stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was filled with arrogance. The 3 of them's attacks had caused the great sect-protecting grand formation to become more and more exhausted. On the curtain of the great sect-protecting grand formation, there were cracks that looked like spider webs appearing on the sky above the great sect-protecting grand formation. It was as if everyone in the Profound Feng sect had a deep scar on their chest. If this continued, no one knew what would happen to them. Where's Senior Jiang Qin? Is our Profound Feng sect really going to be destroyed? I'm not willing. I must break through to the heavenly God realm. There's no help for us now. Senior Jiang Qin is nowhere to be found. Hey! Our Profound Feng sect's 10,000 years of foundation has been destroyed. It's impossible for us to survive. Senior Jiang Qin had massacred the entire Clear Stream sect and no one survived. How could the Supreme Elder of Clear Stream sect be merciful? Yeah. Senior Jiang Qin is the pride of our Profound Feng sect. But it's all because of Jiang Qin and Jiang Qin. Some of them even had a trace of resentment towards Jiang Qin. In the face of life and death, they were incomparably worldly. There weren't that many righteous people in this world. How could they expect everyone to be righteous and fearless? Xian Qingming looked at the sky. The formation was slowly crumbling. The 3 reverends came here to destroy Profound Feng sect. There was no doubt about it. Because Xian Qingming believed that no matter if he handed Jiang Zhenhai over or not, the result would still be the same. This was something that nobody could change. If they were to die, then they would perish together. He was not afraid of death. But the people of Profound Feng sect would definitely fall into eternal damnation. This was what moved him the most. Xian Qingming fell into deep thoughts. He was sad and angry. But what could he do? In front of these peerless experts, there was absolutely no chance for them to resist. He finally felt powerless. As the lord of a sect, he was unable to protect his 100,000 disciples. He felt guilty but he did not hate Jiang Qin because he was the most outstanding disciple of Profound Feng sect. Jiang Qin was the pride of his life. Xian Qingming was ready to fight. Even though he knew that he would die, he was still resolute. This kind of domineering aura was something that no one could understand or experience. A life and death battle. The winner is the hero. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall seal the heavens. The formation was peeling off layer by layer. Above the void, the broken curtains had become densely packed with holes. The sect guarding Great Formation had become so weak in less than 15 minutes. It could no longer protect the Profound Feng sect and contribute to the sect. The formation was about to fall. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other 2's eyes were burning with passion. I have forgotten how long it's been. It's been a long time since I tasted blood. Li Zhiyan said with a smile. He was like an emissary from hell. Taking lives was his only hobby. I did not have the intention to fight the world. But the world has become my enemy. Jiang Chen is a bastard. I should have killed him long ago. Now, I will capture his father and seek justice for the people of the world. Dan Ningqing Lang Lang said righteously and domineeringly. Bastard destroyed my clear stream sect. My people are in a terrible situation. Today, I shall annihilate Profound Fong sect. I shall seek justice for the people of my sect who died for no reason. Xianyuan Wuqiong looked at the entire Profound Fong sect with a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. This was his fate, this was the price he had to pay. The annihilation of the Clear Stream sect was his greatest humiliation. If he did not go into seclusion, Jiang Qin wouldn't have been able to annihilate the entire Clear Stream sect. He would have killed Jiang Qin long ago. Chapter 2742. Jiang Qin. It's Senior Jiang Qin. It's really him. I don't need to die. When Senior Disciple Jiang Qin returns, I'm sure he'll beat the crap out of these three. Senior Disciple Jiang Qin is so handsome. I want to marry a great hero like him in the future. He will ride on a rainbow cloud to marry me. Ha ha ha. Our Profound Fong sect is saved. Finally. Some of them cried tears of joy. The gloominess in their hearts was swept away at this moment. Jiang Qin was like the savior of the world. Although they didn't know the difference in strength between Jiang Qin and the three reverends, in their hearts, their senior brother Jiang Qin was an invincible existence. There was nothing he couldn't do. Therefore, at this moment, they all believed that Jiang Qin would bring them hope in this desperate situation. No matter how strong Jiang Qin was, his existence was like giving everyone a reassuring pill, calming them down. This was a comfort that no one else could bring to them. Jiang Qin had killed countless prodigies in the Linha boundary, annihilating the dissidents and annihilating the Clear Stream sect. All these deeds had made the Profound Fong sect regard Jiang Qin as their biggest idol. Because he was the strongest existence in their eyes. At least in the Linha boundary that they knew, Senior Jiang Qin was powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand. This was the faith that the entire Profound Fong sect had towards Jiang Qin. They firmly believed that if Jiang Qin was alive, then Profound Fong sect would be alive. If Jiang Qin was dead, then Profound Fong sect would be destroyed. Xian Qingming looked at Jiang Qin silently. His heart was filled with excitement. However, only he knew how powerful the three reverends were. Not many people in the Lone Dragon County dared to offend the three reverends. They were the supreme elders of the top sections. Now that the Clear Stream sect was annihilated, the supreme elders of the three sects had gathered here. A great battle was imminent. Although Xian Qingming knew that Jiang Qin had many tricks up his sleeves, the three of them were old monsters that had not come out for thousands of years. They were peerless geniuses that had led the Linha boundary in the past. If they did not go into seclusion, Jiang Qin would not have caused such a commotion. At this moment Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two looked at Jiang Qin. This fella finally came out. You're Jiang Qin. Dan Ningqing said coldly while staring at Jiang Qin. So what if I am? Aren't I the one you're looking for? Jiang Qin said with a smile. He did not care about the three of them at all. Fortunately, he returned to the Linha boundary right after he came out from Liaobei. Otherwise, the Profound Fong sect would have been annihilated by the three of them. Good. Since you dare to admit it, you're not a coward. But you should know what to do now that you've annihilated the Clear Stream sect, right? Xianyuan Wuqiong said faintly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Jiang Qin. Xianyuan Wuqiong really wanted to pull out Jiang Qin's tendons and skin him alive. The entire Clear Stream sect was annihilated by Jiang Qin. This could not be described with just a few words. Even if Jiang Qin could not be reincarnated, it would be too easy for him. I only know that those who offend me, Jiang Qin, must die. Jiang Chen crossed his arms as he looked at the three of them coldly without any fear. At this moment, he was prepared. He would not take a step back even if the three of them were half-step hierarch realm experts. Because he could not take a step back as there were hundreds of thousands of profound Feng sect disciples behind him. Jiang Chen had no way to retreat. Jiang Chen did not dare to say that he could withstand three half-step hierarch realm experts. Even the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries doppelganger was not a half-step hierarch realm expert. However, these three were true experts who had reached the threshold of the hierarch realm. It was completely different from the Divine King realm. Although the half-step hierarch realm was only a step away from the peak Divine King realm, it was a step that some people would not be able to cross in their entire life. Only when one reached the hierarch realm would one be considered a true peerless expert. Looks like you don't know your current situation. Hee hee. Li Shiyan shook his head and chuckled. He did not put a mere half-step Divine King in his eyes. Moreover, it was a 3-on-1 battle of life and death. Jiang Chen would not be able to survive. They were all peerless experts who had been famous for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They had already reached the pinnacle of their cultivation. They only had one goal, to kill Jiang Chen. Especially Xianyuan Wuqiong. Jiang Chen had annihilated the Clear Stream sect. He was now in the limelight in the Linhe boundary. However, everyone was waiting for the Supreme Elder of the Clear Stream sect to show his prowess. Many people were secretly watching this battle. If Jiang Chen lost, the entire Linhe boundary would fall into chaos. The Clear Stream sect would be annihilated and the 10 great sects would be greatly weakened. All the forces would rise up together. If Jiang Chen won, everyone would have to bow down to him. Although the chances were slim, Jiang Chen was still capable of slaughtering the entire Clear Stream sect. There was no doubt about it. That's why the people secretly hoped that Jiang Chen would fail. Jiang Chen had already become a transcendent existence in the Linhe boundary. If he died, the battle that would take place every 100 years in the Linhe boundary would be the greatest chaos in the entire boundary. Even though the Supreme Elder of the Clear Stream sect was strong enough, once he came out from his seclusion, he would not have much time left. Not only the Supreme Elder of the Clear Stream sect, the other two sects were also in the same situation. No matter how strong one was, it was impossible to restore the foundation of the Clear Stream sect within 100 years. It was the same for the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect. Therefore, Jiang Chen was the focus of the entire Linhe boundary. What's my situation? Don't you all want to kill me? Let's see which one of you can do it. Jiang Chen was still as domineering as ever, completely ignoring the pressure from the trio. I can annihilate the entire Clear Stream sect with my bare hands and kill dozens of Divine King realm experts. I'm not someone to be trifled with. If anyone wants to spar with me, feel free to do so. I, Jiang Chen, don't like to be long-winded. Jiang Chen's words were obviously meant for the three of them. It was a bit far-fetched to say that he was trying to intimidate them. However, if they continued to fight, their morale would be at a disadvantage. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to gain the upper hand. At this moment, he was giving them mental pressure. Even if it's a 10,000 years old sect, Jiang Chen will not be courteous. After the massacre, I will still be invincible. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. You're indeed arrogant. It's a pity that you're going to meet us today. Xianyuan Wuqiong sighed coldly. Jiang Chen had reached the half-step Divine King realm at such a young age. His talent was unquestionable. Moreover, no one would believe that he could annihilate the Clear Stream sect with his current strength. However, he did it. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two were worried. If this fellow was not killed by them after 100 years, he might become a devil incarnate. The speed of Jiang Chen's growth was just too fast. If he was given enough time, he might be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, half-step hierarch realm. So what? I, Jiang Chen, do not care who the other party is. Because, no matter who it is, I will not put them in my eyes. Jiang Chen said arrogantly. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two looked at each other and smiled. This fella's arrogance made them sigh. He did not even put 3 half-step hierarch realm experts in his eyes. What's his real strength? How dare he challenge the 3 of them at the same time with his half-step divine king strength? That's just wishful thinking. Chapter 27:43. Jiang Chen smiled calmly because he knew that this was his last obstacle. If he managed to kill these 3 guys, he would be invincible in the entire Linhe boundary. No one would dare to go against him. In other words, if he lost, his legend would come to an end. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. This was the reality, a battle that he could not escape from. The Clear Stream sect was a great sect with tens of thousands of years of history. It was impossible for them to not have a true venerable. Jiang Chen had already guessed this. These 3 old men must hate him to the bone after this battle. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Since you're so confident, then accept your judgment. Not only will you die today, your family will die too. The entire Profound Feng sect will die. This is the sin that you've committed. No one will be able to help you pay for it. Xianyuan Wuqiong stared at Jiang Chen with thick killing intent. Since Jiang Chen had appeared, he must not let him escape from his grasp. Clear Stream sect's enmity must be repaid with blood. Little fella, to think that you're so confident. Do you know who you're talking to? Hee, even the reverends of the 9 boundaries would have to give us some face. Dan Yingqing curled his lips and said disdainfully. Reverends of the 9 boundaries. Not to mention that I'm not afraid of the reverends of the 9 boundaries. Even if I am, will the reverends of the 9 boundaries really give you some face? Aren't you guys being too arrogant? This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. Old people who don't die are regarded as thieves. I'm guessing that's referring to all of you. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed and said. Dan Yingqing was so angry that his veins were bulging and his face turned pale. This fella is really audacious. I've dominated the Linhe boundary for tens of thousands of years. I'm also the leader of the group. I've never expected that this fellow would say that I'm worthless. How can I not be angry? There are always geniuses in every generation. But this fella is so arrogant. He did not put the seniors in his eyes at all. There's no point in talking anymore. Kid, this is your last chance. Li Ziyan laughed. Seeing that Dan Yingqing was so angry that his neck was red, he couldn't be bothered to ask for a rebuff. This Jiang Chen was clearly not someone who was easy to deal with. If you had knelt on the ground and kowtowed to admit your mistake when you returned to this place, I might have left your corpse intact. But now, it seems that you don't need to. Xianyuan Wuqiong's cold voice was accompanied by a terrifying aura that swept across the sky. The entire Profound Feng sect could feel an immense pressure. Jiang Chen's expression changed, but he was still calm and composed. It seemed that these 3 fellows were about to make a move. Is senior brother Jiang Chen really a match for these 3 old monsters? Someone said worriedly. Who knows? But with senior Jiang Chen's strength, he shouldn't be afraid of these 3 people. Senior Jiang Chen will definitely defeat them and bring peace back to Profound Feng sect. Someone encouraged. I hope so. The destruction of the Clear Stream sect has put all the other sects in danger. I hope that our Profound Feng sect won't be the second sect to be destroyed. This was the voice of every disciple of Profound Feng sect. None of them wanted to have their family destroyed, to be homeless and homeless. They didn't even know how they died. However, those experts who stood at the top of the pyramid could decide their fate with just one battle. No one would feel good about this. Therefore, they could only hope that Senior Jiang Qin would be invincible. Many people were watching the battle from afar. They were looking forward to the battle between Jiang Qin and the three reverends. However, Jiang Qin was still a newcomer. In many people's eyes, no matter how sharp his sword was, he was going to face three 10,000-years-old monsters. In other words, the three of them were reverends who had been in seclusion for a long time. Who would dare to look down on them? If it was under normal circumstances, they would never come out. After this battle, the Linhe boundary would be in turmoil. It was an indisputable fact. No matter what the outcome would be, it would affect the hearts of the people in the Linhe boundary. I hope that the three reverends can defeat Jiang Qin in this battle. If that's the case, this devil's rampage will come to an end. At that time, the entire Linhe boundary will be in peace. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Someone in the forest said with a solemn face. He was also an elder of one of the 10 major sections. It could be said that he had been tormented by Jiang Qin, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Jiang Qin was just too strong. It might be the best outcome before Jiang Qin massacred the Clear Stream sect. But when the Clear Stream sect was trampled under his feet, I knew that the Linhe boundary is going to change. If Jiang Qin doesn't die, the Linhe boundary will be reshuffled. Once Jiang Qin dies, the entire Linhe boundary will be in chaos. Do you think that the three reverends are easy to deal with? Their appearance will affect the balance of our Linhe boundary. However, there's something you must know. Even if someone as formidable as an Exalt Realm expert emerges from his closed-door cultivation, he won't be able to live for long. The Clear Stream sect has already been destroyed. Even if he's given a few dozen years or even 100 years, would he be able to recover? The person beside him said. Not to mention the Clear Stream sect, even the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect will not be able to recover. Those sects that were attacked by Jiang Qin will definitely be heavily injured and will not dare to act recklessly. At this moment, they will definitely take this opportunity to change the order of the entire Linhe boundary. At that time, who can change the will of the Reverend Realm experts? We will only become the victims of the great waves washing away the sand. But if Jiang Qin is still alive, some people will definitely rise up. At that time, the Linhe boundary will welcome a once-in-10,000 years prosperity. Jiang Qin is still alive, and some people will definitely rise up. So, if Jiang Qin doesn't die, it will be beneficial to us. Profound Feng sect will definitely rise again. With their foundation, they will definitely be restrained. So, if Jiang Qin dies, it will be a disaster for us. The death of the three reverends will put us in a more difficult situation. The biggest change is that both sides will suffer and all of us will die. But that's almost impossible. After listening to the yellow-clothed old man's words, everyone woke up from their daze. What he said made sense. If the three reverends defeated Jiang Qin, they wouldn't just let their sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years, perish just like that. If they were to attack Jiang Qin and the three reverends, they would never be able to make a comeback. It could be said that the battle between Jiang Qin and the three reverends had affected the hearts of all the major powers in the Linhe boundary. Unfortunately, your thinking is too simple. I have already annihilated the Clear Stream sect. Countless experts of the sect have died in my hands. It can only be said that they are not skilled enough. The three of you will also have the same ending today. Jiang Qin was incomparably domineering. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. There was no room for negotiation in this battle. Even his blood was boiling. If he could use the cold river stone, Jiang Qin would definitely be fearless. However, he did not dare to underestimate this battle. Otherwise, he would not be able to use his strength at all. To the profound Feng sect, it would be an epic disaster. Hundreds of thousands of disciples would be buried together with him. Jiang Chen could only win. He could not afford to lose. Lin Ryue hugged Jiang Zhenhai tightly. A worried expression emerged on her face. Jiang Chen was the pillar of support for all of them. If he fell, countless people would fall with him. Jiang Chen, are you really confident? Lin Ryue gritted her teeth and asked in a low voice. Because at this moment, Jiang Chen had returned. Jiang Zhenhai felt relieved and was not as nervous as before. Aren't you worried at all? Lin Ryue sighed and said. In my memory, my son has never lost before. If there will be a day where he loses, perhaps he will lose to himself. Chapter 2744. I won't blame him even if he loses today. He's my most outstanding son, the pride of my life. The sons of the Jiang clan never owe anyone anything. If he didn't show up today, I'll never forgive him. But now that he's back, I won't regret it even if I die. Let me have a go at you. Let's see what kind of ability you have to be so domineering. A grain of light dares to compete with the radiance of the moon. Dan Ningqing took a step forward. The heavens and earth changed color as he clashed with Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword roared and soared up to the clouds. The battle had finally begun. The sky was like a curtain, the rain of swords fell down. Jiang Chen stepped on the waves and stood upright with his sword. He unleashed 3,000 sword lights. Jiang Chen did not hold back at all. He quickly unleashed the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique. Although he had yet to refine the divine origin essence, Jiang Chen had unleashed his full power. An ordinary peak divine king would not dare to take this attack head-on. Dan Ningqing didn't show any signs of weakness either. His rainbow-colored robe shone resplendently. A 5-colored dragon appeared in Dan Ningqing's hand, causing huge waves and clouds to fill the sky. His aura soared into the heavens. The rain of swords and the rainbow robe intertwined with each other, the entire sky was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen's sword was unstoppable. Dan Ningqing's strength was also extremely powerful, a half-step hierarch expert was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have used the ancient soaring dragon technique because he knew that he could not afford to be careless. Although the 3 hierarchs had yet to reach the connecting heaven realm, they were still half-step hierarchs. Jiang Chen had to give them respect. What a powerful attack! Li Zhiyan and Xianyuan Wuqiong looked at each other in shock. They did not expect Jiang Chen's attack to be so terrifying. Even a half-step hierarch would not dare to underestimate the attack of a half-step divine king. Great! Dan Ningqing shouted. The two of them continued to clash. The heavenly dragon's sword was like a dragon that could devour everything. As soon as the sword's soul appeared, thunder rumbled in all directions. Within the clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Thousands of rays of light were suppressed. Divine radiance. Dan Ningqing held the 5-colored rainbow robe in his hand and shot out rays of dazzling light, trying to surround Jiang Chen. However, how could an ordinary person fight against Jiang Chen? Not even a half-step hierarch. Solitary sighed. Jiang Chen shouted and the shadow of the sword pierced through the sky. Dan Ningqing was forced to take a few steps back. Jiang Chen's solitary sword was no longer the same as before. The heavenly dragon sword was no longer the same as before. Even Jiang Chen himself did not expect that the strength of the heavenly dragon sword would reach a new level after the awakening of the sword soul. He did not expect that the sword soul could unleash the full potential of the solitary sword. Naturally, its strength was not the same as before. Senior Jiang Chen is too powerful. Yeah. Those 3 old fellas are unlucky to meet Senior Jiang Chen this time. Humph. Not good. Retreat quickly. Their battle has affected the outer sect of Profound Fong sect. Fortunately, we have already left the outer sect. Countless people were drenched in cold sweat, their faces were pale and their hearts were filled with lingering fear. The battle between Jiang Qin and Dan Yingqing was too terrifying. The void within a 10,000 li radius was burning, the sky was darkened, lightning was rumbling, the outer sect was affected, countless mountains were destroyed, the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Fortunately, they had already retreated from the outer sect. Xian Qingming had predicted that everyone would be in the inner sect. Xian Qingming's expression became solemn. He had thought of this before. A battle between a half-step hierarch realm expert was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Profound Fong's sect might become their battlefield and be greatly affected by it. Jiang Chen and Dan Yingqing retreated after one strike. Neither of them gained the upper hand. Jiang Chen's strength had shocked them. A half-step divine king and a half-step hierarch was a whole realm apart. However, Jiang Chen was able to fight evenly with Dan Yingqing with his own strength. One had to admit that Jiang Chen's strike had shocked the world. Those people who were hiding in the dark were speechless. They had only heard about how powerful Jiang Chen was, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Today, those old fellows were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground. Such a peerless genius was definitely a monstrous genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. At this moment, the entire Linhe boundary had their attention on Jiang Qin. Everyone had the same thought in their mind: we must never become enemies with him. Their supreme elder's strength was not as powerful as a half-step hierarch. Jiang Chen's battle had brought him the limelight. His sword strike had let everyone know how peerless Jiang Qin was. However, Jiang Qin frowned slightly at this moment. Because the Profound Fong sect would be the one to suffer if the battle continued. If something happened to the Profound Fong sect, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Xian Qingming. It was something that he didn't want to see. This battle would definitely shock all directions and destroy countless mountains, rivers, and plants. Ha ha ha. To think that a half-step hierarch is only so-so. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. He did have the ability to be arrogant. Even Dan Yingqing had to admit that Jiang Chen's strength was much higher than those so-called monstrous geniuses. It would not be good news if such a person was allowed to grow in the future. To put it bluntly, once a devil king like Dan Yingqing matured, he would be able to reach the 9 heavens and the 5 seas to catch a golden turtle. Dan Yingqing had dominated the world. At this moment, he would not allow Jiang Qin to continue developing as he wished. Both of you, if you don't join hands now, when will you? This fella is not ordinary. Dan Yingqing said in a deep voice. If he was still in the prime of his life, he would definitely not give the opportunity to show off to the other two. However, their lifespan was less than 100 years. Originally, they might have 1,000 years of cultivation to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and attempt to break through to the hierarch realm. However, once they came out of seclusion, their bodies and strength would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it was not the time for them to fight with their lives on the line, as it would only benefit the other two. Chapter 27:45. Alright, let's join hands and kill him. Li Shiyan said in a deep voice. Why would experts like them be afraid of rumors and slanders? So what if someone said that they were bullying the weak? After killing Jiang Qin, the Linhe boundary would be under their control. Jiang Qin, even I have to admit that you're very strong. The elegance of that sword strike is worthy of respect, because you're too young and amazing. Unfortunately, you're still going to die. In front of absolute strength, any tricks will be useless. You'll die a graveless death in the end. Jiang Chen's face was filled with hatred. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianyuan Wuqiong looked at Jiang Chen and said, Although Jiang Chen was on the same level as him, Xianyuan Wuqiong still thought that Jiang Chen was going to die. I, Jiang Chen, do not care if there's only one of you. Why would I be afraid if there's three of you? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen stood proudly and pointed his sword at Xianyuan Wuqiong. His domineering aura was truly admirable. Many girls in the profound Feng sect were captivated at this moment. Many of them swore to chase after Jiang Chen's footsteps and become a true peerless expert. To the people of the profound Feng sect, this was a great encouragement and self-encouragement. Good. There's righteousness in the heavens and earth. Young heroes are born. But it's a pity that you've already become a villain. The heavens will not tolerate you. You're an executioner who has killed countless people. You should go to the 18th level of hell and reincarnate forever. Li Zhiyan said. Why would Jiang Chen be afraid if the three of you come and fight me? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen soared into the sky with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, looking down at the 9 heavens. I'll let you know that justice still exists in this heavens and earth. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. You bastard, don't even think about leaving. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two followed closely behind Jiang Chen and soared into the sky. This battle would definitely shock the entire Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen knew that he had overestimated himself this time. He was confident that he could hold off a half-step hierarch expert with his full strength. Even if he had to exhaust his strength, he could still defeat his opponent. However, this was his best move. He had no other moves that could change his fate under the joint attack of 3 half-step hierarch experts. Even if the ghost prison Ashura sword formation could kill a half-step hierarch realm expert, the opponent was not a fool. Would they give him the time and opportunity to set up the formation? Therefore, Jiang Chen could only rely on his own means to fight to the death. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword fearlessly and did not take a step back. However, his strength was limited after all. 3 half-step hierarch experts were beyond his imagination. He could only fight one of them with all his might. Jiang Chen would most likely die in this battle. Giant smelting river, iron lock seals the heavens. Dan Ningqing attacked again without any hesitation and blocked Jiang Chen's path. Waves of giant waves rolled along with the clouds, crushing the void. Jiang Chen was forced to take a few steps back by Dan Ningqing. Ghost territory, chaotic stars. Li Zhiyan roared furiously. Countless ghostly shadows filled the sky, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. It was as if the heavens and earth had fallen and a ghost realm was wreaking havoc. Tens of thousands of souls flew in the sky, shattering the stars and attacking Jiang Chen, who was above the 9 heavens. Jiang Chen was being suppressed by the 2 of them. It was extremely difficult for him to break through all his moves. 3,000 flames dragon seal. As soon as the seal was unleashed, the heavens and earth were in chaos. 3,000 fire dragons rushed out and clashed with thousands of ghosts. The heavens and earth were in chaos and the flames were like fireworks in the sky. The entire Linhe boundary was in a state of chaos and the area within 100,000 miles was lit up. Xianyuan art, horned dragon slash. Xianyuan Wuqiong was the last to attack, but he was the most terrifying. Under the 3 of them, Jiang Chen was in danger. At this moment, the heavenly dragon battle armor was shattered. The Xianyuan art was the most ferocious. A horned dragon broke through the giant smelting river and ghost territory, charging towards Jiang Chen. 3,000 li freeze. Jiang Chen swept across the horizon. Sword shadows shook the heavens and froze 3,000 li. Countless ghosts in the surroundings were slashed into pieces by his sword. However, there were still layers upon layers of them. Jiang Chen was overwhelmed and fell into a passive position. If this continued, he would be in a dangerous situation. Although Jiang Chen is strong, it's hard to say if he can win against 3 half-step hierarch realm experts. Yeah, I think Jiang Qin is going to lose his wings this time. 3 half-step hierarch realm supreme elders have been famous for thousands of years. This time, it's going to shake the 9 heavens. I hope so. Both sides will suffer great losses and die. Ha! Many people were watching the battle from the top of the mountain. They were paying close attention to this battle because Jiang Chen's success or failure would directly affect the future of the Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen used all of his strength to fight and retreat at the same time. The 3 great experts were just testing Jiang Chen in the beginning, but they had already forced Jiang Chen to retreat quickly. There was no way he could turn the situation around at this moment. Moreover, Jiang Chen retreated on purpose. He wanted to leave the profound Feng sect's territory so that he could fight with all his might. Even if he could not win, he could still leave to protect the profound Feng sect. After all, his father was still in the profound Feng sect. It's not that easy to kill me. Jiang Chen was completely suppressed by the 3 experts. He could not do anything at all. Even if he was the reincarnation of a 9 heavens god emperor, there was no chance for him to turn the situation around. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only run away. At least, he had to leave this place first. Fire Qilin, protect my father no matter what. Jiang Chen raised his hand and a fire shadow was shot out. It fell on the void mountain, at the edge of the forest. If I don't die, your father won't die either. Fire Qilin's firm voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. His words were enough. A promise of life and death, only for sincerity. Because Jiang Chen was worried that someone would harm his father and the profound Feng sect. After all, his enemies were not limited to just 2 or 3 people. Fire Qilin's strength had reached the mid-divine king realm. It would not be easy for anyone to threaten him in the Linhe boundary. Even the sect lord of the Clear Stream sect would not be able to kill Fire Qilin so easily. After receiving the inheritance, Fire Qilin was no longer the same as before. Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and flew up to the sky. He casted the Great Void technique. He could only run for his life now. It's not that easy to leave. Since you've appeared in my eyes, your death has been decided. Chapter 2746. Jiang Chen did not dare to slack off because the combined strength of the 3 experts was extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen could not fight against them at all. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only run away. The 3 experts were all half-step hierarch realm experts. Jiang Chen had a 50% chance of winning against one of them. Now that the 3 of them had joined forces, it was enough to dominate the entire Linhe boundary. They were existences that could destroy the heavens and earth. Although Jiang Chen was arrogant, he wasn't a reckless person. Moreover, the profound Feng sect would surely be destroyed if they started a war in the territory of the profound Feng sect. Following the departure of Jiang Chen and the others, the entire Linhe boundary became unpredictable. There were people who were tracking the 4 experts' movements. The entire Linhe boundary was boiling. Jiang Chen fought against the 3 experts. Although no one knew the final result, his terrifying techniques were suffocating. Kid, where do you think you're going? Li Shiyin shouted angrily and took the lead. The 4 of them were like 4 meteors, flying across the sky. No one could see them clearly. Jiang Chen was helpless. The 4 of them had caught up with him. A battle was inevitable. Without a doubt, Jiang Chen was forced to retreat by the 4 of them. He had no chance to fight back. However, Jiang Chen's recovery ability was unparalleled. Even if he was slightly injured, he could recover quickly. Therefore, the 3 of them could only suppress Jiang Chen to this extent. It was easy to force him to retreat, but it was not easy to suppress or kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that he could only use this kind of guerrilla warfare method to show off his strength. It was the only way he could use his super recovery ability to fight back when these old fellas were exhausted. That would be the best time for him to counterattack. However, a half-step hierarch was not something that an ordinary divine king could compare to. Their method of communicating with the heavens and earth's spiritual chi was also very powerful. It was not a problem for them to recover their strength. Jiang Qin was not a match for them at all. Let's see where you can run to. Today, I'll make sure you have nowhere to go. Dan Ningqing said domineeringly. Again and again, he attacked. Jiang Chen had already learned how to evade and not fight. No matter how heaven-defying the means of the three were, Jiang Chen could use the Great Void technique to evade their attacks. Jiang Chen was stalling. As long as he could stall them, the three old fellows would be the first to run out of stamina. Sometimes, one didn't have to rely on absolute means to suppress the opponent. If he was lacking in strength, then having a flexible mind was the most important thing at this moment. Come quickly. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He would only fight the three of them when he had no other choice. The rest of the time, he would be running away. 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Chen fought the three of them without rest. Even though they were half-step hierarch realm experts, the intense battle and the consumption of their energy was too much for them. For the past 3 days, they had been chasing after Jiang Chen relentlessly, but Jiang Chen had been avoiding them again and again. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Chen would not make a move. Once he made a move, he would quickly escape. Jiang Chen was always running while Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two were always chasing after him. After such a long time, Jiang Chen was still energetic while the three of them started to show signs of fatigue. This little bastard is so slippery. He's so hard to deal with. Even Dan Ningqing, who had lived for tens of thousands of years and claimed to be a grandmaster, could not help but curse. Jiang Chen seemed to be playing a game of chicken with them and did not want to fight them at all. Although they knew that, what could they do? After chasing for 3 days and 3 nights, the three old fellows showed a trace of hesitation. However, they had already kowtowed 99 times. Could it be that they were lacking one more shiver? This guy is obviously playing tricks with us. If we don't catch him soon, I'm afraid we'll gradually lose. By that time, we'll be the ones to worry about winning or losing. Xianyuan Wuqiong said in a low voice with a heavy heart. Jiang Chen had fought with them less than 10 times in the past 3 days and they managed to injure Jiang Chen twice. However, he managed to escape from death each time. The three of them were under great pressure. Look, that kid doesn't seem to know what that place is. He. Li Shiyan's lips curled into a smile. When Xianyuan Wuqiong and Dan Ningqing raised their heads to look at each other, they were both shocked. This fella, the ignorant are fearless. Ha ha ha. Dan Ningqing said after being stunned for a second. Luofeng Valley. It's been so many years since anyone dared to get close to the Valley of Death. Back then, even 2 divine emperors entered the valley and disappeared without a trace. How long has it been? 70,000 years. Or 100,000 years. Xianyuan Wuqiong murmured. It was one of the most terrifying places in the entire Linhe boundary. Even in the Lone Dragon County, it was one of the 2 forbidden places. The Lone Dragon County was one of the 6 forbidden places in the northern cold divine region. It said that hundreds of millions of years ago, countless gods and demons died in the Luofeng Valley. The battle between the gods and demons shook the 9 heavens. There were millions of casualties, even Mahamayuri was no exception. Mahamayuri. He. That's only a legend. An expert of that level has already transcended the mortal world. When I was young, I heard from a supreme old ancestor that returned to the Linhe boundary from the central region divine land. He said that Mahamayuri was immortal, just like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The fire of life was endless. Even if he died, he would come back to life one day. Xianyuan Wuqiong said with a solemn expression. Even though Mahamayuri was fake, the valley of burial of the fiend gods was real. Sigh. We're also immortal, but we still can't escape from this. Dan Yingqing said emotionally. He had lived for more than 70,000 years, but he couldn't fight for the world with his peerless talent. The immortality of us humans is only possible if we are not disturbed or oppressed by external forces. However, if we are truly immortal and stay in the same realm forever, what's the use of living? If it weren't for the great battle in the past, damaging our bodies and limiting our potential, we wouldn't be at the end of our lifespans. Li Zhiyin shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Central Region Divine Land is the dream of us cultivators. It's a pity that we're not fated. Those talented late Divine King experts have already shone brilliantly in the Central Divine Land. Although most of them have fallen, or even failed to reach the other side of the Central Divine Land's dreams, they have not lived their lives in vain. As for those of us who have lost our potential due to our old injuries, we can only sit and wait for the end of our lives. Xianyuan Wuqiong's eyes were filled with sorrow, but it was the truth. It was rare for a divine king to appear in 10,000 years, and a hierarch to appear in 1,000,000 years. Bloodline and spiritual qi determined the number of talents in the 4 great divine lands. It was rare to become a divine monarch. Becoming a hierarch was not something that could be determined by talent alone. A heavenly god realm cultivator could establish his own sect in Linhe boundary. This was enough to prove everything. In the eyes of Xianyuan Wuqiong and the rest, they didn't dare to go. Chapter 2747. All the experts at Late God King and above surged towards the Central Divine Land. That was the true palace of eternal life. Only by constantly growing, breaking through, and becoming someone who stood above everyone else could they reign supreme over the world, becoming a supreme figure whose name would be passed down through history. Once one breaks through to the late Divine King realm, he would be able to gain a place in a county. However, how many true geniuses would be willing to stay in a remote place? In other words, it was not easy to break through to the Divine King realm. A hierarch realm expert was a respected figure even in the Central Region Divine Land. This fella dares to enter the Luo Feng Valley so recklessly. Looks like he doesn't know anything about this place. Li Zhiyin sneered. I want to see him if he's alive, I want to see his corpse if he's dead. Unless we force him into the Luo Feng Valley, I will chase him to the ends of the world. Xianyuan Wuqiong said and quickly chased after Jiang Qin. Brother Xianyuan is right. Unless we force him into the Luo Feng Valley, I will not stop until I see his corpse. Dan Yingqing gritted his teeth and said. Without hesitation, he followed behind Jiang Qin. The 3 of them chased Jiang Qin for 100,000 li with extreme speed until they reached the bottom of a cliff. Jiang Qin then realized that he had reached the top of a heavenly moat. He couldn't see the end of the moat, nor could he see the end of the mountain. Oh no! Jiang Qin's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like he had unknowingly been chased into a dead end by these 3 fellows. This was a natural moat that stretched across the foot of the mountain. He couldn't see the end of it. Dark clouds covered the sky and the atmosphere was gloomy. Jiang Qin noticed that there weren't any flying insects or beasts in this area. This was definitely not a good place. The most unfathomable thing was that the roof in front of them was so tall that it was impossible to see the end of it. As for the ravine within, it was so deep that the bottom of the ravine could not be seen. Furthermore, it was shrouded in layers of clouds that did not disperse all year round. Dark winds covered the sky, and it was definitely a sign of great danger. Even the divine essence power within his body seemed to become seething. It was reasonable that Jiang Qin didn't want to fly over the natural moat canyon. Looks like those 3 fellows have finally caught up. Jiang Qin murmured in a low voice. This was a battle to the death. After 3 days, Jiang Qin knew that these 3 fellows had not yet reached the point where they would be worn down by him. Ha ha ha, why don't you try to fly over the ridge of the mountain and the endless abyss? Li Ziyan laughed and said, appearing to the east of Jiang Qin. It seems that this fearless little bastard also has times when he's afraid. Humph, Dan Yingqing snorted coldly and appeared to the west of Jiang Qin. Xianyuan Wuqiong landed in front of Jiang Qin, and the 3 of them surrounded Jiang Qin. Looks like you're not too foolish. If you chose to cross this chasm, you would already be dead. Xianyuan Wuqiong said indifferently. Jiang Qin frowned his brows. Evidently, the 3 of them were very familiar with this place and they were more cautious than before. What is this place? Zhou Mountain Ridge, Luofeng Valley. The most dangerous place in the Linhe boundary, one of the 2 death traps in the Lone Dragon County, and one of the 6 death traps in the northern cold divine region. Tell me, where is this place? Li Ziyan's smile grew wider as he stared at Jiang Qin coldly. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, or even a cute rabbit. He didn't even know about the Zhou Mountain Ridge and Luofeng Valley in the Linhe boundary. Even if he were to die here, it wouldn't be a waste. Jiang Qin's expression changed slightly. Even though he didn't know how terrifying the Zhou Mountain Ridge and Luofeng Valley were, one could imagine how terrifying it was to be listed as one of the 6 death traps in the northern cold divine region. No one knew how big the northern cold divine region was, but it was one of the 9 great divine regions in the divine world. The Lone Dragon County was only one of the counties in the northern cold divine region, and the Linhe boundary was only one of the smallest boundaries in the Lone Dragon County. Jiang Qin finally knew that he was forced into a dead end by the 3 old fellas. Looks like I have no other choice. Jiang Qin sighed. If you jump down from here, perhaps we can choose to let you live. Li Ziyan's smile made Jiang Qin feel that the Luofeng Valley was a path more painful than death. I might consider it if you accompany me. Jiang Qin smiled. What a naive kid. Since you're going to die anyway, we'll fulfill your wish. Dan Yingqing said. Jiang Qin remained silent for a moment, because when he turned his head and looked at the bottom of the abyss, he felt an enormous suction force that almost sucked him into the bottom of the abyss. Although it was a bit shocking, it wasn't enough to make Jiang Qin wet his pants. However, the suction force was extremely strange. More importantly, his heavenly dragon's sword was actually trembling and buzzing. Could it be that the heavenly dragon's sword is afraid of this place? Jiang Qin murmured. But, you guys want to die, but I haven't lived long enough. Today, I, Jiang Qin, will start a massacre. Let's see who can compete with me. Jiang Qin stood up with his sword and pointed it at the 3. His sword aura soared to the sky, the battle was imminent. How dare you? No wonder you're the devil incarnate of the Linhe boundary. But no matter how arrogant you are, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to escape from us. Even though you're strong, you're nothing in front of us. But this shall be your last battle. Xianyuan Wuqiong stared at Jiang Qin angrily as the 3 of them attacked. Great, it's been a long time since I, Jiang Qin, had such a great battle. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin was fearless this time. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not retreat even if he was severely injured. The 3 of them fought against Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was fearless. Even though he was at a disadvantage, his sword brought great pressure to the 3 of them. Each of his sword strikes was unstoppable. The 3 of them had to use all their strength to defend themselves. At this moment, even though Jiang Qin was defeated, it was a glorious defeat. He was fighting against 3 half-step hierarch realm experts. Although this glory was not unprecedented, it was not far from it. After all, he only had the strength of a half-step divine king. Jiang Qin unleashed all of his skills. Sword shadows flashed across the sky as he spun in the air. The battle had lasted for more than 10 days. Jiang Qin was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He had completely lost his combat strength. However, he was still persevering. His terrifying recovery speed allowed him to recover from his injuries. The three reverends had never thought that Jiang Qin was like a roly-poly doll that could not be killed. After falling down, he could still stand up again and again. Moreover, he was even more unscrupulous when facing their attacks. If it was an ordinary half-step hierarch, the three of them would have torn him apart. However, Jiang Qin was able to hold on until now. In the end, Jiang Qin was able to recover while Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two hierarchs were exhausted by Jiang Qin. It was too difficult to kill Jiang Qin. I don't believe that Xianyuan Wuqiong, can't kill him. This time, I'll fight you to the end even if it costs me my life. Chapter 27:48. The three of them had finally lost their patience with Jiang Qin, and decided to fight with their lives on the line. Harming the enemy while harming themselves was the scariest way to fight. Jiang Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the three of them coldly. However, at this moment, the three of them had raised their attacks to the peak. Jiang Qin knew that this attack could definitely kill him. I don't believe that you can break my Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin shouted furiously, holding the ancestral dragon pagoda in his hand. The ancestral dragon pagoda shone brightly, shrouding Jiang Qin within. The golden pagoda shone brightly. Even though the three of them were shocked, they were still extremely cautious. After all, they only wanted the result of this battle. They must kill Jiang Qin. Xianyuan Art, Big Dipper Sword. Xianyuan Wuqiong took the lead and used the Xianyuan Art. Both of his palms turned into sword shadows and slashed down. However, the Zulong Tower did not move at all. However, the Zulong Tower was able to withstand such an attack. The three of them attacked one after another and collided with the Zulong Tower. Although the Zulong Tower was unscathed, Jiang Qin was repulsed by the attacks of the three of them. Once again, he suffered a heavy injury. This was the heaviest injury he had ever suffered. The three of them were panting and they were almost at the end of their lives. They had used all their strength but they still could not defeat Jiang Qin. The reason why Jiang Qin did not hide in the Zulong Tower and fought with the Zulong Tower was because he did not want to be a coward. However, the strength of the three half-step venerables was too strong. Even with his strong body, he could feel his flesh breaking down as if he was going to be torn apart by horses. The three of them were severely injured, but Jiang Qin was even more severely injured. It could be said that the reason why he was still alive was because of the myriad Chi's continuous recovery and reconstruction of his body. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect with just the wood spirit alone. He's not dead yet. Dan Ningqing's face was pale. He was disappointed and his eyes were filled with despair. 3 half-step martial supremacies couldn't even kill a half-step divine king. Even if he won, how could he face the elders of Jiangdong? Xianyuan Wuqiong and Li Shiyan were also furious because Jiang Qin was still standing and did not fall. They could no longer withstand such a battle. They were about to run out of energy. What they didn't know was that Jiang Qin's injuries were even more severe than theirs. I want to go. In the blink of an eye, an extremely immature voice rang out in Jiang Qin's mind, but it gave off an incomparably firm feeling. This is the voice of the Sword Soul. Jiang Qin was surprised. This was the first time the Sword Soul communicated with him. Jiang Qin was sure that this was the voice of the Sword Soul. But why would the Sword Soul make such a sound? Jiang Qin was confused. But in the end, he could not help but look at the bottomless abyss. If it wasn't for the Sword Soul's voice, Jiang Qin wouldn't have turned around to look at the bottomless abyss. Because of the terrifying suction force, not only his body, but even his thoughts were being sucked into it. It was truly terrifying. He was confident in his strength, but he didn't think that he was strong enough to be one of the 6 death traps in the northern cold divine region. He didn't dare to risk his life in this place. The abyss was like a bloody mouth that could devour everything in the world. The fear was not from the senses, but from the pressure and corrosion that came from the bottom of his heart. If that's the case, I'll go and see what kind of existence is at the bottom of the abyss. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 of them with a hint of killing intent. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the others exchanged glances. They were already at the end of their lifespan and they were not afraid of death anymore. If they were to turn back now, wouldn't their reputation be ruined? They could die, but their past glory could not be erased. Looking towards the south of the central region divine land, the 3 of them simultaneously felt a hint of determination and awe. Since we are unable to head to the paradise that we yearn for the most, this battle will be our final opportunity. I have long wanted to see just how terrifying this legendary Luofeng Valley is. The 3 of them had made up their minds to drag Jiang Qin into the Luofeng Valley, and Jiang Qin did the same. The 4 of them were entangled with each other, and Jiang Qin was constantly being pushed back by the 3 of them. In the end, all of them fell into the Luofeng Valley together. Ha ha ha, unexpected, unexpected. Jiang Chen and the supreme elders of the 3 sects fell into the Luofeng Valley. This is too exciting. Ha ha ha. It's too unexpected. Jiang Chen and the supreme elders of the Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect are all dead. Our Linha boundary is going to be in chaos, countless sects are going to fight each other. I wonder who will be the ruler of the Linha boundary this time. Damn. Is that true? Did I see it wrong? The 4 of them fell into the Luofeng Valley. Even the heavens are helping me. From today onwards, the Linha boundary is going to change. The news of Jiang Qin, Xianyuan Wuqiong, and the others falling into the Luofeng Valley spread across the entire Linha boundary. Countless sects started to celebrate. Some of them even started to prepare for a rainy day. After all, with the death of Jiang Qin and the 3 supreme elders, the true peak powers would lose the ability to change the Linha boundary. Those sects who were ready to make a move had been waiting eagerly. Jiang Chen had eliminated the Clear Stream sect and heavily injured the top 10 sections. This was enough to shake the entire Linha boundary. How could those ambitious sects let go of such a good opportunity? A war was about to happen. The Linha boundary was in a precarious situation. Zhou Mountain Ridge, Luofeng Valley. No one knew how terrifying this place, one of the 6 great death grounds of the northern cold divine region, was. However, according to the legends, no one could come out alive after entering it. It had always been the case since the ancient times. The cliff was high, the abyss was deep, the moat turned into a valley, the dark clouds disappeared without a trace. Jiang Qin did not know how long it took him to fall into the gorge, because everything in front of him was gray, the visibility was less than 100 meters, there was no day or night, as if everything was in chaos. After a long time, he finally reached the bottom of the gorge. Without any accident, it was impossible for a half-step divine king to fall to his death with his bronze skin and iron bones. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the rest were dizzy from the fall as well. However, they did not die from the fall. All of them were heavily injured and their divine origin energy was depleted from the fall. Jiang Qin was the same. However, compared to the 3 of them, Jiang Qin was much calmer. The surroundings were filled with ancient trees that were thousands of years old. Broken rocks were scattered all over the place. Jiang Qin could not see the end of it even though he had great eyesight. Chapter 2749. The wind howled in the valley. It wasn't loud but it felt like it could blow into one's heart. A strong pressure made Jiang Chen's body feel like a curse had been cast on him. His strength was restricted and it was difficult for him to use his divine origin force. Not long after, the myriad qi in Jiang Chen's body started to recover. Looks like the myriad qi is really powerful. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, he could feel that the myriad qi had expelled the pressure from his body. Jiang Chen's blood was flowing with the aura of the myriad qi. That's why he was able to resist all poisons, which benefited Jiang Chen a lot. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at a place not far away. The three of them were standing right next to each other and their expressions were extremely ugly. Is this the bottom of the Luofeng Valley? To think that the three of us are still alive. Li Shiyan heaved a long sigh of relief and seemed to be extremely comfortable. After all, after falling into this bottomless abyss, the bottom of the Luofeng Valley that everyone was terrified of, there were only a few people who could still survive. Was he going to become that person whose name would go down in history? Thinking of this, Li Shiyan was a little excited. Looks like the Luofeng Valley is just a name. It's just a false alarm. To think that we're still alive. Maybe the heavens have given us a way out. We'll definitely be able to conquer the Linha boundary and dominate the Lone Dragon County. We might even go to the northern cold divine region and march into the central region divine land. Dan Ningqing was extremely excited too. Looks like they'll be famous in the future if they could leave the Luofeng Valley. Do not underestimate this Luofeng Valley. Before us, an unknown number of people have fallen into it, and all of them died without a burial ground. Perhaps it is only luck that we are able to survive. Xianyuan Wuqiong said in a low voice, not daring to be slow. Looking at the bones around him, he felt a deep sense of fear. Dan Ningqing was slightly taken aback, and he shook his head. Old man Xianyuan, you are too nervous. Although I had the same idea as you before I fell here, it seems that we are making a big fuss. Although there are countless rumors about Luofeng Gorge, do you know the people who really died in Luofeng Gorge? Or do you know him? We've only heard about it through hearsay. That's why the Luofeng Valley is so miraculous that no one dares to enter. In reality, we've never seen it before. Whoever died here is just a legend passed down from ancient times. Who knows how many years it has been since the Luofeng Valley became one of the 6 death grounds of the northern cold divine region. Maybe we've all been deceived by our ancestors. Xianyuan Wuqiong and Li Shiyan were slightly stunned by Dan Ningqing's words. They couldn't help but relax a little because what he said made sense. If it was really a rumor that had been passed down from generation to generation, it would be understandable because no one had ever entered the Zhou Mountain Ridge Luofeng Valley in the past tens of thousands of years. The reasonable explanation caused the three of them to feel much more at ease. Brother Dan, I didn't expect you to wake me up with a single word. Ha ha ha. We've been too careful. Looks like the ancestors of the Linha boundary were too surprised, that's why we got lost. However, we'll definitely become the focus of the entire Linha boundary and even the Lone Dragon County after we leave this place. I wonder if we can use this opportunity to break through to the Hierarch realm. Li Shiyan was extremely excited. At this moment, the three of them felt the same. They did not know what was going to happen next, but they would not be as cautious as before. I also want to see what's so mysterious about this Luofeng Valley. Xianyuan Wuqiong said in a deep voice. After listening to the two of them, he became more courageous. Those rumors were all discarded by him. It seemed like he was worrying for nothing. Alright, the three of us will definitely conquer the Lone Dragon County in the future. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Li Shiyan could not help rubbing his hands. The three of them looked at each other and left. The three of you really have a tacit understanding. You can come and go as you please. Jiang Chen sneered. Did these three old farts become stupid after being in seclusion for so long? How could they think that the Luofeng Valley was not dangerous? Looks like it's hilarious. You're not dead yet. Dan Yingqing said angrily. How can I die when you guys are not dead? You guys should be the ones to die. This is a beautiful world, I still want to enjoy my life. You're just a bunch of old bones, it doesn't matter if you die. Jiang Qin crossed his arms and looked at the three of them with disdain. Because Jiang Qin could not feel any divine origin qi from them. In other words, they've become ordinary people. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Qin thought. It's probably because of his myriad qi that his strength did not change. However, that terrifying aura still made Jiang Qin uncomfortable. It was a pressure that was planted in the depths of his heart. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two did not have any strength. They were no different from ordinary people. That's why Jiang Qin was so disdainful of them. The funny thing was that they thought that this was a good place. Jiang Qin, you're courting death. Let's see how you're going to fight the three of us in this valley. Xianyuan Wuqiong said to Jiang Qin. Let's kill him first to prevent this kid from leaking out. I, Li Shiyin, will kill you today as a sacrifice to the souls of my ghost eye sect. Li Shiyin struck out with his palm. It should have been a thunderous roar, but he did not move at all. There was not even a trace of divine origin energy. Jiang Qin stood there with his arms crossed. Leng Leng looked at him. Xianyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing were dumbfounded. Li Shiyin was even more dumbfounded. Even a divine king would have to retreat when he struck out with his palm. How could it be that his palm didn't do anything? I'll strike again. Li Shiyin struck again, but it was still the same. How could this be? Why don't I have any strength left? Li Shiyin's face was filled with fear. He could not bear the feeling of falling from the heavens. Even if he was severely injured, he would not feel like this. At the same time, Xianyuan Wuqiong and Dan Yingqing felt that something was wrong. There was not a trace of divine origin energy left in their bodies. What's going on? The three of them looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin and Leng Leng said. There's reincarnation in the heavenly Tao. Karma is what you deserve. The three of you, eat my palm. Jiang Qin flipped his palm without any hesitation. A thunderous force swept out from his palm. The three old men were instantly sent flying, crashing into an ancient tree that was tens of thousands of years old. Creaking sounds could be heard. The three of them looked pale and terrified. It was as if they were going to die in a split second. However, it was not because they were afraid of death, it was because they had the strength to control thunderbolts and stand at the top of the clouds. But now, they had become ordinary mortals. Such a difference was far worse than the danger of life and death. It made their hearts tremble. It was as if their souls were being pulled out of a cocoon and were completely hollowed out. No. This is impossible. This is impossible. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two could not accept this reality. They roared as if they had gone mad. Although Jiang Qin had only used 10% of his strength, the three of them were already on the verge of death. After all, they had lost their divine origin energy. They were just three mortals with the physique of a hierarch, but not the strength of a hierarch. Chapter 2750. Jiang Qin was like a high and mighty emperor. Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other two were completely dumbfounded. They had never thought that they would lose all of their strength in the Luofeng Valley and become mortals. This was the scariest thing, it was even scarier than killing them. Jiang Qin looked at Xianyuan Wuqiong and the others. They had fallen from the altar into a bottomless abyss. Before they died, they had experienced the greatest ups and downs of their lives. Even Jiang Qin felt that these three fellows were truly pitiful. Even if it was him, it would be hard for him to endure that kind of extreme drop. His strength was like the heavens and the earth. In that instant, his dreams would come true. He would become an ordinary person. His thousands of years of cultivation would turn into nothing. In other words, he had lived his entire life in vain. Any human would probably have a mental breakdown, right? Jiang Chen finally understood the name of the Luo Feng Valley. Falling Phoenix, Falling Phoenix. Falling into the valley, even a phoenix from the 9 heavens would become a drowned chicken. Life was full of ups and downs, joy and sorrow. At this moment, the 3 of them felt as if their spirits had been sucked dry. Without Jiang Chen doing anything, they would probably die. I finally understand. Luo Feng Valley, falling all the dragons and phoenixes of the 9 heavens. He. Xianyuan Wuqiong murmured. No one knew if the smile on his face was bitter or sorrowful. However, the look in his eyes indicated that he had already given up all the glory and power in the world. Who could understand the feeling in his eyes? Dan Yingqing and Li Shiyan felt the same way. They had already become mortals and lost the strength and glory that they pursued in their lives. What's the point of living on? In an instant, Jiang Chen understood many things. Luo Feng Valley wasn't just a dangerous place, it was also a land of fortune. How many people could recover from such a huge drop in strength? Difficult, as difficult as ascending the heavens. Jiang Chen finally saw the 3 people's confusion and despair. If he did not have the body of the myriad qi, he would not have been able to escape this calamity. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly froze. A gust of cold wind blew past, blowing the dead branches and leaves on the ground. White bones were piled up into a pile. The sound of crunching was incomparably ear-piercing. This wind wasn't strong, but it was like a sharp black blade. To be honest, Jiang Chen couldn't tell how strong it was, but when the chilly wind blew past the 3 of them, it was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, instantly turning them into a bloody mess. Jiang Chen was startled for a moment, but soon felt relieved. The 3 of them were just ordinary people, so how could they withstand this chilly wind? There was no trace of divine origin power, which meant that their strength was not even at the empty god realm. It was simply impossible for them to fight against this sinister wind. Jiang Chen could ignore it because he still had his strength. However, Xianyuan Wuqiong and the other 2 had been turned into a pile of meat paste and completely disappeared in the pile of fallen leaves. In the past, they were peerless in the world. Their skills were profound and they were admired by tens of thousands of people. They were half-step ultimate gods. Even in the Lone Dragon County, they were definitely first-class experts. However, in the end, they died tragically in Luo Feng Valley. It was a great sorrow, but it was also a kind of ending. For the 3 of them who were about to die, it was the best ending. From nothing to something, from something to nothing. They had experienced all kinds of things in the world. They were no longer venerables and no longer had to argue with the world. 3 half-step venerable realm experts had become history. Jiang Chen deeply felt the pressure and fear, the pressure in the bottom of his heart was unspeakable. Although he still had his strength, he did not care about the sinister wind around him. The strangeness of Luo Feng Valley shocked Jiang Chen. It could actually devour one's strength, causing one to fall from a powerful expert to a mortal. It was unacceptable. Moreover, in this seemingly peaceful Luo Feng Valley, when one's strength was weakened to the same level as an ordinary person, one would not be able to resist anymore. At that time, even a true god could easily deal with a natural crisis, but it had become a fatal blow to them. Therefore, in Luo Feng Valley, there were only ordinary people, which caused this scene. No one could change it because only death was waiting for them. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand was trembling more and more violently, as if it was attracted by some kind of mysterious force. However, after understanding the strangeness of Luo Feng Valley, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. At least his strength was not weakened, which meant that he still had the ability to protect himself. This heavenly dragon sword spirit must have sensed something. Otherwise, I would not have risked my life to come here. Now, it's time to see what's so special about Luofeng Valley, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He was being cautious. The three guys had already turned into dust. He did not want to spend the rest of his life here. At least, he needed to understand the surrounding environment first. Jiang Chen walked in Luofeng Valley for 10 days, but he did not find anything unusual. There was sinister wind everywhere, but those above the true God realm were able to resist it, let alone Jiang Chen, who was a half-step divine king. However, this ordinary Luofeng Valley was filled with bones that had not been destroyed for thousands of years. Those bones were scattered all over the valley. It could be said that Jiang Chen did not step down from the bones along the way. In these 10 days, he had walked about 30,000 miles, but he did not find anything. However, the thing that proved that Luofeng Valley was extraordinary was the bones that were scattered all over the place. There were human bones, beast bones, and even some huge skeletons that could not be identified. They were like works of art, standing tall and standing alone within 100 meters radius. 30,000 miles was filled with bones, and there was no end in sight. Jiang Chen did not dare to imagine how many people had died in Luofeng Valley. Even though he was calm and full of righteousness, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Moreover, there was no sign of life. Jiang Chen's perception towards life force was extremely strong. Because of the myriad qi, he was very sensitive to it, but he couldn't sense any life force within 30,000 miles. So fucking evil. Jiang Chen could not help but curse. However, what Jiang Chen was sure of was that the vague pressure was still there. He couldn't tell what it was, and he didn't know what kind of existence it was that made him feel this way. Boom! Along with a loud bang, the originally calm and incomparably stifling bottom of the canyon finally had a trace of unusual movement. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that there would be such a big movement at the bottom of the valley. Following the sound, Jiang Chen finally saw a different valley 100 miles away. It seemed to be a fork in the valley, and there were dead branches and rotten leaves everywhere. Jiang Chen did not understand why those dead branches and rotten leaves did not turn into dust after so many years. Chapter 2751. Jiang Chen finally felt the aura of life. Yes, it was the aura of life, and it was extremely strong. The closer he got to this place, the more he could feel how terrifying it was. It's here. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He found the aura of life, and it was the sound here that made him come here. Through the dusky light, Jiang Chen finally found the movement in front of him. It was a figure dressed in white. Her long hair was like a waterfall, flowing down to her knees. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. Just by looking at her back, she was filled with an endless immortal aura. She was extremely beautiful, like a goddess that walked out from an ancient painting. She could not be seen from afar, nor could she be touched, nor could she have any evil thoughts in her heart. So beautiful. Jiang Chen said sincerely. Although he could only see her back, it was enough to make people sigh in amazement. This woman should only exist in the heavens, it was rare to see her in the mortal world. Jiang Chen was not the kind of person who would indulge in beauty. Just the aura of the figure dressed in white was enough to make people intoxicated, making it hard to extricate themselves. It was as if she was high up above, an existence that people always yearned for but could never reach. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, her silky black hair was as beautiful as a flower. She didn't see Chang'e flying to the moon, only the rainbow was intoxicating. Around the body of the woman dressed in white, there were circles of green aura, like willow branches. The aura of the woman dressed in white was also fluctuating. Jiang Chen walked closer. He didn't want to blaspheme the goddess, he just wanted to know who this woman in white was. When he saw the appearance of the white-clothed woman, he was even more shocked. He sighed and was shocked that there was actually such a beautiful woman in this world. She was truly like the dawn, and he worshipped her like a god. The word beautiful was not enough to describe her temperament and appearance. Perhaps Weningju's beauty was not inferior to hers, but her natural aura was something that any woman would submit to, and men would kneel before. This was the aura of a woman. Her slender jade-like hands were like spring onions, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Her jade-like eyes could see 1,000 miles away, and her faint smile could charm hundreds of people. The goddess of heaven did not descend into the mortal world. Her gaze was fixed in front of her, incomparably focused. She exuded a cold and domineering aura, but there was also a hint of hesitation and panic, as if she had been immobilized. She stood there, unmoving even when Jiang Chen appeared beside her. "Who is this?" Jiang Chen asked curiously as he mumbled to himself. But in this abyss, no one could give him a satisfactory answer. Soul projection. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Without the strength of a hierarch realm expert, it was impossible for one's soul to leave one's body. Even he could not do it. He had the soul power of a hierarch realm expert, but he could not leave his body. Moreover, this kind of soul leaving was not a journey but a battle. Jiang Chen understood at that moment that the white-clothed goddess in front of him was probably fighting with someone. The murderous look in her eyes had explained everything. It was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, the white-clothed goddess did not seem to be weakened at all. Puff, the white-clothed goddess spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face looked slightly pale and her eyes dimmed. She fell into Jiang Chen's arms. "Let go," the white-clothed goddess said coldly. Her eyes were like torches. The moment she looked at Jiang Chen felt as if his body was pierced through and cold. She jumped out of Jiang Chen's arms at lightning speed as if she wanted to kill Jiang Chen. However, it was obvious that she was not concerned about that, but the anxiety and nervousness in her eyes. What a terrifying gaze. Jiang Chen could not help but be shocked. This person's strength might be stronger than what he had imagined. "You fell into my arms yourself," Jiang Chen said with dissatisfaction. "Goddess, I never expected you to be as cold as a mountain. Who are you? Why are you here?" The white-clothed goddess, Leng Leng, asked. "I was bored so I came down to take a walk." "Can't I?" Jiang Chen said. At most, he would just run away. Was it because she was beautiful that she had such a bad temper? "Go, this is not a place you should be." The white-clothed goddess shouted and pushed Jiang Chen away. Jiang Chen was stunned and did not react. It seemed like she did not want to harm him. A deafening roar was heard. It wasn't loud, but Jiang Chen knew how penetrating it was. His entire body felt like it had been shattered. Blood flowed out from all 7 apertures of his body. This was not a joke. This was the first time Jiang Chen had suffered such a serious injury, and it was all because of a furious roar. "I give birth to Prajna, save all living beings," the white-clothed goddess muttered. This was the first time Jiang Chen had seen such a domineering woman. She formed a seal with her hands and the Sanskrit turned into rays of light that clashed with the roar. In the end, it dissipated. However, even this terrifying sound wave had heavily injured Jiang Chen. "Damn you! I finally know what it means to be a fish in the moat when the city gate is on fire." Jiang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had just recovered a little, but at this moment, to defend against this terrifying sound wave, he nearly died. Strong. Too strong. This was the only thought in Jiang Chen's mind. The owner of this roar was too oppressive. Pooh! The white-clothed goddess spat out blood again. This time, she really could not stand anymore. She was about to fall. Jiang Chen followed her like a shadow and supported her body. Although the white-clothed goddess was extremely unwilling, she had no choice. Her strength had been used up and she could not support her body anymore. Most importantly, the frightening pressure within the Luofeng Valley had caused the aura within her body to gradually weaken. "I'm afraid I don't have much time left," the white-clothed goddess murmured. Her beautiful eyes flickered with despair and stubbornness. "Ha ha ha, since you know you don't have much time left, why don't you obey me? Do you think that you can defeat me in this Luofeng Valley? If I don't use my primordial qi to change your body, it won't be long before your cultivation will be destroyed by the primordial qi in Luofeng Valley. You'll become immortal. When that time comes, you'll wish you were dead." A cold laughter reverberated in the valley. A giant shadow covered the sky and blocked in front of Jiang Chen and the white-clothed goddess. This is Chapter 2752. King of Ancient Beasts, Ho! The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. She could already feel the strength in her body fading away. Her recovery had become a fantasy story. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Ancient beasts, Ho! That was something that only existed in legends. Did it really exist in this world? Although he wasn't sure how powerful the Xiong Ho was, it was enough to shock the entire primordial era. It was the only beast that was fearless against the dragon clan. Countless dragon race members hated dragons to the bone for eating them. Dragons were the rulers of all beasts. But Ho could eat dragons. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. Drinking the heavenly spring, eating the sky dragon, I'm talking about him. Jiang Chen didn't want to believe that such a thing existed in this world. But it was standing right in front of him. The white-robed goddess wouldn't lie to him. But this Xiong Ho was way too scary. Your strength should have already been exhausted. You want to kill me? You're dreaming. The white-robed goddess Leng Leng said. She stared at the Xiong Ho that shocked Jiang Chen. You're right, I'm indeed heavily injured, but don't forget whose territory this is. Ha ha ha. Once I recover my immemorial qi, you won't be able to escape. Even now, if I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my palm. But why should I kill you? In this world, there aren't many goddesses who are as beautiful as Nuwa. Xiong Ho's body shook. Her 100 zhang body turned into a 2-meter-tall muscular man. She was wearing rattan armor. Her eyes were wide open. She was extremely ugly. But she was very interested in the white-robed goddess. There's actually a small human here. Let me have a good meal. I don't know how many years it's been since I've tasted a human. Xiong Ho laughed coldly. You want to leave now? I'm afraid you can't. The white-robed goddess said faintly. Obviously, she was talking to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Although he didn't know the identity of the white-robed goddess, the fact that she was able to fight against Xiong Ho was enough to prove that she wasn't an ordinary person. The sky dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand trembled even more violently. At this moment, not only him, even the white-shirted goddess and Xiong Ho fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen's sky dragon sword. A mere half-step divine king has such a divine weapon. The white-shirted goddess was slightly shocked, but Xiong Ho's eyes were filled with coldness because there seemed to be a terrifying sword spirit in the sky dragon's sword that wanted to drink blood. He already has his own sword soul. Unfortunately, the sword soul was not mature enough. He's too weak. Xiong Ho glanced at Jiang Chen with disdain, not taking him seriously at all. Originally, I didn't plan to leave either. Jiang Chen looked at the white-shirted goddess and said with a smile. Just you. The white-shirted goddess smiled calmly. Although she was facing death, she was still calm and did not look worried at all. Just me. What do you think? Jiang Qin said calmly. Although Xiong Ho was extremely terrifying, he was severely injured after all. Hence, Jiang Qin wanted to give it a try. Moreover, it was not his style to leave a lady behind. The white-shirt goddess was surprised and shocked. Where did this half-step divine king get his courage from? He dared to stand in front of her and block the immemorial ferocious beast for her. Moreover, the opponent's strength was unfathomable. Is he out of his mind? Aren't you afraid of death? The white-shirt goddess did not know where Jiang Qin got his courage from. A man has to stand in front of a woman. Jiang Qin stood in front of the white-shirt goddess and said in a deep voice. At that moment, the white-shirt goddess was shocked. She looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. This young man was so arrogant and fearless. He did not back off in the face of death. Instead, he stood in front of her and said, "A man has to stand in front of a woman." Her heart trembled. It would be a lie to say that she was not touched by Jiang Qin's words. If she was at her peak, she would never look at Jiang Qin. But at this moment, when she had lost all of her strength and her life was hanging by a thread, Jiang Qin still said such words. She had to admit that this was something that she had never dreamt of. Although this kind of macho idea was a little annoying, her heart strangely felt a little at ease. This guy was risking his life. What a lunatic. The white-shirt goddess murmured. She did not know how long she had lived, but she still felt sad in front of this reckless man. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? How many men have the right to stand in front of her? A man should be crazy once in his life, especially not to let a woman suffer. Jiang Qin smiled. He was such a person. You could call him a lunatic, but as long as he felt that it was worth it, he would not back off. What a reckless human. Since that's the case, I'll enjoy your delicacy first. Ha ha ha. Xiong Ho laughed. Even though he had turned into his human form, his voice was still rough and domineering, causing others' hearts to tremble. Your strength has also been damaged. Jiang Qin and Xiong Ho looked at each other in anger. Even so, what's so hard about killing you? You're just a half-step divine king, you're just a piece of trash to me. Xiong Ho sneered and threw a punch. The roar of a tiger was as loud as thunder. Jiang Qin's strength was like a mountain that could move a mountain. Both of their attacks collided and something unexpected happened. She thought that Jiang Qin would be defeated easily, but it turned out to be the complete opposite. Jiang Qin gained the upper hand. Even though the punch did not determine the winner, Jiang Qin's physique was not weaker than Xiong Ho's. Both of them took a few steps back. Obviously Xiong Ho's face looked worse than Xiong Ho. Good lad. I have underestimated you. If I was at my peak, I could kill you with one finger. Xiong Ho roared, his eyes were burning with anger. Unfortunately, you're not. Jiang Qin didn't show any mercy. He exerted all of his strength. Both of them wrestled with each other. Jiang Qin wasn't afraid at all. To fight this guy, Jiang Qin had to defeat him with lightning speed. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of tricks his opponent had up his sleeves. Chapter 2753. The 12 Fire God Guards attacked at once. The 12 Fire God Guards had reached the early Divine King realm after being refined by Jiang Qin. Now, they had undergone a tremendous change. They could even trap a late Divine King effortlessly. Moreover, with the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, Jiang Qin was the main attacker while the 12 Fire God Guards were the main attacker. Jiang Qin immediately gained the upper hand and completely suppressed Xiong Ho. He's an interesting guy. Such a Divine King realm puppet. He's not simple. The white-robed goddess murmured and her eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards had all reached the divine king realm. One should know that an early divine king was powerful enough to establish a sect and become a grandmaster or old ancestor in an ordinary world. Although they looked insignificant in a battle of this level, they were able to defeat Xiong-ho continuously. She could see through the danger that Xiong-ho was in. Most importantly, if Jiang Chen's cultivation realm was at the hierarch realm, she might not be so shocked. However, he was only a half-step divine king, yet he had such a terrifying treasure. A gentleman's wealth would arouse the envy of others. If those late divine king realm experts valued him, wouldn't he be in great danger? While the white-robed goddess was hesitating, Jiang Chen had already defeated Xiong-ho with the momentum of wind and thunder. Moreover, the attacks of the 12 fire god guards were not weak at all. Xiong-ho had used up too much of her combat strength in the battle with the white-robed goddess and she was already at the end of her tether. At this moment, Jiang Chen's divine might gave her a chance to save the damsel in distress. Xiong-ho was pushed back by Jiang Chen. He was extremely embarrassed and gritted his teeth in anger. "Roar, bastard, you've angered me completely," Xiong-ho said fiercely. He was already in an extremely embarrassing state. How could he feel good after being beaten up by a half-step divine king? If he was in his peak state, he could easily kill him with a finger. "Be careful," the white-robed goddess said in a low voice. Jiang Chen took advantage of the situation and retreated. Xiong-ho was courageous and fearless, forcing herself to the brink of death. However, Jiang Chen wasn't idling around either. The sky lightning in his hands had already fused together. An ordinary half-step hierarch would definitely cry and call him grandpa if he saw the heavenly lightning fusion. However, even if Jiang Chen used the heavenly lightning fusion, he would still be stopped by the three of them. However, the guy in front of him seemed like a fool, so it was worth a try. Most importantly, from the beginning to the end, it seemed to look down on him. If he didn't teach it a lesson, Jiang Chen would be letting himself down. 12 fire god guards, stop him at all costs. Jiang Chen retreated step by step with a grave expression. The lightning in his hands was already gradually gathering. "This is heavenly lightning." The white-robed goddess's expression changed slightly. She was shocked to see the lightning under Jiang Chen's hands. She didn't expect him to have such a technique. What is he going to do? Go to hell. Devour the heavens and earth. Xiong-ho instantly transformed into its original form. It opened its bloody mouth and began to swallow Jiang Chen. It wanted to swallow Jiang Chen into its stomach. The 12 fire god guards did not give it the chance to do so. However, in the face of such a huge devouring power, even the 12 fire god guards were swallowed into its stomach. The moment Xiong-ho opened its mouth, a huge suction force seemed to absorb all of Jiang Chen's strength. His body was also sucked into Xiong-ho's eyes. "The one who should die is you. Heavenly lightning fusion, let's see if you can withstand my attack." Jiang Chen was constantly being devoured by the Xiong-ho. When the Xiong-ho arrived in front of him, the heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hands had completely fused together. This time, he did not hesitate. The dazzling heavenly lightning fused together. At that moment, it was like a lightning snake that filled the void. The Xiong-ho was swallowed by the lightning and it exploded into pieces. "I see. This little guy is really impressive. He can actually fuse the heavenly lightning. He is really talented," the white-robed goddess said softly. She admired Jiang Chen. At least at this moment, the crisis was resolved. Although Xiong-ho was blown into pieces and it was badly mutilated, the 12 fire god guards were not digested by it. However, its soul turned into a white light and wanted to escape. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. How could he allow it to escape? "I want I want, in Jiang Chen's mind, the childish voice of the sky dragon sword soul was once again recalled. It seems that the soul of Xiong Ho is a great tonic for you. Jiang Chen woke up from his dream. Maybe the sword soul was looking forward to Xiong Ho's soul. Want to leave? No way. Great Yu soul forming light, suppress it. Jiang Chen took out the Great Yu soul forming light and Xiong Ho's soul was instantly suppressed. It turned out to be an Emperor Realm's soul. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. It was a pity that Xiong Ho was too weak now. It could not resist at all. The Emperor Realm's soul was suppressed in the Great Yu soul forming light. The Great Yu soul forming light. I haven't seen it for so many years. I didn't expect it to lose its former glory. The white-robed goddess's eyes moved slightly and murmured. However, at this moment, the Great Yu soul forming light had lost its former glory. However, such a divine item could never be destroyed. Even after the earth-shattering war, it was still in the human world and had not been destroyed. She was even more curious about Jiang Chen's identity. Even she was surprised by the item in his hand. How could an ordinary half-step divine king have more than a dozen divine king realm puppets? How could he have a powerful divine weapon like the sky dragon sword? How could he have the Great Yu soul forming light? How could he successfully fuse the heavenly lightning that everyone was afraid of? Bastard, damn human. Let me go. You will never leave this place. Xiong Ho's soul opened its mouth and roared. It was fearless in the Great Yu soul forming light. It was still ferocious. Really? I'd like to see how capable you are. Is the soul of an emperor realm really that amazing? Didn't I kill him all the same? My sky dragon sword is going to devour your soul now. Get ready to be punished. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed and said. He did not care about Xiong Ho's threat at all. Eat it. Eat it. The sword soul let out a childish voice at this moment. It was quite excited. All right. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately bound Xiong Ho's soul in the Great Yu soul forming light. At this moment, the sword soul of the sky dragon sword turned into a purple shadow and rushed into the Great Yu soul forming light. Jiang Chen was shocked. This was his first time seeing the true form of the sword soul. To be exact, he still couldn't see it clearly because the sword soul was just too fast. It grabbed Xiong Ho's soul and started to ravage it. You can't eat me. No. 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 Xiong Ho's soul let out a miserable cry. However, the purple sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword did not care about it and swallowed it into its stomach. Jiang Chen could only see the back of the purple sword soul, which was similar to the shadow of a dragon. However, when the purple sword soul swallowed Xiong Ho's soul in the Great Yu soul forming light, it immediately returned to the heavenly dragon sword. Buzz, the sky dragon sword kept buzzing. It seemed to be very excited. Burp, to Jiang Chen's surprise, he heard a burping sound. Could it be from the soul of the sword? I'm full. Let's sleep. Chapter 2754. Once a divine weapon has a saint's soul, its power will be limitless. Its quality will be even higher in the future. The white-robed goddess looked at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. However, your sword spirit ate Xiong Ho's soul. Xiong Ho feeds on dragons, and its soul is extremely powerful. In this world, there are only two divine beasts that can stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Even dragons can't. The Ho is an ancient ferocious beast, but isn't the sword soul too picky? The weapon's soul needs to be nurtured, just like humans. It needs to be nourished, just like how big fish eat small fish. This is the only rule of the world, the strong preys on the weak. It's nothing strange. The white-robed goddess nodded. Thank you so much this time. The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. It was Jiang Chen's fortune to hear her words of gratitude. If it wasn't for the coincidence of saving the damsel in distress, they wouldn't have met each other in the first place. It doesn't matter. If it was anyone else, they would probably lend a helping hand. Jiang Chen smiled. However, at this moment, the white-robed goddess's face was extremely ugly. Are you all right? Jiang Chen asked worriedly. I'm fine. The primordial chaos chi of the Xiongho has corroded my body. If I can't get rid of the primordial chaos chi in my body, I'm afraid, the white-robed goddess bit her lips and said with difficulty. Let me try. Jiang Chen said. His myriad chi body might be of help to her. Thank you. The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. Jiang Chen grabbed the white-robed goddess's slender hands. She blushed as if she was shy. Jiang Chen did not have any distracting thoughts in his mind. After all, he was trying to save someone. The primordial impure chi was extremely terrifying. Once he was corroded by it, his cultivation would be constantly weakened. Putting aside the threat of death at the bottom of the abyss, it was as she had said, it was very likely that his life would be in danger. Jiang Chen continued to pour his divine origin qi into the white-robed goddess body, but the effect was minimal. The primordial turbid qi in her body was still extremely terrifying. It was like a raging wild beast that was difficult to tame. The divine essence qi in Jiang Chen's body had already fused with the myriad origin qi. If even the myriad origin qi couldn't fuse with the primordial turbid qi in her body, then even he couldn't do anything. It still doesn't work, Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. However, at this moment, the white-robed goddess's face was extremely pale. Even so, she was still as beautiful as a fairy. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her temperament was magnificent. This primordial turbid energy is simply too overbearing. It's impossible to fuse with it. Jiang Chen felt guilty, but there was nothing he could do. Xiongho's primordial turbid energy is at the same level as the myriad origin qi. How could it not be strong? The white-robed goddess smiled bitterly and shook her head. Now, only if there is enough myriad origin qi to change my physique can I be saved. However, I can't use my skills anymore. Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't have much myriad origin qi left. If he wanted to change his physique, he would need at least the myriad origin qi that he needed back then. Jiang Chen didn't have it at all. I'm sorry. To tell you the truth, I have the body of myriad origin qi. It's a pity that I don't have any myriad origin qi left. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He really felt sad in his heart. If a peerless beauty like her died just like this, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Jiang Chen knew that with her strength, she probably knew that he had the body of myriad origin qi long ago. She just didn't say it out loud. The white-robed goddess fell into silence and lowered her head. Her hair was so beautiful that even Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The white-robed goddess clenched her teeth and said with great difficulty, "There's one last way." "What is it?" Jiang Chen asked hurriedly. "You and I perform the ceremony of Zhougong. Only then can the primordial turbid energy in my body be expelled." The white-robed goddess's face was tender and tender. She blushed so much that water could drip from her face. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. This was really difficult for him. He had been chased for so many years. However, at this moment, he knew that the white-robed goddess in front of him must have no other way. Otherwise, with her pride, why would she say such a thing? Jiang Chen wasn't stupid. Before this, her strength and status were so high that he couldn't even reach her. Then I will suffer a loss. Jiang Chen took a glance at the white-robed goddess's embarrassed and angry face. His eyebrows furrowed and he was speechless. What? You. The white-robed goddess gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Qin. She was so angry that her teeth were itching. At this moment, she had already lost all her dignity. Yet this bastard dared to say such words. How could she not be angry? I don't mean anything else. I just feel that this is too abrupt. Jiang Qin said innocently. He pouted and looked at the white-robed goddess. Looking at you, you seem to have suffered a great loss. To be honest, I am the one who saved you, not the other way around. I can't help but worry that if you recover your strength, you will kill me. Jiang Qin could see the desire to kill from the white-robed goddess's beautiful eyes. The white-robed goddess silently lowered her head. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? How many years has it been? She never thought that such a ridiculous thing would happen at this moment. Plus, it was because of her. If she really gave herself to him, then who could explain her innocence in this lifetime? But if she gave up, she would die. Even if she could leave behind a remnant of her soul, she may not be able to go against the heavens and cultivate again. Many powerful cultivators have died halfway through their cultivation journey. Even the 1 in 10,000 chance was extremely slim. In other words, this was her only chance. Mister, are you willing to perform the etiquette with me? The white-robed goddess lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it. Even though she was arrogant and beautiful, when has she ever suffered such humiliation? In her eyes, this was a mark that could never be erased. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Forget it, this is the only way. Jiang Qin sighed. In his heart, he was extremely conflicted. However, a life was at stake. He looked at the white-robed goddess, who was as beautiful as a fairy. Could this be considered a one-night stand? With a beauty in front of him, it was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. However, Jiang Qin was a man of principle. If she didn't force him, how could Jiang Qin give in? Chapter 2755. The white dress was gone, the hazy shadow was gone, the beauty was beautiful, the songs were full of joy, the worries of the world were forgotten, the dreams were empty, the beauty was still there. When the back of the white-clothed goddess disappeared under Jiang Qin's gaze, he looked back from the shock. It was like a dream, but the beautiful pictures that lingered in the dream were imprinted in his mind, and he could not get rid of them for a long time. The white-robed goddess stood up, still high and mighty, cold as ice. Compared to before, she was even colder and more unreachable. Even her eyes were filled with frost. She knew that this was a hurdle she would never be able to overcome in her life. Even though she was a peerless beauty and looked down upon all the immortals in the world, even though she was so far away that she couldn't be reached, she still went to Mount Wu with Jiang Qin at this moment. The clouds rosy and the rain fell, it was hard to describe the joy. Turning around felt like a dream, looking back at the past. Life would not always go according to one's wishes, but in the eyes of the white-robed goddess, she lost her loyalty. This trip to the northern cold divine region was like a trip to hell for her. Jiang Qin wanted to save her, but that peerless beauty touched his heart. It had nothing to do with romance, it had to do with sincerity. However, he knew that it was impossible for him to be with the woman in front of him. She was high up and unreachable, and he was too weak compared to her. It was like the insurmountable moat of Luophong Gorge on the roof of Zhou Mountain. There was only one way to make the moat a passable path, and that was to constantly become stronger, or even surpass her existence. Jiang Qin had mixed feelings. Compared to the white-robed goddess, he was a more emotional person. After having sex with her, there was a shadow in Jiang Qin's heart that he couldn't get rid of. But he knew that even if he wanted to take responsibility, she might not do it. I clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. You saved me from disaster, and I am grateful for that. However, from now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. The white-robed goddess said faintly. However, the anger and shame in her words were self-evident. However, her temperament and identity were as such. She stood above the 9 heavens and would not allow anyone to violate her. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Although he knew this was going to happen, it was still an unforgettable experience. He silently looked at the white-robed goddess and did not say much. Because with his current strength, even if he said more, it would be useless. If you can't protect a woman you feel you should protect, then you'd better not say a word. At this moment, the entire bottom of the abyss seemed to tremble as the earth quaked and the mountain swayed. That should be it. The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. Her crystal-clear eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. Give me back my son, give me back my son. Jiang Chen's countenance suddenly changed. He tightly covered his ears. However, his mind was still shaken by this ear-splitting aura. His countenance changed a few times. Hurry up and leave this place. You shouldn't be here. The white-robed goddess said in a low voice. She did not even look at Jiang Chen because she did not want to have any contact with this man. Jiang Chen frowned. He originally wanted to leave, but he did not expect this woman to look down on him. If it wasn't for me, would you still be alive? However, Jiang Chen was not a narrow-minded person. After all, anyone would have done the same thing. Jiang Chen did not blame her. Before the white-robed goddess finished her words, her expression became extremely solemn. She had basically recovered her strength at this moment. Because half of the divine origin qi in Jiang Chen's body was absorbed by her after they had intercourse. She's really a sucking sucker. However, Jiang Chen only murmured this in his heart. Could it be the mother of Xiong Ho? Jiang Chen thought. At the next moment, he saw an incomparably huge shadow gradually appearing in front of the cave. Rumble, a shocking scene happened. The cave in front of him was actually separated by more than 1,000 feet. It was an incomparably huge cave. On both sides of the cave, there were 2 ferocious and terrifying beasts kneeling. Those beasts were not inferior to the Xiong Ho that Jiang Chen had killed before. In fact, they were even more powerful than the Xiong Ho. A terrifying aura spread out. The 2 beasts with different shapes actually had an aura that could devour the world. Jiang Chen's heart shivered. Even such powerful beasts could only guard the entrance. However, at the next moment, Jiang Chen noticed that the 2 beasts were actually still alive. However, they were no different from being dead. Because their aura, whether it was life aura or soul aura, was completely squeezed out. They were probably living a life worse than death. Chao Feng. Chao Feng. The white-shirt goddess's expression changed. She kept retreating. One could imagine how shocked she was. Even Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Out of the 9 sons of the dragon, 2 of them appeared. Is this real? If the ancestral dragon emperor's soul wasn't in a deep slumber, he would probably be furious. Jiang Chen could tell from his attitude towards Chionyo. Although the ancestral dragon emperor was a man of few words, he was still his descendant after all. Jiang Chen frowned. At least he was indebted to the ancestral dragon emperor and could be considered as half a member of the dragon clan. Although the 9 sons of the dragon clan weren't considered to be members of the dragon clan, if they were bullied by others, the dragon clan would still be infuriated. Other than the eldest, Chionyo, the 9 sons of the dragon clan had committed all sorts of crimes. In the supreme ancient immortal realms, it was unknown how many experts had died in their hands. Is this really Chao Feng and Chao Feng? Although Jiang Chen was doubtful, the aura of the 2 beasts should not be any weaker than Xiong Ho. Although there were many strong beasts in the immemorial era, there were only a few that could compete with Xiong Ho. Although Jiang Chen had never seen Chao Feng and Xuan Ho before, the white-shirt goddess should not be wrong. You're indeed the king of the ancient beasts. You're so powerful. You even caught Swan Ho and Chow Fong to guard the gate. Hee, I've underestimated you. The white-shirt goddess Lang Lang said. She looked at the sky. In the sky, there was a huge white curtain that gradually converged and became a 10 zhang long blood-red Xiong Ho. The Xiong Ho's aura was powerful. Jiang Chen could feel a great pressure just by looking at its eyes. This fellow was too scary. If Jiang Chen could still fight against the Xiong Ho, then the Xiong Ho in front of him would not even have the will to fight. You killed my son. Chapter 2756. So what? I only want the ice origin lake water bead. Hand it over and I won't kill you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The white-robed goddess didn't back down. She stood in front of Xiong Ho and said to Lang Lang. Why can't I feel my son's aura? Why? Give me back my son. Xiong Ho's deafening voice forced the white-robed goddess to take 2 steps back. Jiang Chen could only watch from afar and didn't dare to get closer. Your son stopped me. He deserves to die. The white-robed goddess said in a deep voice. She stood proudly in the sky with an imposing aura. Such a peerless beauty. Jiang Chen could only sigh in his heart. Such a woman, who he had sex with before, was she really the same person? You killed my son. I will tear you into pieces and torture your soul for the rest of your life. Ah! Xiong Ho roared furiously. It was a heart-wrenching cry mixed with the pain of losing its son. One could imagine how angry it was. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Humph. The white-robed goddess humphed. Are you a god or a demon? No matter who you are, I will make you regret coming to this world today. Xiong Ho curled up its fangs and stared at the white-robed goddess. Your consciousness is in a mess. You are talking nonsense. Humph. You are no longer as fierce and glorious as you were in the past. The white-robed goddess said. If that old lunatic didn't suppress me here, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Humans are all sly and cunning. Oh. I'm very curious, who exactly suppressed you here? The white-robed goddess looked at Xiong Ho calmly. To be able to suppress it here, it wasn't something an ordinary expert could do. Even she couldn't do it. You don't have the right to know. Could it be a powerful being from the dragon tribe? Otherwise, why would you be suppressed for all eternity? The dragon race has always abhorred evil. The number of dragon race you have eaten is already uncountable. That's not right. If it was the dragon tribe, would Taunt and Tao Wu be suppressed by you? That's possible. After all, the 9 sons of the dragon tribe have always been ostracized by the dragon tribe. The white-robed goddess pondered and said. Stop guessing, you won't be able to guess it. As for the ice origin lake water bead, you won't be able to get it. I'll kill you first and see if you're a god or a demon. Xiong Ho let out a furious roar. Her shadow turned into the air, and thunder rumbled within 10,000 li. It doesn't matter if I'm a god or a demon. What's important is that I have to get the ice origin lake water bead today. The white-clothed goddess retreated and stabilized her figure. Her aura was vigorous and powerful. She was as light as a cicada's wings, but her aura could topple mountains and overturn seas. So powerful. Jiang Chen knew that the strength of the white-robed goddess was beyond his imagination. The so-called Xiong Ho was the same. The younger one was killed, and now even the older one was showing off. However, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to become their enemy. He wasn't an idiot. He knew that these 2 fellows were the most terrifying men in the world. Although she was just a woman, Jiang Chen was still convinced in front of absolute strength. He didn't have the slightest intention to fight against a man and a beast. Strength didn't mean everything. However, when one was strong enough, he could change his fate. The most terrifying power in the world was to control the life and death of others. Jiang Chen hid far away. If he wasn't careful, he might be implicated. At that time, he wouldn't be able to help. Xiong Ho's aura could devour mountains and rivers. Her spiritual qi was refined. The wind blew under her feet and thunder rumbled. The heaven and earth were shaking violently. The valley might collapse at this moment. The white-clothed goddess did not want to be outdone. She wielded her aqua-blue longsword and swept it in all directions. Sword shadows fell and continuously cut off the spiritual qi of the ferocious mongoose. The battle between the two of them was quite intense and there was not a single bit of spiritual qi spilling out. It was because the two of them had turned their attacks from simple to complicated, reaching the most perfect peak state. There was not a single bit of spiritual qi spilling out. Every single move had reached the peak state. Water-breaking spiritual light sword. The white-robed goddess unleashed a powerful attack. Although her sword technique was perfect and her qi was extremely powerful, it was still not enough. In Jiang Chen's eyes, if he had her strength, he would be more powerful than her. Obviously, she had more tricks up her sleeves and her sword technique was not her true killing technique. Jiang Chen was shocked. He was shocked that the white-robed goddess would be able to defeat the white-robed goddess. Insignificant skill. Go to hell. Xiong Ho wasn't as agile as the white-robed goddess. Her huge body twisted the universe. Her aura was unparalleled. Sound waves that were hard to detect were sent out. The white-robed goddess's expression changed. She kept retreating. Xiong Ho's aura was unstoppable. I didn't expect you to be so hard to deal with. The white-robed goddess, Leng Leng, said. She had heard that Xiong Ho was the king of the three ancient ferocious beasts. Countless Emperor realm experts had died in its hands. God knows how many ancient divine beasts it had devoured. However, she didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Even though she had her guard up against Xiong Ho, she was still suppressed by it. 3,000 prajna, 10,000 phenomena vanity. The white-robed goddess remained calm. She kept her sword and formed seals with both of her hands. An invisible seal that was filled with the great Tao of heaven and earth was constantly being formed. 100 feet of the sky was enveloped by it. The seal was like a myriad of clouds. When it gathered together, no one could see any changes. However, there were thousands of different forms. It was as if any one of them could turn into the 3,000 wisdom. The white-robed goddess struck with her hand. The seal had the power to break through the heavens. The storm roared and the sky changed color. As expected of a saint. What a powerful technique. Xiong Ho let out a low roar and kept retreating. His expression became incomparably solemn, but he didn't slow down at all. The strength of the white-robed goddess showed him that she wasn't someone easy to deal with. An ever-changing imprint broke through the void and smashed towards the Xiong Ho. The 3,000 prajnas, 10,000 manifestations of emptiness, seemed to have completely sealed the Xiong Ho, leaving no path of retreat. At this moment, the Xiong Ho opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow the imprint into its stomach. One could very well imagine how tyrannical it was. The white-robed goddess remained unmoved. She formed seals with her hands and flipped them again. The seal was thousands of feet long. It was extremely unpredictable. Xiong Ho's devouring power didn't have any effect at all. Sky sound wave. Xiong Ho roared again. A terrifying hurricane was formed. Jiang Chen quickly entered the Zulong Tower. If he didn't seek shelter now, he would be crushed to death by the battle between the two. How terrifying! Is this the power of an Emperor realm expert? She lay on the ground, losing her previous domineering demeanor. Xiongho's body and soul were both severely injured. She lay on the ground, completely losing her domineering demeanor. However, Xiongho was still resisting with all her might. Two terrifying soul forces intertwined with each other. Jiang Chen could hardly breathe and cursed in his heart. On the other hand, Jiang Chen looked at the white-shirt goddess. Her expression was extremely solemn. He could tell that she was extremely weak after using this attack. If this continued, both of them would suffer great losses. Xiongho was extremely furious, but she had no choice because the two of them were slowly consuming each other's energy. It depended on who could last until the last moment. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Xiongho and the white-shirt goddess were almost out of energy. Are you really going to kill me? I'm the only one left of my Xiongho clan. Xiongho seemed to be a little afraid because she knew that if she continued to fight, she would definitely not have a good ending. Both of them would probably consume each other's soul force. To her, she had endured thousands of years of suppression. However, she could not die because she was the only descendant of the Xiongho clan. Hand over the ice origin lake water bead and I'll spare your life. Although the white-robed goddess was also a spent force, she was still much better than the Xiongho in front of her. Her complexion was also relatively normal. The Xiongho did not know how long she could hold on, but she really could not hold on any longer. I didn't get the ice origin lake water bead at all. Otherwise, do you think I would be at the bottom of this endless abyss? Not only did I not get the ice origin lake water bead, but I was also suppressed here for countless years. The ice origin lake water bead might just be a legend. Back then, I searched the world for the ice origin lake water bead in order to revive my mother. Xiongho murmured. The white-shirt goddess squinted her eyes. Her words might not be trustworthy or false. You were suppressed here by someone. Who? The number of ancient experts who have been able to suppress you for countless years can probably be counted on one hand. The white-shirt goddess said coldly as she stared at Xiongho. If you want to know, you can go in and take a look. Wouldn't it be clear? Xiongho said in a low voice. Her aura was extremely weak. At that moment, Jiang Chen walked out from the Zulong Tower. You're still here. The white-shirt goddess stared at Jiang Chen and said coldly. She did not expect him to survive the earth-shattering battle between the two. Even a hierarch expert might not have such an ability. Xiongho looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of greed in its eyes. If it could devour Jiang Chen, it would be able to recover its strength rapidly. Jiang Chen had the body of the myriad qi. Even it was drooling over him. What a great myriad qi body. Xiongho's eyes lit up as she stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. Do you want to eat me? Chapter 2758. If I was at my peak, you would have run away already. Xiongho said while gritting her teeth. A tiger would be bullied by a dog. A little guy who was not even in the Divine King realm dared to bully her. I was afraid that you would be in danger. That's why I stayed. Jiang Chen said from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he would have run away a long time ago. He had gained a lot this time. At least, the story of that amorous affair was enough for him to remember it for the rest of his life. This is not a place for you to be. The white-robed goddess's attitude towards Jiang Chen was still cold. Forget it. I was thinking too highly of myself. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. It seemed like there was no need for him to stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, Xiong-ho moved all of a sudden. It used all of its strength and rushed towards Jiang Qin, wanting to swallow him in one gulp, because this was its only chance to escape. "How dare you!" The white-robed goddess shouted and rushed forward, trying to stop Xiong-ho. However, Xiong-ho had already used all her strength to devour Jiang Qin. This was the only chance for her to survive. The myriad chi body was unimaginably nourishing to her, especially at this critical moment. Jiang Qin's pupils constricted and he quickly retreated. However, Xiong-ho was the king of the immemorial ferocious beasts after all. She was too fast and terrifying. The heavenly dragon armor was broken by Xiong-ho in an instant. Jiang Qin felt an unprecedented danger. Even though Xiong-ho's attack was ferocious and swift, it was not impossible for the white-robed goddess. Jiang Qin had saved her life. At this moment, she would not frown even if she had to sacrifice herself for him. Because she did not want to and would never owe anyone a favor. The white-robed goddess and Xiong-ho clashed. A huge force surged out and sent Jiang Qin flying. However, Xiong-ho's plan did not succeed. Jiang Qin spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, the white-robed goddess was also in a difficult situation. She no longer looked like a celestial being. She was wearing a white robe but her aura was still unparalleled. "This time, thank you very much," Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile. The white-robed goddess and Xiong-ho were already at the end of their strength. Xiong-ho was incomparably angry, her eyes were filled with hatred. She was supposed to have a chance to fight back, but now it was all over. "From now on, you and I owe each other nothing," the white-robed goddess said. "Where is the ice origin lake water bead? This is your last chance." Jiang Qin held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand. At this moment, it was time for him to take action. Because the white-robed goddess and Xiong-ho had no more energy left. Their bodies and souls were extremely weak. "Great Yu soul-forming light. Good boy, you're good," Xiong-ho said while gritting her teeth. She was unwilling to give up. However, the great Yu soul-forming light could suppress her weak soul. In the cave, there is a remnant soul and a chess game. If you win, the ice origin lake water bead will appear. This is what the remnant soul told me. However, his soul power had lost its consciousness. As for who he was, I have no idea. I hope you're not lying. I'll keep you in the great Yu soul-forming light for now, Jiang Qin said with a cold smile. "Don't force me. Otherwise, if I fight to my death, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. I'm not afraid of a small divine king," Xiong-ho said in a threatening manner. It was already at the end of its rope at the moment. "I believe you. However, the prerequisite is that you can break my great Yu soul-forming light." Jiang Qin held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand. In an instant, Xiong-ho was suppressed. When she wanted to resist and break out of the great Yu soul-forming light, she was covered by an invisible aura. "If I don't die, one day, my whole clan will return to the world." Xiong-ho's angry roar resounded in the ears of Jiang Qin and the white-robed goddess. The white-robed goddess glanced at Jiang Qin. "This guy is not useless. It's a pity that these two fellows are half dead. I'll send you to paradise." Jiang Qin looked at the two ferocious beasts in front of the cave. His eyes lit up. He swung his heavenly dragon sword and the two ferocious beasts were killed by Jiang Qin. A teardrop fell from the eyes of the two ferocious beasts. Even their final gazes had become much gentler. Being kept in captivity by Xiong-ho and absorbing their chi of essence, no matter if it's their soul or body, they're already at the end of their rope. However, Xiong-ho kept feeding them and they became living nourishment. "They're grateful for you. To them, this is a relief." the white-robed goddess said softly. In an instant, the two ferocious beasts disappeared from the world. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as the two dragon balls appeared in front of him. Although the dragon balls are good stuff, you deserve them. The white-robed goddess did not want to fight with Jiang Chen for the dragon balls. Then, I'll take them. Jiang Chen kept the dragon balls and took a deep breath. He had gained a lot this time. Just as he was about to leave, the white-robed goddess walked towards the depths of the cave again. The reason why Jiang Chen wanted to leave was because he knew his own limits. Even a peerless ferocious beast king like Xiong Ho was suppressed by a remnant soul. What right did he have to explore the secret? Jiang Chen did not lack courage in his life, but he was not stupid. With his strength, if he wanted to explore the secret out of curiosity, he would definitely die. You still want to go in? Jiang Chen looked at the white-robed goddess. It's none of your business. As she spoke, the white-robed goddess entered the depths of the cave. Jiang Chen frowned. This person was not afraid of death. She might not even be able to defeat him now. Yet, she still wanted to die. Wasn't this a dead end? Jiang Chen wanted to leave, but he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. No matter what, she had become his woman. No matter whether she admitted it or not, this was a fact that could never be changed in the depths of his heart. Jiang Chen followed the white-robed goddess into the cave. Without the threat of Xiong Ho, the cave became much quieter. The wind was still blowing, but it was not as fierce as before. After entering the valley, it became much calmer. However, the oppressive atmosphere was still there. Jiang Chen was sure that the strangeness of the Luo Feng Valley had nothing to do with Xiong Ho. What a big game. The black-robed old man had said that even a venerable emperor might not be able to withstand the pressure of 10 moves. That evil creature has made countless deductions for millions of years. In the end, she did not have the courage to complete the 10th move. He. The black-robed old man said with a smile. Jiang Chen looked at the white-robed goddess silently. He was successfully captured by her. Because he felt that his soul was locked. He could not escape at all. He could only wander in this cave. Are we really trapped here? Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He could not help but look at the white-robed goddess. At this moment, she was also silent. His body was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. Could it be that this treasure of heaven and earth could not be broken? The white-robed goddess wanted to look back at Jiang Chen, but she could not do it. This guy insisted on following her into the cave. In other words, the two of them were trapped in a dangerous situation. Chapter 2760. Jiang Chen and the white-robed goddess exchanged glances. Both of them looked solemn. However, it was useless to blame anyone at this moment. Jiang Chen could only think of a way to get out of this place. The white-robed goddess stared at the gigantic chessboard. There were countless times when she wanted to play the last game, but she resisted the urge. Because if she couldn't break the last game, she and Jiang Chen would be trapped here until they die. He, God's will, God's will. It seems like nobody can solve this heaven and earth treasure. An era has passed and it's still the same. The old man smiled bitterly. His voice was filled with sorrow. One could imagine that he actually hoped that someone could solve this heaven and earth treasure. However, nobody succeeded. Do you really hope that someone can solve this heaven and earth treasure? Then why can't you find a way to solve it when you are playing against others? Jiang Chen looked at the old man with his fiery eyes. I want to lose because this heaven and earth treasure wasn't set up by me. I also want to solve it but I can't. The old man said helplessly and shook his head. Then who set it up? You also want to solve it. Haven't you studied it? Don't tell me you didn't learn anything after thousands of years. Jiang Qin continued to ask. I don't know who did it. However, after so many years, I know that this heaven and earth treasure is a changing situation. There are thousands of changes and thousands of paths leading to the same destination. It can guide people's thoughts and change this heaven and earth treasure. The heaven and earth treasure is unbreakable. How can this era stop the sky and earth from collapsing and the sea from drying up? The black-clothed old man said blankly. There were some things that Jiang Qin didn't understand, but he managed to grasp the main point of the black-clothed old man's words. In order to break out of this situation, they had to disrupt everything and rearrange everything. They couldn't allow others to lead them by the nose. In other words, to break out of this situation, they had to change the original situation of this natural treasure. Solve the situation, solve the situation. To solve the situation, one must change everything. One will be led by the nose by others. Jiang Qin murmured. No matter how good the white-robed goddess was, she was still defeated by the black-robed elder. No matter how long the black-robed elder studied the game, he couldn't find a way to break the game. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Jiang Qin's eyes shone with a bright light. Is there one more chance? I want to try. Jiang Qin said. The white-robed goddess looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression was cold and indifferent. She didn't have the right to stop Jiang Qin from breaking the deadlock. Although the last round was extremely important to them, Jiang Qin didn't say a single word when she failed 9 times in a row before. Do you really want to try? If you lose, then the two of you will be destroyed. The black-robed old man asked in a deep voice. Jiang Qin couldn't stay here any longer. He had to leave this place as there were many people waiting for him. If he was trapped here for a long time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Although he might face even more terrifying changes, this was their only chance. Jiang Qin didn't want to stay here any longer. He had to leave this place as there were many people waiting for him. If he was trapped here for a long time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. If one day I can fulfill my ambition, I will laugh at Huang Chao for not being a man. Even if I compromise, I can't escape my fate. Why should I struggle here? Jiang Qin said proudly. Although he didn't know if he could succeed, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Good. Young friend, you are indeed generous. She didn't dare to guess how terrifying this person was. I've said it before. I don't know who I am. I'm just a thought, not a real spirit. This time, you've broken the chessboard and freed me. Here's the ice origin lake water bead. The old man flicked his finger and a crystal-clear spiritual bead was pushed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin grabbed it. The ice origin lake water bead was much more powerful than the dragon bead. Jiang Qin knew that he couldn't control the ice origin lake water bead with his current strength. Chapter 2761. The moment Jiang Qin accepted the ice origin lake water bead, the white-shirted goddess's eyes were filled with disappointment. Without Jiang Qin, she might not be able to leave this place alive. The ice origin lake water bead should belong to Jiang Qin. She had no complaints. When you reach the Emperor realm one day and return to this place, I will give you a great fortune. The old man looked at Jiang Qin with a smile. All right. Jiang Qin did not say much. He had no idea when he would reach the Emperor realm. He did not take it to heart. However, the white-shirted goddess was deeply shocked. Do you know that the skinny old man before you is one of the strongest people in the world? Do you know how powerful he is to be able to give pointers to an Emperor realm expert? The skinny old man turned around and left. His figure gradually faded into nothingness as he continued to murmur, a dream to the three pure ones. The three pure ones will appear and form the sacred court. I will cut off the past and not let down the heavens. After speaking, the old man disappeared into the depths of the void along with the sound of the wind. The surrounding pressure had also disappeared at this moment. At the same time, the entire divine world was shaken. At the foot of the great spiritual mountain in the West Pole divine region, a broken statue that had not moved for thousands of years shattered into pieces. At the East Sea in the East Sea of the Dongxing divine region, unprecedented waves rose. An abandoned relic rose from the sea and shook the 9 heavens. The entire Dongxing divine region was in an uproar. At the desolate divine region, countless ancient demonic beasts wreaked havoc and roared for thousands of miles. At the central continent divine land, an old man stood on a pagoda. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the north. He coughed lightly. He formed a hand seal with his fingers and suddenly opened his eyes that had not looked at the geniuses of the central continent for many years. A terrifying ray of light shot out from his eyes, as if it could see through thousands of miles. He said softly, "Is the sky really going to change?" At the ridge of Zhou Mountain, above the Luo Feng Valley, Jiang Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stared at the towering chasm in silence for a long time. Xiong Ho had already been killed by him and only her soul was left. It was trapped in the great Yu soul-forming light and the white-shirted goddess in front of him was about to pass away. "Can I exchange for your ice origin lake water bead?" "Anything you want, no problem." The white-robed goddess looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation. "Is it okay for me to want you?" "Ha ha ha." Jiang Chen laughed loudly. The white-clothed goddess's sword had already appeared on Jiang Chen's neck. The moment it closed in on him, Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't run even if he wanted to. "I'm just joking. Don't be so agitated." Jiang Chen pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "If you don't want to, then forget it. Don't make me kill you." The white-robed goddess said arrogantly, "Is the ice origin lake water bead very important to you? If you want to exchange it with me, is there anything more valuable than it?" Jiang Chen's words made the white-robed goddess speechless. That's right. What she wanted was the ice origin lake water bead because it was related to her life and death. However, was there anything more important than the ice origin lake water bead in her hands? There doesn't seem to be. The white-shirted goddess turned around and left. Her eyes were filled with sadness. "What's your name?" Jiang Chen suddenly stopped the white-shirted goddess. The white-shirted goddess was slightly stunned. "You and I are from 2 different worlds. Who I am is not important to you and I don't care who you are." "All right then. Catch!" Jiang Chen threw the ice origin lake water bead to the white-shirted goddess. The white-shirted goddess looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief and was slightly stunned. However, Jiang Chen had already turned around and left. "Like what you said, who I am is not important to you. However, remember my name. My name is Jiang Chen. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Jiang Chen's figure was still nowhere to be seen. However, the white-shirted goddess was still standing there blankly. "Do we really not owe each other anything?" The white-shirted goddess touched the ice origin lake water bead in her hand and sighed. She had mixed feelings in her heart. "Fire Qilin, this is a good item. That Jiang Chen has jumped into the Luo Feng Valley. Aren't we the rulers of the entire Linhe boundary now?" "Ha!" a mid-divine king realm expert said. "Yeah. Jiang Chen is dead. The supreme elder of Clearstream sect and the 3 old monsters are all dead. What do we have to be afraid of?" "Ha! The Linhe boundary will be ours in the future," another mid-divine king realm old man said with a smile. 6 mid-divine king realm experts said proudly and hovered in the sky above profound Feng sect. Fire Qilin is an ancient divine beast. If we can tame such a divine beast, we will definitely be able to shine. In the Linha boundary, we will be able to rule the heavens. It's a pity that the fire Qilin is extremely difficult to tame. Even with the few of us working together, we still failed to take it down. Looks like we need to increase the number of early god kings. We have to take it down. Profound Feng sect is nothing to be afraid of. But we must get this fire Qilin. Countless experts hovered in the sky above profound Feng sect. The fire Qilin had lasted for 10 days. If it wasn't for the fire Qilin, perhaps the profound Feng sect would have been annihilated. Jiang Chen's death was a great shock to the Linha boundary. Now that the devil incarnate was dead, the Linha boundary regained its peace. No one could stop them. Jiang Chen was extremely important to the entire Linha boundary. The Luofeng Valley was a place of death that was acknowledged by the entire northern cold divine region. How could Jiang Chen survive after entering the Luofeng Valley? So, at this moment, these people were extremely mad. They were not afraid of the profound Feng sect, they were only after the fire Qilin. Whoever obtained the fire Qilin would definitely become the leader of the entire Linha boundary. How could they not be excited? Although the fire Qilin did not belong to the profound Feng sect, the fire Qilin was still protecting the profound Feng sect. So, their target was the profound Feng sect. They knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and the fire Qilin. But now that Jiang Chen was dead, who would be able to save those people? Jiang Chen's death required the emergence of a new leader of the Linha boundary to decide the fate of the entire Linha boundary. The change of power was normal. Jiang Chen's death was just the beginning. Jiang Chen. When will you come back? Chapter 2762. Senior Fire Qilin, it's better for you to leave now. Although our profound Feng sect is weak, we will not allow others to trample on our dignity as long as we still have our pride. Xian Qingming said solemnly. His expression was extremely depressing. Profound Feng sect was facing a life and death situation right now. It was all because of the fire Qilin that profound Feng sect put his life on the line. Otherwise, the mountains and rivers would have become crushed stones under those people's feet. The fire Qilin shook his head and said, I will not leave, even if it means death. Xian Qingming admired the fire Qilin's stubbornness, but at the same time, he felt guilty. However, the fire Qilin knew that their real target was him. As long as they could obtain the fire Qilin, they would become the rulers of the Linha boundary. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a thorn in their side. Now that Jiang Chen had disappeared without a trace and nobody knew whether he was dead or alive, they wanted to torture his father to death to vent their hatred. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was already dead. How could he survive if he jumped into the Luofeng Valley? However, the fire Qilin felt that as long as Jiang Chen was still alive, he would not allow anyone to step into the profound Feng sect. He wanted to protect Jiang Chen's sect and his father. Not only humans, but also the divine beasts. Their promises were also priceless. Even if he had to pay with his life, he wouldn't hesitate. The fire Qilin knew that Jiang Chen's kindness to him could not be repaid even if he died 9 times. Therefore, he had to keep his promise. Jiang Chen had said that when he returned, the fire Qilin would not frown even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled. Sect Lord Xian, is the Luofeng Valley really that terrifying? Jiang Zhenhai looked at Xian Qingming and asked with difficulty. To him, Jiang Chen was his everything. He believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't die so easily. But looking at the enemies coming from all directions and the unknown of Jiang Chen's fate, his heart was still unsettled. Xian Qingming smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to answer this question. Jiang Chen's death was already a foregone conclusion. No matter how powerful he was, that was one of the 6 death grounds of the northern cold divine region. Not to mention the Linha boundary, even the Lone Dragon County and the northern cold divine region wouldn't dare to explore the Luo Feng Valley. Those reckless people never appeared again after they entered Luo Feng Valley. Even the Divine Emperor realm's super experts were no exception. The Luo Feng Valley was an incomparably huge abyss of death to them. No one dared to step into it. To the people of the Linha boundary, they would rather die than to go to the Luo Feng Valley. The experts of the Clear Stream sect, Divine Pills sect and Ghost Eye sect disappeared at this moment. Countless experts who were secretly watching the battle saw Jiang Chen and the 3 supreme elders falling into the Luo Feng Valley. It had been more than a month now, there wouldn't be any news about them anymore. The Luo Feng Valley, the 9 heavens dragon and phoenix fall. Even if you're peerless and powerful, you can't defeat the Luo Feng Valley. Xian Qingming said in a low voice. He could only sigh in his heart when he mentioned Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the strongest disciple in the history of Profound Feng sect. Moreover, Profound Feng sect was the pride of the entire Linha boundary. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was too outstanding and died at an early age. It was a pity that Jiang Chen died before he could rise in Linha boundary. If it wasn't because of the supreme elders on the 3 great stages forcing him to perish together, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to dominate the Lone Dragon County in the future. Even though Profound Feng sect was in danger, he did not blame Jiang Chen. It was the will of the heavens. What's the use of forcing it? Then my son, Jiang Zhenhai remained silent for a moment and murmured. His eyes were filled with worry and sorrow. However, he wanted to see Jiang Chen alive, dead or alive. His son knew very well that Jiang Chen might not die without a burial place. From Saint Origin World to 9 Region Immortal World, and now to the Divine World, Jiang Chen had gone through countless life and death tribulations, but he was always able to survive in the end. Although Jiang Zhenhai thought so, he was still worried after hearing Xian Qingming's words. Not everyone could get close to the Luo Feng Valley, a Divine Emperor expert was like a supreme venerable to them. Even they lost their wings in the Luo Feng Valley, the terror of the Luo Feng Valley was self-evident. Brother Zhen, even if I die, I want to be with you. I believe that your son will not let you down. Lin Ryue comforted him. But how could Jiang Zhenhai be happy? If Jiang Chen did not return, then Profound Feng sect would be in danger and they would become the dust of history. I have a plan. Elder Jiang, let the fire Qilin send the 2 of you away. Xian Qingming said. Jiang Zhenhai shook his head. My son is a man of indomitable spirit. How can I, his father, be a coward? If we leave now, wouldn't Profound Feng sect be the first one to face the calamity? Live and die together. I, Jiang Zhenhai, will never frown. Jiang Zhenhai and the fire Qilin were so stubborn. To Xian Qingming, it was a big problem. He did not want Jiang Zhenhai to be in danger. But now, it seemed like they could only live and die together. No wonder he was able to raise such an indomitable and righteous son like Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha. Fire Qilin, you're at the end of your rope. If you want to fight with your life on the line, then wait for your death. I don't believe that you can go against the entire Linha boundary. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Surrender now. Fire Qilin, Jiang Chen is dead. If you guys continue to resist, then don't blame us for being merciless. Jiang Chen is dead under the Luo Feng Valley. It's futile to struggle. Why? A wise man submits to circumstances. Fire Qilin, with your intelligence, don't you know that you're in a dead end now? Why are you still talking to him? Fire Qilin's body is a treasure. We can't keep it for ourselves. Let's tear it apart and eat it. Isn't that great? Ha! The shadow that Jiangchen left on us in the past shall be repaid by his beast and father. 6 experts gathered here. Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect were the leaders. 6 mid-Divine King realm experts occupied half of the place. There were also 20 early Divine King realm experts. The Fire Qilin would not be able to escape. These people were the hidden elders of the sect. Although they couldn't be compared to Xianyuan Wuqiong, Danning Qing, or even Li Zhiyin, they were still true old monsters. Mid-Divine Kings weren't easy to deal with. Even if the Fire Qilin was talented, the 6 mid-Divine Kings were enough to give him a hard time and a sense of danger. Fight with my life on the line. I, the Fire Qilin, am not afraid. Chapter 2763. Even though the Fire Qilin was being suppressed by the 2 great experts, it did not show any signs of being defeated. Instead, it was getting more and more courageous. But how could the 6 great experts not know that? As long as the Fire Qilin was slowly killed, the Fire Qilin would naturally be defeated. The Fire Qilin knew that this was his last battle. Regardless of whether Jiang Qin could come back or not, he had tried his best. Jiang Chen's kindness was as heavy as a mountain. The Fire Qilin could not repay him. But his persistence and determination made those people who tried to take advantage of him feel ashamed. Those people bullied the weak and feared the strong. When Jiang Qin suppressed the Clear Stream sect, no one dared to go against him. But when they knew that Jiang Qin was dead, they immediately pointed their spears at the Profound Wind sect, and the Fire Qilin was also coveted by everyone. Without any hesitation, the Fire Qilin joined forces with several other sects to suppress the Profound Wind sect and punish the Fire Qilin. When Jiang Qin was here, you cowards didn't dare to be presumptuous. Now that Jiang Qin has disappeared without a trace, you guys are acting so wantonly and using all of your methods. I'm truly impressed. Humph. I will not let you guys succeed even if I have to risk my life. If you want to catch me, bring some of you down with me first. The Fire Qilin was unstoppable as it soared into the sky. Its fiery aura swept across the sky like a thunderbolt. Everywhere it passed by was scorching hot. The 6 mid-Divine King realm experts did not dare to be careless. They quickly retreated as they fought. Everyone, let's kill this monster and eat it. Li Kuangying said with a cold smile. He was a hidden elder of the Ghost Eye sect, and his strength was not any weaker than the sect lord. However, he was also in closed-door training. Now that there was no one in power in the Ghost Eye sect, he also appeared here to lead the group. All right. I agree. The horn of the Fire Qilin is mine. It's a supreme treasure for alchemy. Ha ha ha. Dan Guifeng said with a smile. The prodigy elder of the Divine Pill sect went into seclusion for 1,000 years. After he came out of seclusion, he soared to the sky and brightened the eyes of the entire Linhe boundary. Ha ha. Well said. I must get these 2 legs of the Fire Qilin. After eating them, I will definitely feel refreshed and my strength will soar. Someone laughed out loud. 6 people surrounded the Fire Qilin. Although the Fire Qilin was ferocious, it was still difficult for him to fight against 6 people alone. These 6 people were the true experts of the Linhe boundary, and they were definitely not weaker than the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin had already experienced 4 battles, and it was getting more and more difficult for him. No matter how extraordinary your natural talent is or how extraordinary your divine beast is, you still have to lower your head before us. Fuck off. Every move was vicious, forcing the Fire Qilin into a dead end. He could only fight with his back against the wall. The 6 of them retreated as they fought, not giving him any chance at all. The Fire Qilin was in a perilous situation. The god artifacts in the hands of the 6 of them attacked one after another. The Fire Qilin could not keep up with them. He was continuously injured. This time, it was even more difficult for him. The wounds on his body had not healed yet. He had already lost the initiative under the continuous attacks of the 6 people. At this moment, his injuries were getting more and more serious. He had lost the aggressiveness to fight till the end. The Fire Qilin was defeated by the 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts. The other early Divine King Realm experts also took action, not giving the Fire Qilin any chance to fight back. This battle was not any weaker than the battle between Jiang Qin and the other sections. However, the Fire Qilin did not have the ability to turn the situation around like Jiang Qin did. Numerous wounds could be seen on his body, dripping with blood. Growls could be heard coming from his body, expressing his anger and unwillingness to accept this. However, facing so many powerful experts, it was getting more and more difficult for him. His situation was extremely worrying. The 6 mid-Divine King Realm experts did not want to fight a life-and-death battle with him. They wanted to exhaust him to death. This was the most effective method, to fight the Fire Qilin till the end. In that case, they would suffer great losses as well. However, exhausting the Fire Qilin to death was the best method. The Fire Qilin's body was covered with blood. How tragic and how difficult it was. Xian Qingming and Jiang Zhenhai were heartbroken. However, there was nothing they could do. With the death of Jiang Qin, they could only become sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The battle between the sects and Linhe boundary had only just begun. With the disappearance of Jiang Qin, the transcendent existence, the Linhe boundary would not be peaceful for at least 100 years. No one dared to fight against the Fire Qilin's desperate attack. After all, who would live and who would die at this moment? Even if they survived, they would be heavily injured by the Fire Qilin. Why should they fight against him? You damned humans, who dares to fight against me? The Fire Qilin roared furiously. Unfortunately, the Fire Qilin was alone against close to 20 god kings. Fresh blood flowed out unceasingly. It was a sight that made one's heart ache. His blood-red eyes formed scabs. Thick scales covered his entire body. His muscles and bones were exposed, making one feel pity for him. The Fire Qilin was gasping for air. He knew that he did not have much time left. Jiang Qin, let's continue this relationship in the next life. Even if I die, I will die standing. I will not embarrass you. The Fire Qilin's eyes were filled with tears as he charged into the clouds. He wanted to fight to the death with them. This fella is definitely going to die. He's still struggling. He really doesn't know his place. He would rather die than to surrender. Sigh, if that's the case, it suits my appetite. Hee, it's the first time I've eaten the meat of the Fire Qilin. Someone said with a smile. His eyes were filled with excitement and greed. He's going to die soon. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. Li Kuangying said with a cold smile. He and Dan Guifeng charged forward with irresistible force. The Fire Qilin was filled with despair. It seemed that Jiang Qin was already dead. He did not believe it at the beginning. Now, the Fire Qilin had no hope. Fire Qilin, your time of death has come. The Fire Qilin looked at the enemies coming from all directions. There was no joy nor sorrow in his heart. In this life, he hadn't even stepped onto the peak and he was about to be killed. It had to be said that in the Qilin clan, this was a common occurrence. After all, the Qilin clan wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Dragon clan. The Dragon clan also had their own clans and clans. The Qilin clan completely relied on their inherited memories and didn't have a true clan. This led to the rarity of Qilins. Get lost. An earth-shattering roar was heard. Everyone trembled. The Fire Qilin suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the majestic figure in the void. He was filled with shock and surprise. Jiang Zhenhai was the same. He looked at the back of the figure holding the green robe in shock. His eyes were filled with tears. His son did not let him down. Chapter 2764. Xian Qingming was extremely shocked. Everyone in the Linhe boundary knew that the Luofeng Valley was a place of death. Those who had entered it had never come out. However, many people saw Jiang Qin and the three supreme elders falling into the Luofeng Valley. What was the result? Jiang Qin rose to the sky once again, looking down on the world. Li Kuangying, Dan Guifeng and the others looked at each other. Fear filled their minds. Jiang Qin, is it really him? Isn't he dead? Why is he here again? Did he come out from the Luofeng Valley? This was a shocking secret. Who would believe it? No, he's definitely not Jiang Qin. He's definitely not. Everyone stared at his back, and they couldn't help but feel scared. If Jiang Qin really showed up, wouldn't that mean all of them were going to die here? Did Jiang Qin really break the shackles and curse of the Luofeng Valley and come back to the world? That was a place that even Divine Emperor realm experts were afraid of. No one knew if any Emperor realm experts had entered that place before. Even in the central region Divine Land, such an existence would be feared by everyone. Their appearance would not be known at all. Isn't Jiang Qin dead? Are you serious? Didn't Jiang Qin fall into the Luofeng Valley? Then who is this person? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Li Kuangying roared furiously. Everyone was scared stiff by Jiang Qin's roar, not daring to move at all. There were more than 20 Divine King realm experts and 6 mid-Divine King realm experts on the scene, but they were stunned by a half-step Divine King. It was unbelievable. How could a half-step Divine King have such an imposing aura? Looks like you guys don't think that you've done anything wrong. Clear Stream Sect is just an example. But you guys are so stubborn. You even tried to attack my father when I'm not around. There's no need for you guys to live anymore. Jiang Qin's voice was very calm, but when it reached everyone's ears, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, and their expressions changed dramatically. Even if Jiang Qin didn't do anything at this moment, they were still on guard, afraid that Jiang Qin would use a killing move and kill them. Jiang Qin, are you really Jiang Qin? How did you get out of Luofeng Gorge? I saw you fall into Luofeng Gorge with my own eyes. Where are the 3 great elders? Dan Guifeng gritted his teeth and said, unwilling to admit this fact. Jiang Qin glanced at the fire Qilin and said in a low voice, thank you for your hard work. The fire Qilin growled and shook its head. Jiang Qin's gaze fell upon the fire Qilin. At this moment, he was really heartbroken. These bastards almost sent the fire Qilin to the Avicii hell. There's no need for you guys to live anymore. The 3 stinky cobblers are already dead. But you guys are still stubborn. Today, all those who participated in this matter will be annihilated. I want the Linhe boundary to be filled with blood. I want you guys to know who's the real ruler. Jiang Qin's voice shook the sky. Everyone instinctively took a step back, as if they wanted to get away from Jiang Qin's sight. However, none of the 20 Divine King realm experts dared to confront Jiang Qin at this moment, even though they were much stronger than Jiang Qin. This was Jiang Qin's mightiness. They were afraid, too afraid. He destroyed the Clear Stream sect, killed dozens of Divine King realm experts and 3 half-step hierarchs. Was this something a half-step Divine King could do? No one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, these were undeniable facts and their deepest experience. Jiang Qin, we didn't mean to offend you. Can we just let this matter go? Our Ghost Eye sect will definitely respect you in the future. Li Kuangying, who was a mid-Divine King, had already lost his sharpness. At this moment, he actually lowered his head. No one had expected this, but it was also an undeniable fact. In front of absolute strength, they had no chance to resist. How could they fight against Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin was not dead yet. The three supreme elders had already become history. Jiang Qin's mightiness was needless to say. The Luofeng Valley had made them thoroughly understand just what kind of freak Jiang Qin was. Yes, we are willing to respect Master Jiang and have no intention of rebelling. Dan Guifeng also said with a smile, his face full of flattery. Oh, really? Now you want to negotiate with me? When you wanted to destroy my profound Feng sect, why didn't I see you being so humble? What qualifications do you have? Why should I let you respect me? Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. Jiang Qin couldn't stop laughing madly. The third time he asked made them hold their breaths. Was this guy going to start a massacre again? Jiang Qin, don't hurt yourself. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of you? Li Kuangying bit the bullet and said. He had always been afraid of Jiang Qin. Even their supreme elder, Li Shiyin, had disappeared. How could Jiang Qin fight against a half-step hierarch? He still had this bit of self-awareness. It's all too late now. Today, I will make Jiang Qin's name the nightmare of the entire Linhe boundary. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Whoever blocks my path must die. Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword was raised. The sword chi swept across 800 zhang, causing the sky to lose its color. Let's attack together. It's no big deal if we die. We must not let this guy continue to dominate the Linhe boundary. Otherwise, when will we have the chance to stand out? Dan Guifeng was the first to fight against Jiang Qin. Everyone knew that if they did not take action now, they would not be in a good situation. Jiang Qin's murderous intent had made them tremble. Jiang Qin raised his sword and the 3,000 lightning strikes. More than 20 Divine King realm experts were killed on the spot. Profound Feng sect was filled with deafening cheers as they welcomed Jiang Qin's return. At this moment, Jiang Qin was fully deserving of his title. After this trip to the Luofeng Valley, he had once again become the idol of Profound Feng sect. In just one day, the 17 great sects were annihilated. Jiang Qin had killed millions of people with a single sword. It was destined to be a crazy massacre. Jiang Qin was not an executioner. He did not kill innocent people. He did not kill anyone below the heavenly god realm. However, those so-called super great sects had killed all their elders, sect leaders and geniuses. Their sect's foundation was destroyed and millions of people were forced to live in misery. Jiang Qin's name had spread across the entire Linhe boundary in just one day. No one dared to go against him. Who dares to stop me? Chapter 2765. Within 10 days, led by the Heavenly Star sect, there were more than 100 sects in the entire Linhe boundary that brought countless treasures to congratulate Jiang Qin. The Profound Feng sect became the pinnacle of the entire Linhe boundary in an instant. Countless elders and sect lords gathered here. Xian Qingming was extremely busy. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Jiang Qin's prestige had spread across the entire Linhe boundary. No one did not know about him. He had become the #1 expert in the Linhe boundary. No one dared to go against him. Needless to say, Jiang Qin's return had completely disrupted the order of the Linhe boundary. At the same time, the order of the Linhe boundary had also been rearranged. Among the 10 great sects, only Heavenly Star sect did not make things difficult for Profound Feng sect. After all, they were brother sects and had a lot of connections. However, even the people from Heavenly Star sect had to listen to Xian Qingming. Profound Feng sect was pushed to the heart of the struggle. It was not good, but it was not bad either. If Profound Fong's sect wanted to rise, they needed strength and opportunity. Now that Jiang Qin was guarding Profound Fong's sect, who would dare to make a ruckus? No one doubted Jiang Qin's strength. Being able to come out from Luofeng Valley proved everything. Most importantly, there was no news from the 3 half-step hierarch realm supreme elders. Needless to say, Jiang Qin was still alive and they must have died. At this time, Jiang Qin had become the ruler of the Linhe boundary. Therefore, hundreds of sects in the Linhe boundary came from afar to congratulate Jiang Qin and the Profound Fong sect. In less than 100 years, the Profound Fong sect would definitely become the leader of the Linhe boundary. Even the Heavenly Star sect might not be able to achieve such glory. All of this was because of Jiang Qin. Xian Qingming welcomed the guests from all directions with a humble and courteous attitude, making those sects extremely happy. It seemed like the sect lord of Profound Fong sect was not an arrogant person. As long as they could build a good relationship with Profound Fong sect, they would not suffer any losses in Linhe boundary in the future. From their point of view, although Profound Fong sect was weak now, it would definitely rise in the near future. The current Profound Fong sect's foundation was still shallow. Everyone knew that the people who came to congratulate Profound Fong sect were all holding precious treasures and treasures. Although the icing on the cake might not be a good thing, they would not go against those who were smiling at them. Since Jiang Qin was in seclusion, Xian Qingming took over. In fact, none of them said that they were looking for Jiang Qin, they were just complimenting him. After all, Jiang Qin wasn't someone they could meet just because they wanted to. Moreover, everyone had a tacit understanding that befriending Xian Qingming was naturally related to Jiang Qin. Everyone was smart. Jiang Qin did not want to be the ruler of the Linhe boundary, but no one could take it away from him. Profound Fong sect and Xian Qingming would be Jiang Qin's biggest helper in the future. Even though Jiang Qin had eliminated more than 10 sects, the Linhe boundary was a huge place with hundreds of sections. The population was still flourishing and it did not affect the balance of the Linhe boundary. Countless of Profound Fong sect's disciples' faces were filled with radiance. Those disciples from other sects were envious when they saw the disciples of Profound Fong sect. In the past, Profound Fong sect was just a small sect. But now, it had the demeanor of a great sect. Countless people had sent gifts to welcome them. This was Profound Fong sect's biggest event ever since the establishment of the sect. Moreover, Profound Fong sect was the leader of this event. Everyone's face was glowing. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Sect Lord Xian. A peerless genius has appeared. Us old fellows are proud. That's right. Jiang Qin's appearance has brought us great fortune. It's our Linhe boundary's fortune. Isn't it because of Sect Lord Xian's guidance? Jiang Qin's rise was inextricably linked to Sect Head Xian. Ha ha ha. That's right. Come, Sect Lord Xian. Linhe boundary, we will definitely follow your example and strive to have another monstrous genius in the Linhe boundary after 100 years. Sect Lord Xian is wise and powerful. Brother Jiang Qin is peerless. Profound Fong sect will definitely become the leader of our Linhe boundary in the future. Congratulations, Sect Lord Xian. Ha! Countless sect elders and sect lords were complimenting Profound Fong sect without holding back. Even Jiang Zhenhai, who was observing, secretly felt proud in his heart. After all of this was because of his son, who was able to stand above all the other sections. Even though he couldn't see them, he could feel the huge crowd in the Profound Fong sect. The drums were beating in unison, making people excited. Brother Zhen, you've really given birth to a good son. Lin Ryue held Jiang Zhenhai's hand tightly and said with a smile. The smile on Jiang Zhenhai's face was extremely pure, like a child who got his favorite toy. It was a smile that Lin Ryue had never seen before. Jiang Chen should be the one to raise his son. After all, Jiang Chen was the center of attention. Hu and Linhe boundary did not know about him. After all, Jiang Chen was still cultivating on a mountain ridge in profound Feng sect. This scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, the effect should be the best if I let my father consume it directly. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to withstand the medicinal effect. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart will definitely help him in his cultivation in the future. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time if he wants to absorb all of its energy. Jiang Chen thought for a while and murmured. At this moment, the divine origin qi in Jiang Chen's body had reached its peak after a few battles. In addition to the divine origin essence that he had absorbed from Luo Binsi, Jiang Chen already had a sign of breaking through when he was in Luo Feng Valley. However, he was worried about his father, so he rushed back to profound Feng sect. If he was one step late, the fire Qilin would have died, his father would be in danger, and profound Feng sect would no longer exist. Let's break through first. Jiang Chen had been stuck in the half-step divine king realm for quite some time. Especially after going through a few life and death battles, Jiang Chen had already accumulated enough divine origin qi. His soul realm had already reached the hierarch realm. All of his breakthroughs were already completed. In addition to refining the divine origin essence, Jiang Chen could only proceed step by step. Even so, 1% of the divine origin essence was enough for Jiang Chen to break through. Chapter 2766. The divine origin qi continued to flow and gathered around Jiang Chen's body. A dense mist was formed. It was the myriad qi. The changes that the myriad qi brought to Jiang Chen's body were out of his expectation. Looking at his dantian, it was crystal clear and flawless like a newborn. He had never dreamt that his body would be so transparent. Many golden dragon patterns covered Xiao Chen's body, densely packed like they were made of gold, sparkling and translucent, flawless and flawless. The dragon transformation art continued to circulate. The spirit and blood in his body had reached their peak. Dragon marks were appearing all over his body. However, Jiang Chen still could not feel the threshold of the divine king realm. 3,470,000 dragon marks. He initially thought that he could reach the divine king realm after breaking through 3,400,000 dragon marks. However, it seemed like it was still not enough. Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation art and the divine origin essence continued to flow into his body. The dragon marks continued to grow. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. Each dragon mark was growing crazily. It was like a wound on his body. To Jiang Chen, it was a great pressure and pain. The golden dragon marks gathered. Jiang Chen inspected his body. The divine origin essence in his dantian was the size of a fist, emitting a blazing light. Day after day, 3 months had passed. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 3,500,000. However, it did not stop there. The divine origin essence had given Jiang Chen an indescribable amount of yuan qi essence. 3 months had passed. Spring had returned. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased to 3,990,000. Jiang Chen could finally feel the threshold of the divine king realm. This time, he would not let his guard down. After the number of dragon marks skyrocketed, Jiang Chen's body also underwent a tremendous change. However, he didn't know that with the birth of nearly 4 million dragon marks, his strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Rumble, thunder rumbled above profound Feng sect. The peak of the mountain was filled with thunder and lightning, shaking the entire sect. There's no need to panic. Focus on your cultivation. Your senior brother Jiang Chen is about to make a breakthrough. Do not approach him. Xian Qingming's voice reverberated in the sky. All the disciples heaved a sigh of relief. So it's senior brother Jiang Chen breaking through. All of them were in high spirits. Senior brother Jiang Chen was so powerful and he's still improving himself. What qualifications do they have to stop cultivating? Is he finally going to break through? Xian Qingming murmured with a hint of worry. The Clear Stream sect can't do anything to you. The Linha boundary can't restrict you. You can even come and go as you please in the Luo Feng Valley. The Nine Heavens lightning should not be too hard for you, right? Xian Qingming said faintly. Although there were not many people who could break through under the heavenly lightning, especially the Divine King realm, there might not even be one Divine King realm expert in the Linha boundary every 1,000 years. This showed how difficult it was to break through to the Divine King realm. Therefore, after Jiang Chen killed so many Divine King realm experts, the great sects in the Linha boundary were almost wiped out. A Divine King realm expert was the foundation of their sect. Jiang Chen's expression was the same as usual. He raised his head and looked at the lightning in the sky with a faint smile on his face. Come, I want to see exactly how powerful you are. Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice, looking at the heavenly lightning above the 9 heavens. He was full of vigor. Everyone was extremely careful when facing the heavenly lightning as they were afraid of being struck to death by the heavenly lightning. If they were not careful, they would fail their breakthrough. That would be a matter of life and death. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly lightning at all. In fact, he treated each heavenly lightning as a deadly attack. Only after going through the baptism of the heavenly lightning could he be considered to have entered the true tribulation, transforming into a dragon. Rumble. When the fiery red heavenly lightning appeared, Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this heavenly lightning before. However, it was extremely terrifying, causing him to frown his brows. Be careful, Jiang Chen. This is a fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning. This lightning is extraordinary. The chi of fire is comparable to your 5 elemental true fire. Most importantly, it can attack with lightning. With the fusion of fire and lightning, even a peak divine king might not be able to survive the lightning tribulation unscathed. The fire Qilin said. In my inherited memories, my ancestors have passed through this heavenly lightning. There were 3 of them. However, none of them managed to pass through the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning. You must be careful. The fire Qilin warned again. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. He was not an arrogant person. Especially when facing the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning, even he felt a sense of danger. When the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning was born, the heavenly tribulation rose. When the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning fused together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. I would like to see if you can strike me to death. Jiang Chen said while gritting his teeth. He sneered as he stared at the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning fearlessly. Roar! The fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning was incomparably violent. The terrifying fire and lightning fused together like an immemorial void dragon. The fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning crashed down. Jiang Chen was pushed back by the power of the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning. His face turned pale in shock. Come on! Jiang Chen roared as his eyes shone. At this moment, even with the toughness of his body, he could feel the fiery lightning spreading all over his body. The fusion of fire and lightning was indeed terrifying. His entire body was numb and burning. It was extremely painful. But even so, it was not enough for him to lower his head. 8 fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning descended from the sky. Jiang Chen was baptized by the 8 lightning bolts. To be exact, it should be a crazy bombardment. At this moment, Jiang Chen was extremely weak. The 8 fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning had put Jiang Chen in a difficult situation. However, there was still the last heavenly lightning, which was the most terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the previous 8. The terrifying fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning had already reached its limit. The 9th heavenly lightning could destroy the world. Even a peak divine king might not be able to withstand it. I don't want to be struck to death by you. Since it's like this, let's see who wins. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. The fire Qilin had never expected that Jiang Qin would not be able to defend himself against the most terrifying heavenly lightning. I will devour you. Chapter 2767. The fire cloud tyrant sky lightning did not explode but was swallowed by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin used the source of the dawn sky golden lightning and 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning to entangle the fire cloud tyrant sky lightning. The 2 sources of lightning suppressed the fire cloud tyrant sky lightning together, showing how terrifying the fire cloud tyrant sky lightning was. Jiang Qin circulated his dantian. He knew that it was dangerous, but he didn't want to let go of this heavenly lightning. He wanted the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning to suppress it. It would become his trump card in the future. Although it was just a lightning without a source, the fire cloud tyrant heavenly lightning was rare and powerful. Suppress it. Jiang Qin used the myriad chi cauldron to suppress the 3 lightning bolts. At that moment, the fire cloud tyrant sky lightning gradually calmed down. Jiang Qin knew that this fire cloud tyrant sky lightning could only be used once. It was not easy to fuse heavenly lightning together. The fire cloud tyrant sky lightning was extraordinary. Jiang Qin stood up and changed into a set of clean clothes. He had finally broken through to the divine king realm. It's a pity that it's just a heavenly lightning without a source. Every time I make a breakthrough, I'll have to waste a heavenly lightning. 2 heavenly lightnings can only make people below the hierarch realm retreat. If I could get another heavenly lightning's lightning origin and merge 3 heavenly lightnings, even a hierarch realm expert would be shocked. Jiang Qin murmured. The dragon transformation skill operated automatically. The dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body surged once again. It only calmed down after reaching 4.3 million dragon marks. His 9 dragons and 10 elephant strength had increased once again. The next breakthrough would require at least 200,000 to 300,000 dragon marks. At this moment, Jiang Qin's aura had undergone a tremendous change. Every movement he made seemed like it was made by nature itself. Moreover, he was extremely sensitive to the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth. His 6 ears could hear everything from thousands of miles away as if he was right in front of him. Jiang Qin's gaze was like a rain of swords, shooting toward the vast land. Everything was locked in a stalemate. His aura was completely restrained. If he moved, thunder would rumble within 5 kilometers, and wind and rain would blow within 100 kilometers. Is this the presence of a divine king? Jiang Qin smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He could move mountains and rivers. With a thought, he could travel 1,000 miles. The God King realm was a huge leap. Reaching the God King realm, if there were no life or death battles, one could enjoy eternal life. A divine king realm expert could be considered as an expert even in a county. Even in the northern cold divine region, a divine king realm expert was qualified to travel far. This level of strength was nothing in the central region divine land, but in the Fong County and other regions, a divine king realm expert could be considered as an expert. A divine king realm expert could enjoy eternal life, but which divine king realm expert would be willing to be ordinary? Only by overdrawing one's potential would one reach the end of their lifespan in advance. Only by fighting to the death could one comprehend the mysteries of heaven and constantly improve. Therefore, the immortality of a divine king was only a general concept. Everyone had the attitude of an expert, but an ordinary divine king like you was hard to find in this world. This was also the reason why, in the domain, most of the truly powerful and talented divine kings had already embarked on a long journey. However, in the past 10,000 years, very few of them had returned to their homeland. A general died in 100 battles, a warrior did not return for 10 years. Experts naturally had a stage that belonged to them. Turning back would mean retreating, moving forward would mean death. Emperor realm experts, it was the dream of countless people. However, there were only a few who could reach the emperor realm. More importantly, without experiencing hundreds of battles, who could understand the secret of the emperor realm. Jiang Chen's aura was vigorous and the divine origin qi in his body was surging. He was like an ancient giant beast that was trying to break free from its shackles. Jiang Chen could feel that kind of explosive power, how terrifying it was. After stepping into the Divine King realm, Jiang Chen finally understood the difference between the Divine King realm and the Heavenly God realm. Even a half-step Divine King would not have such an experience. A Divine King realm expert could already communicate with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. They could cultivate invisibly. Jiang Chen did not even need to circulate the dragon transformation skill while cultivating. The transformation of the Divine King realm was the real transformation. A heavenly god was not considered as an expert in the divine world, but their strength was not ordinary. They could become the lord of a small city. However, the Divine King realm was different. After breaking through to the Divine King realm, one's vision would be broadened, and one would have the heart to pursue the strong. This was the most important thing. The Divine King realm would attract attention no matter where it was. The Divine King realm had already opened a real path to become an emperor. Without entering the Divine King realm, how could one obtain the heart of a great emperor? Only those who had reached the Divine King realm would have a glimmer of hope to become a great emperor. However, that glimmer of hope was extremely slim. Below the great emperor realm, there was still the hierarch realm. It was not easy to reach the hierarch realm. Some divine kings were unable to break through the shackles of the hierarch realm in their lifetime. Even the peerless monstrous geniuses among the divine emperors had a slim chance of becoming a great emperor. More importantly, after entering the Divine King realm, breaking through would not only require the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, but also the steady improvement of the soul and the comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If the divine Son of the Nine Heavens did not have the ability to comprehend, it would be hard for him to achieve great things. If he had the ability to comprehend, so what? It was enough to show that it was harder to break through after the Divine King realm. The word comprehension had blocked millions of experts from entering the Emperor realm. Jiang Chen knew that it was not easy to reach the Emperor realm. However, he was more confident in himself. He was a weak void god when he first entered the divine world. Now, he had some achievements. Although he was not a great figure, it would not take long for Jiang Chen to travel all over the Lone Dragon County. The growth of the profound Feng sect was inevitable. Jiang Chen did not say anything. However, everyone knew that he was the biggest support of the profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen agreed tacitly because he was going to travel far from here. His father needed a quiet place to cultivate and the profound Feng sect was the best place for him to do so. Jiang Chen channeled the boundless energy of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart into Jiang Zhenhai's body. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart did not disappoint Jiang Zhenhai's expectation. It had completely healed all of Jiang Zhenhai's injuries. His limbs and eyes were all healed. Moreover, his strength had broken through to the mid-heavenly god realm. This was something that Jiang Chen had never expected. Ha! This Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is really powerful. You are still unable to fully absorb the boundless energy within it. Once you've fully absorbed it, your strength will rise to the next level. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His eyes were filled with gratification. Chapter 2768. But now, it was different. Jiang Zhenhai was no longer alone. He had Lin Rue. The two of them were hugging each other tightly. Jiang Chen felt extremely happy when he saw his father's current state of mind. "I'm not alone anymore. I'll protect you, Xiao Yu," Jiang Zhenhai said with a serious face. Relying on his own son was an external force after all. Lin Rue could be said to have awakened Jiang Zhenhai's second spring. Right now, Jiang Zhenhai was extremely focused on training. If he didn't have enough strength, how could he protect the woman he loved? Lin Rue was also extremely happy. She snuggled in Jiang Zhenhai's arms. Seeing that he was safe and sound, her heart was completely at ease. In front of the bed, Jiang Qin was holding his father's hand. The two of them held each other tightly. Their relationship was deeper than the sea. "Father, you've recovered. I should go now. Aunt Lin, please take care of my father in the future," Jiang Qin said. "Are you in such a hurry?" Jiang Zhenhai really wanted to get closer to his son, but he knew that Jiang Qin was not the kind of man who would let his emotions get the better of him. A real man's ambition was to travel far and wide. His dream, his sky, was much bigger than he could ever imagine. "Yes, I'll leave today," Jiang Qin said. Xian Qingming also arrived at this moment. "Jiang Qin, are you really leaving?" Xian Qingming said reluctantly. The profound Feng sect was still developing and the Linhe boundaries foundation was not stable yet. Now that Jiang Qin was leaving, the sect's development would definitely be restricted. However, Xian Qingming would not ask Jiang Qin to stay. Everything was brought to him by Jiang Qin. Without Jiang Qin's guidance, he would not have reached the peak late heavenly god realm. Now, Jiang Qin had become the pillar of the profound Feng sect. "I will set up a new formation before I leave. At that time, even a hierarch realm expert will be helpless. As long as you guys stay in seclusion and cultivate, no one will come to profound Feng sect," Jiang Qin said confidently. His promise was the most genuine protection for Xian Qingming. "I won't say much. With Brother Zhang's strength, it's more than enough for him to be the great elder of profound Feng sect. Profound Feng sect will be his home in the future," Xian Qingming said. This was his promise to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin set up another formation in profound Feng sect. This time, his strength had increased by a lot. The formation he set up was even more terrifying, especially the defensive formation. Compared to the offensive formation, the defensive formation was much easier to set up. After Jiang Qin set up the formation, even he himself was shocked. It was more than enough to stop a hierarch realm expert. Even if the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries came to break the formation, he would probably be defeated as well. "Oh right, Jiang Qin. Hundreds of sects have offered a lot of treasures. Just tell me what you want. Many of them are very high grade, we can't use them," Xian Qingming said. "Treasures?" Jiang Qin raised his eyebrows. "If that's the case, I can take a look. 1,000 years knotweed, 1,000 years ginseng, 10,000 years ancient vine heart, essence of cordyceps, and many more." Xian Qingming looked at the gift book in his hand as if he was counting his family treasures. 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Jiang Qin was moved. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was used by his father. Now, he really wanted a scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, how could it be so easy to get one? If this 10,000 years ancient vine heart could replace the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, then there might be hope to concoct the heaven-seizing fortune pill. "Let me see," Jiang Qin said. Xian Qingming took out the 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Jiang Qin's eyes fell on it. This 10,000 years ancient vine heart was indeed full of vitality. Although it could not be compared to the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, it was still a true treasure. It should be able to replace the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Now, the heaven-seizing fortune pill was only left with the heavenly serpent's gallbladder and the one eye of energy spring. Out of the 5 ingredients, he had obtained 3 of them. Jiang Qin couldn't wait any longer. If he could successfully concoct the heaven-seizing fortune pill, it would definitely be a great improvement for him. Alright, I'll take this 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Jiang Qin only took the 10,000-year ancient vine heart because he knew that the profound Feng sect needed these things very much, much more than he needed them. These things might only be used to concoct pills, but to the profound Feng sect, these treasures could bring the sect to the next level and become a true great sect. It was definitely a big step forward for them. Just this 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Facing so many treasures, even Xian Qingming could not sit still. However, these were obtained by Jiang Qin after he risked his life for them. Without him, why would the 100 great sects give these to profound Feng sect? But Xian Qingming did not expect that Jiang Qin did not want anything else other than the 10,000 years ancient vine heart. Xian Qingming was shocked and instantly understood Jiang Qin's intention. Jiang Qin wanted to make full use of these treasures and make the profound Feng sect stronger. This was the most important thing for Xian Qingming. How about this? I'll leave 3 days later and concoct these medicinal herbs into pills. It should be able to increase the strength of many disciples. Jiang Qin's words made Xian Qingming shed tears of gratitude. Jiang Qin was a divine king. When he was still in profound Feng sect, his skill in concocting pills was praised by everyone. Even Xian Qingming could not catch up to him. The pills concocted by Jiang Qin were definitely good stuff. 3 days later, Jiang Qin had concocted more than 10,000 pills for profound Feng sect. Although he had exhausted a lot of energy, he was still very happy. These pills might not be supreme-grade immortal pills, but they would definitely help profound Feng sect to rise to the next level. Yang Jian and Man Shui stared at Jiang Qin silently. The 2 of them were disciples of profound Feng sect who rose up at the same time as Jiang Qin. But now, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Cultivate well. I don't want you 2 to be defeated by me. When I return to profound Feng sect, I hope to see you 2 change. Jiang Qin said with a smile and patted their shoulders. At this moment, Yang Jian and Man Shui had already reached the doorstep of the heavenly god realm. However, they were nothing compared to Jiang Qin. They could not be compared at all. A feeling of inferiority arose in their hearts. Chapter 2769. The eastern ancient mountain range stretched on for thousands of miles. It was a dense ancient forest that was rarely visited. It was only 200,000 miles away from the Qilian region's Lingzhou city. This was the largest mountain range around the Lingzhou city. It stretched on for hundreds of thousands of miles. There were countless demonic beasts that were below the divine king realm. There were even hierarch realm demonic beasts. The eastern ancient mountain range was the only way to enter the Qilian boundaries Lingzhou city. Jiang Qin wanted to take a shortcut to return to the Lingzhou city. Jiang Qin would be able to handle it as long as he didn't meet any hierarch realm demonic beasts. The Battle of the 9 Boundaries and the Battle of Tongxian Mansion were not far away. Time would not change the realm of the experts above the divine king realm. Sometimes, it was not rare for talented experts to go into seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The divine world was never lacking in experts. You would never know how many supreme experts were around you. The eastern ancient mountain range was terrifying and many people did not dare to take the risk. Even the Lingzhou city was far away from here. God knows how many people had lost their lives in the eastern ancient mountain range, becoming the dust of history and the soil of the mountains. Even the Tian Chi mountain range paled in comparison to this place. I've really opened my eyes. I didn't think that I would be able to meet such a beautiful girl in this godforsaken place. This is really good fortune, a great fortune. A black-robed old man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks said with a smile. His eyes were filled with lust as he stared unblinkingly at the beautiful girl not far away. It was as if he wanted to swallow her whole. He had been in the eastern ancient mountain range for many years. Just like the aborigines of the eastern ancient mountain range, he was familiar with the hinterland of the mountains, forests, and swamps. Old man, we found this together. I don't want to eat your leftovers. Beside the old man was a chubby young man. His appearance was abnormally ferocious, so much so that it would cause one's heart to tremble with fear. He was even worse than a ghost. He was so ugly that one would feel nauseous just by looking at him. Although he looked like a teenager, it was hard to guess how old he really was and how strong his cultivation was. Damn fatty, don't tell me I can enjoy it alone. Kaka, we've been brothers for so many years. Am I that kind of person? The black-robed old man looked at Fatty ambiguously. That's more like it. I like crowds, Fatty looked at the black-robed old man with a beaming smile on his face. It's still two tender chicks, a boy and a girl. I'll eat the boy, and I'll eat the girl when I'm tired of playing with her. The black-clad old man was like a bolt of lightning as he flew through the forest, disappearing in a flash. Senior brother, this time, we've completely lost contact with the great elder and the others. What should we do now? The girl said in a sweet voice. Her stunning appearance could make one drool. She looked at the white-robed young man with a silver spear, her eyes were filled with admiration and adoration. In fact, she was very happy at this moment. She just didn't know when she would be able to walk out of this dense forest and reunite with the great elder and the others. The white-robed young man frowned as his heart was in turmoil. After all, when they entered the eastern ancient mountain range, the great elder had specially instructed them not to be separated from the others. However, in the end, they were separated from Hai Huasi in that strange fog forest. They hadn't received any news from them for more than 10 days. If this continued, they didn't know when they would be able to leave this place. Even if they flew up to the sky, they would still be surrounded by fog. It was like a maze that extended in all directions. Even if they went in one direction, they still wouldn't be able to get out of this place. I don't know either. This place is indeed very strange. The great elder and the others couldn't find their sect. Now, only you and I are together. For now, we can't be separated anymore. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to move forward. We can only take one step at a time. The white-robed young man was also holding the young girl's hand tightly, fearing that she might be in danger. The young girl's face was filled with happiness. Although she was nervous as this was her first time leaving the sect, she was exceptionally happy. This was the world that she wanted to be with just the two of them. This is the happiest moment of my life. The young girl tightened her white and flawless jade-like hands. She lowered her head and lightly bit her red lips. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if the sky falls, Big Brother Ping will support it for you. The white-robed young man's eyes were like arrows as he smiled. The young girl nodded silently as a warm feeling spread from her heart. Gagaga, they are really a celestial couple. How enviable, jealous, and hateful. The black-robed old man said with a strange smile. The white-robed young man held his spear with a gloomy expression as he pointed the spear towards the sky. Trying to act mysterious. Who is it? Get the hell out here. The white-robed young man roared. Little doll, what a hot temper you have. I wonder how capable you are. The black-robed old man smiled as he crossed his arms in front of his chest with a confident expression. Old monster, don't block my way. Otherwise, the spear in my hand will kill you. The white-robed young man said coldly as he pointed his spear at the black-robed old man. "Tsk, tsk, tsk. How hot-tempered. This is my territory. Don't you think I should come out and collect some protection fees?" "Hee hee. This is your territory. Does that mean that you know how to get out of here?" The white-robed young man looked at the black-robed old man in shock. "Say it. What do you want?" "As long as I can do it, I will not go back on my words. As long as you can bring us out of here." "Really?" the black-robed old man said. "Cut the crap. I, Luo Ping, never joke." Luo Ping frowned and said impatiently. "Then it's easy. As long as you keep this little girl by my side. Hee hee hee, I'll let you go. How about it? Old fart. Looks like you're courting death." Luo Ping protected the girl behind him. His eyes were sharp as a powerful aura burst out from his body. He was ready to fight the old man to the death. Sigh. "Young man, you're so hot-tempered. I've already said that this is a fair trade. Why are you angry? Don't tell me you're losing out by exchanging a life for a life. I like this little girl a lot." The black-robed old man's eyes lit up as he stared at the girl. "Senior brother, this guy is annoying." Luo Ninger pouted her lips, looking cute and innocent. The black-clothed old man's heart was itching with impatience. "This little girl, I'm definitely going to have her, hee hee. Old thief, how dare you speak such arrogant words? See if I don't tear your stinky mouth apart." Luo Ping shouted angrily. His spear shone brightly and dashed towards the old man. His aura was like a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas. "Ha ha, it's good that you've come. I've been itching for a fight during this period of time. In this part of the eastern ancient mountain range, there aren't many people who dare to fight with me. For the sake of this lass, I'm going all out." The black-robed old man said with a hideous smile. He coveted Luo Ninger, causing Luo Ping to be furious. "This old fart is really despicable. If I can capture him, I'll be able to get out of this misty forest. Old fart. Today, I, Luo Ping, will fight you to death." Chapter 2770. In an instant, Luo Ping and the black-clothed old man exchanged more than 10 moves. Their terrifying aura shattered the surrounding rocks and ancient trees, leveling the ground. The black-clothed old man retreated as he fought. Luo Ping's spear radiance was powerful, but it could not hurt the black-clothed old man. The two of them fought back and forth, fighting to their heart's content. However, the black-clothed old man was always able to find the right opportunity to attack Luo Ping, causing Luo Ping to be overwhelmed. But at least he managed to stabilize the situation, with no one gaining too much of an advantage. Luo Ho's spear, Zhen Yuan Liang. Luo Ping held his silver spear and struck like a dragon. Starlight shredded the void, causing the surrounding space to collapse. The scene was extremely chaotic. Interesting, so it's the Luo Ho spear of Qianhua Boundaries No. 1 sect. Hee hee. The black-clothed old man sneered. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He seemed to be extremely angry and fearful of the Luo Ho spear. "Good that you know. Old fart, surrender now." Luo Ping's eyes gleamed coldly. His spear technique was even better than before. The Luo Ho spear was one of the most powerful techniques of the 100 Battle sect, and it was also Luo Ping's most powerful technique. His spear technique was known as the No. 1 spear god in the Qianhua boundary in the past 1,000 years. Even when facing this unknown old man, Luo Ping did not show any signs of fear. "Pity, your Luo Ho spear is not good enough. Back then, Luo Yingxiong used the Luo Ho spear to dominate Qianhua boundary. I've experienced his prowess. Compared to him, you're still lacking. The black-clothed old man said in disdain. Obviously, he did not put Luo Ping in his eyes. You have a sharp tongue. Old fart, if I don't show you something, you won't know what I'm capable of. Luo Ping stepped on the void and soared into the sky. Spear shadows followed his figure, covering the void. Thousands of spear radiance pierced through the void. Senior brother, be careful. Luo Ninger said nervously. This old fart was getting more and more mysterious. She did not know where he came from. Both of them were in danger, they must not fall into his trap. Oh, your strength is not bad. Hee, no wonder you dare to be so unbridled. You want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. You are still too inexperienced. Your little beauty is very fond of you. The black-clothed old man kept provoking Luo Ping with his words. Luo Ping was enraged and his attacks were restricted. His battle with the black-clothed old man became even more chaotic. On the contrary, the black-clothed old man was extremely stable. Even though the outcome of the battle was not decided yet, Luo Ninger could already see her senior brother Luo Ping's decline. Luo Ninger's anxiousness had explained everything. If Luo Ping continued to fight, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the black-clothed old man was obviously an experienced old fox. Plus, they were in the enemy's territory, he had an overwhelming advantage. The black-clothed old man gradually gained the upper hand and started his counterattack against Luo Ping. Ghost Eagle Claw. A series of afterimages streaked across the sky. The black-clothed old man's palm turned into a claw and a gale swept across the sky. Luo Ping could only defend passively. He had completely lost his initial sharpness. Because he was restricted in front of the black-clothed old man, he could not unleash his full strength. On the contrary, the old man started to counterattack fiercely. Although Luo Ping was shocked, he did not panic. He tried his best to stabilize his body. However, he realized that the old man's attacks were completely different from before. The sharp claw made a creaking sound when it clashed with his silver spear. Even the mid-heavenly divine tool had scratch marks on it. Such a terrifying technique. This eastern ancient mountain range is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Luo Ping was extremely surprised. He had already reached the peak of early divine king, but he was still suppressed by this old man. With his talent and the terrifying battle experience of the greatest clan, he was not afraid of anyone at all. He could even stand against mid-divine kings. However, Luo Ping felt an unprecedented pressure at this moment. Luo Ping's expression changed drastically. I'm not interested in playing with you anymore, little fella. The black-robed old man snorted and launched another attack. Compared to before, his attacks were even stronger. Luo Ping was overwhelmed by the chaotic attacks. Even the 100 transformation godly spear lost its effectiveness at this moment. The black-robed old man's fierce attack swept towards Luo Ping. Luo Ping did not have any chance to fight back. He was forced back by the 3 claws and spurted out blood. The area between his thumb and forefinger on the silver spear was torn apart. The white-clothed figure was covered in blood and his cold face was covered in sweat. At this moment, Luo Ping's shirt was completely torn apart and he looked quite miserable. The other claw had grabbed his shoulder blade. Luo Ping's left shoulder could no longer be lifted. Damn old man, I'll kill you. Luo Ninger roared in anger. She clenched her fist and charged towards the black-clothed old man. No, Ninger. Luo Ping said. His heart trembled slightly. His own life was secondary. He could not allow Ninger to be in danger. She was the woman he loved. Little girl, your opponent is me. Suddenly, a chubby silhouette appeared in front of the black-clothed old man like a wall, blocking Luo Ninger's path. Luo Ninger's attack landed in front of the chubby young man, but she was instantly repelled. Her expression changed as she retreated, leaving deep footprints on the blue stone beneath her feet. Another expert, Luo Ping thought. His expression was extremely ugly. They would definitely die under the joint attack of these two fellas. The chubby young man was unstoppable. His defense was extremely shocking. Luo Ninger was repelled by his attack. This was enough to prove how strong the opponent was. Old man, you're quite interesting to play with these two little fellas. I'm gritting my teeth. This fella looks nutritious, his muscles are definitely chewy. Hee hee. As for this little girl, look at her, I can't help but drool. Looks like I'm quite lucky today. The chubby young man sneered as he looked at Luo Ping and Luo Ninger. What should we do now, senior brother? Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping. Both of them might not be able to fight against the opponent. You leave first. Leave this to me. I can hold them back. Luo Ping said. This was the only way. As long as he could buy some time for Luo Ninger, they might be able to fight. It was almost impossible for them to escape. Want to leave? Ha ha ha, dream on. Do you really think that you have the ability to stop us? The chubby young man chuckled, looking at Luo Ping in disdain. How would I know if I don't try? Luo Ping said calmly. He was ready to die, to pave a path for Luo Ninger. No, senior brother. I cannot leave you alone. Chapter 2771. There's no time, let's go, otherwise, we'll both die. Luo Ping said while gritting his teeth. He could not bear to see Luo Ninger being tainted by these two, he would rather die. These two fellas were obviously lusting after Ninger's beauty. Even if I die, Ninger will die with you. Luo Ninger hugged Luo Ping's arm tightly, her eyes were filled with determination. Why can't you understand? Sigh. Luo Ping smiled bitterly, but the two of them had no other way out. What a pair of ill-fated lovebirds, I love and hate them at the same time. But I have a special trait, I like to separate lovebirds, hee hee hee. The black-robed old man said coldly, his eyes were filled with malice. Even if I, Luo Ping, die today, I'll drag you guys down with me. Luo Ping roared and charged forward. Luo Ninger did not want to be outdone, she will not leave, she will stay with senior Luo Ping forever. Body of 100 battles, explode. Luo Ping's eyes were filled with battle intent. This was the strongest technique of his battle sect and also the trump card that he had prepared for the great battle of the 9 boundaries. However, he had no choice but to use it in advance. Whether or not he could save his life depended on whether or not these two guys could defeat him. Luo Ping held the silver spear in his hand, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm. His defense was already extremely strong, and he had trained his body in the number 1 sect of the 100 battles sect. He had gone through hundreds of battles, and had trained his body to be as tough as steel. His strength lay in close combat. He was confident that he could withstand the attacks from the two of them, but he did not know how long he could last. Black Eagle, number 1 sect of 100 battles, you're quite capable, looks like we can't underestimate our opponents. Fatty said with a smile. I know, I fought with Battle Sect a few thousand years ago, how could I not know? I almost died in the hands of that bastard Luo Yingxiong. Black Eagle said while gritting his teeth, obviously still holding a grudge against Luo Yingxiong. Now that he had captured the people of Battle Sect, how could he be merciful? That's good. One of us will attack and the other will defend. Let's see how he deals with this. Fatty was confident, his defense was not weaker than Luo Ping's. The three of them instantly clashed, 1 against 2. Luo Ping's strength was not enough and he instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. This was something no one had expected. Luo Ninger initially thought that her senior brother could at least last a few rounds, but Luo Ping could only defend and not retaliate. Senior brother. Ning, I will lend you a hand. Luo Ninger did not hesitate and quickly attacked the two of them. She also held a silver spear in her hand, but it was slightly weaker than Luo Ping's. Early Divine King was indeed strong, but it was a little lacking when facing Black Eagle and Luo Ninger. Even when Luo Ninger joined the battle, she could only defend against a part of Black Eagle's attacks. The two of them retreated step by step. The number 1 sect of 100 battles was invincible, the martial arts that they were proud of were useless in front of the two of them. Undeniably, Luo Ping and Luo Ninger had tried their best. However, their opponents were too strong. They were mid-divine kings and old monsters that had lived for many years. They were weaker in terms of strength and experience. Plus, they were familiar with the battle sect. Knowing one's own strength and one's enemy was the key to victory. Luo Ping and Luo Ninger had fallen into a life-or-death situation under such a favorable situation. Run, Ning, I will stop them even if I have to die. Luo Ping roared in anger. However, he could not defend against Black Eagle's continuous claw attacks at all. Once the spear light was unleashed, it was instantly deflected by Black Eagle. Black Eagle's attacks were like thunder from the 9th heaven. Every move and every technique was perfect. Although Luo Ping had used the 100 battle body, it was still a drop in the bucket. Facing the two's attacks, he could not turn the situation around. I, Luo Ninger, am Brother Ping's woman when I'm alive, I will be Brother Ping's ghost when I die. I will never regret this in my life. Luo Ninger bit her lips and smiled bitterly. Luo Ping roared like thunder, his heart was filled with anger. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch his beloved being captured, there was nothing he could do. I, Luo Ping, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Luo Ping attacked with all his might, not fearing death. However, it was still difficult for him to fight against Black Eagle and Fatty. Kid, even if you risk your life, you're still a worm, not a dragon. Ha ha ha. Black Eagle mocked Luo Ping, his smile was filled with arrogance. The two's continuous attacks finally caused great damage to Luo Ping. Puh! Luo Ping spurted out a mouthful of blood, the divine origin energy in his body was almost depleted. If we fight one-on-one, I'm afraid we won't even have a 50% chance of winning. Fatty said softly. However, the two of them had the upper hand in terms of experience, strength, timing, and location. Luo Ping had no chance to turn the tables. Black Eagle nodded. Luo Ping was at the end of his rope, Luo Ninger was also forced to retreat. Her face was pale as she was not able to fight back. Overconfident fella, I will pee on your face today, take a good look at yourself, hee hee. Fatty's smile suddenly changed, he squinted his eyes and stared at Luo Ping. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Luo Ping held his silver spear, gritted his teeth, looked at Luo Ninger and took a deep breath. Brother Ping, no. Luo Ninger's expression changed, she hugged Luo Ping tightly. Ha ha ha, interesting, I'm dying of laughter. Fatty laughed, his eyes were filled with mockery and ridicule. Luo Ping smiled bitterly, even if he died, he would not allow it. Killing is just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground, these two disgusting fellas. A sigh was heard, Fatty and Black Eagle's eyes turned cold, they suddenly turned around and saw a green-shirted young man carrying a long sword on his back, standing with his arms crossed, staring at them coldly. Kid, you're courting death. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and now you've met an arrogant fella. Looks like my meal tonight won't be bad. The two sneered, staring at the green-shirted young man in disdain. Jiang Qin. It's really you. Luo Ping stared at Jiang Qin in disbelief, his pupils shrunk, a flame of passion was ignited in his heart. Luo Ping recalled the scene of Jiang Qin sweeping across the world in the divine tomb a long time ago. Although he had never interacted with that man, he was the one who opened the door to the divine world. Otherwise, they would have become wandering ghosts in the divine tomb. Chapter 2772. At that moment, countless youths were filled with high spirits and admiration towards Jiang Qin. Countless women were subdued by that majestic and unparalleled figure. Fighting against the countless remnant souls in the divine tomb alone, that was truly peerless. However, at this moment, Luo Ping was still worried. Because Jiang Qin was able to become the center of attention in a special environment. But now, Jiang Qin's strength was even weaker than Luo Ping. It seemed like he had just broken through to the divine king realm. After all, when he followed the elder to Linha boundary to save Jiang Qin, he was still quite weak. Now, even if he had broken through to the divine king realm, so what? The two guys in front of him were terrifying mid-divine king realm existences. Moreover, they were in someone else's territory. That was the most troublesome part. Jiang Qin will always remember your kindness for saving my life. Jiang Qin smiled faintly and nodded at Luo Ping. In the divine tomb, he did what he was supposed to do. As for how many people he had saved, Jiang Qin did not count it as it was just a simple task. However, he had received Luo Ping's kindness when he was in danger. Jiang Qin had always been a person who knew how to repay kindness. Now that he had met Luo Ping, it was impossible for him to just stand by and do nothing. Black Eagle and Fatty looked angry. This Shao Qingnian simply didn't put them in his eyes. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. I'm so envious. It's a pity that your good days are coming to an end. Black Eagle said angrily. Let me deal with these two beasts first. Jiang Qin said. Brother Jiang, this is not an ordinary matter. I'm afraid you're not their match. You should leave as soon as possible. You gave me my life, I don't want to get you into trouble. Luo Ping shook his head and said while gritting his teeth. Don't worry. They're just two beasts. They're restless beasts. If I don't teach them a lesson, they might turn the world upside down. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qin laughed. Black Eagle and Fatty were filled with anger. They looked at each other and revealed their killing intent. Then, they rushed towards Jiang Qin. Brother Ping, who is he? Can he really save us? His strength is at most on par with mine. Luo Ning'er looked at Luo Ping and asked softly. Do you still remember the time I went to the Linha boundary after I broke my relationship with the elders of the sect? Luo Ping said. Is that him? Luo Ning'er was surprised. Not bad. He once held the heavenly lightning in his hand and controlled the universe, causing us, the geniuses and monstrous geniuses that stepped into the god realm from the immortal realm, to fear him like a tiger, to revere him like a god, and it was difficult for us to look up to him. He was also once in dire straits, struggling at death's door. No matter what, he will always be a legend in my heart, a legend that I will revere for the rest of my life. Luo Ping looked at Jiang Qin and murmured, every word coming from the bottom of his heart. Luo Ning'er stared at Luo Ping in astonishment. One should know that Luo Ping was known as the most monstrous genius in Qianhua boundary for the past 10,000 years. He was even chosen by the sect lord to be his disciple. His talent was peerless and his cultivation was profound. However, in his eyes, Luo Ning'er could clearly feel that he was looking at Jiang Qin with admiration, as if he was a god. That green-robed man, how strong is he? To be able to make a monstrous genius in the past 10,000 years look so highly upon him. But, I don't know if he can withstand their attacks. But since he's so confident, he shouldn't be too weak. Back then, his strength was not considered as outstanding, but he was able to make countless monstrous geniuses bow down to him. At this moment, Luo Ping was filled with doubt and worry for Jiang Qin. Could he really defeat these two fellas? Others might not be able to do it, but Jiang Qin might be able to do it. You really don't know your place. You're a retard. If I eat you, will I become retarded too? Fatty snorted at Jiang Qin and said in disdain. I don't know if you're retarded or not, but I don't think I can eat a fat pig like you. Jiang Qin shook his head. Sharp-tongued. I think you really think too highly of yourself. Make your move. This will be the last time you make your move in your life. Show me all your skills. I want to see what makes you so arrogant and conceited. You're just a brainless fella, humph. Black Eagle harumphed. You're not worthy for me to draw my sword. Jiang Qin smiled calmly. His words almost made Fat Cat and the Black Eagle's lungs explode. Was this guy trying to be arrogant? They've seen arrogant people before, but they've never seen such a weak and arrogant fella. Even if he doesn't die in their hands, he won't live long. He's looking down on us. Come on, fatty. I won't eat this fella, it's all yours. Black Eagle said with a sigh, obviously mocking Jiang Qin. Alright, little guy, I'll use you as a snack first. Fatty flew up, his huge figure pouncing towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression was calm as he looked at Fatty calmly. Jiang Qin threw a punch at Fatty's body, but Fatty completely ignored it. But in the next second, when he wanted to attack, he realized that Jiang Qin's punch had caused his body to tremble. The impact of the punch had caused his internal organs to suffer severe injuries. This fella is strange. Hurry up, Black Eagle. Fatty growled in a low voice. His face was slightly pale. If it wasn't for his amazing defense, if it was an ordinary person, that punch would have at least caused serious injuries. Black Eagle saw that Fatty's eyes were cold and solemn, so he didn't want to watch anymore. Both of them attacked quickly, not giving Jiang Qin any chance to fight back. But would Jiang Qin be afraid of them? He had just broken through to the Divine King realm, he could fight against a mid-Divine King with just his physical strength. Why would Jiang Qin be afraid of them? Jiang Qin was like a peerless god of war, fighting against two enemies at the same time. He was bare-handed, but his punches landed on Fatty and Black Eagle's face. On the contrary, when their attacks landed on Jiang Qin's body, it was like they were scratching an itch for Jiang Qin. What a terrifying physical strength. Luo Ping gasped. Jiang Qin was only an early Divine King, but his physical strength was countless times more terrifying than his. His punch was even more powerful than the 9 dragons and 10 elephants. Even the sect master might not have such a level of physical strength. But the sect master has already reached the late Divine King realm. Luo Ninger covered her mouth in shock. She looked like her foster father in disbelief. Jiang Qin, it's still Jiang Qin after all. Luo Ping's eyes were brimming with tears. Just how powerful was he to be able to take on 2 mid-Divine Kings head-on with just the strength of his body? How could he not be excited? Luo Ping was not weaker than anyone, he was strong and he believed that the road ahead would be tough. However, he knew that he would never be able to surpass Jiang Qin's majestic figure. However, Luo Ping was not discouraged. Jiang Qin was his idol. Even if he could not surpass Jiang Qin, his future would be limitless as long as he could follow in his footsteps. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.